Was that plant supposed to mean something to her? Camilla wondered. And since when did the prince order her around? Camilla started heading towards the table when a chorus of amused voices all called out that she was not allowed to move. More giggles filled the air. Why cannot I move? What is all this? She was getting increasingly confused and flustered. William slowly stood up from the table and held up a small silvery coin to her. She just shrugged, not making a connection. Francis Lowell was kind enough to explain. Every Christmas, a wishing cake is baked, to be shared by all the unmarried young people of the court. He gestured towards what was left of the cake sitting on the table, along with a mess of crumbs. There is always a silver florin baked into the cake. Whoever finds the florin in their slice becomes the wish keeper for that Christmas. They can be granted one wish over the next day, before having to return the florin to the royal kitchens for safekeeping until the following Christmas. Francis hesitated, and then continued with an apologetic smile on his face. William found the florin this time, so he must have a wish granted. And his wish is that I stand here for no reason. The courtiers started to laugh. William laughed as well, seemingly charmed by her ignorance. No, princess, my wish is to have a kiss under the mistletoe. The men started to slap the tabletop and whistle. Camilla paled. What's with me, right now? Yes. You mean, in front of everyone? Camilla was sure he had to be jesting. Well, if it is not in front of everyone, then no one would know if my wish came true or not. There has to be witnesses. William's beautiful face lazily scanned her own, a half-smile on his lips. Wait, you are not all making this up because I do not know your country's traditions, are you? Camilla wondered if this was all just a trick was being played on her, though she hoped that her own ladies-in-waiting wouldn't do such a thing to her. Meg looked at her with a mixture of laughter and sympathy. It is not a lie, my lady. Ask anyone in Islia, from a peasant to the king himself. The Christmas wishing florin is one of our most famous traditions. What happens if I do not agree with this tradition? Camilla's throat had started to constrict, her voice coming out high and thin. Prince William's intense stare held her in place. Well, you can try, but denying the wish keeper is said to bring the worst of luck. This same florin has been found at every Christmas feast in this court for 8 generations of royalty. No one has dared to break tradition all this time. Are you sure you really want to take the risk of being the first? Especially. William's smile was impish. As I would think someone like you needs the very best of luck for the coming year, wouldn't you agree? Camilla's eyes widened as the prince approached her with slow, deliberate steps. As she tried to slink backwards to escape, her back hit the stone pillar of a colonnade arch, leaving her feeling trapped. She placed both palms against the pillar, her pulse thudding. With so many eyes on her, where could she even escape to? And what if breaking a tradition 8 generations old did actually bring her bad luck? She wondered in a corner of her mind if William was insulted by her efforts to get away, but when she looked at his face, she couldn't see any annoyance. On the contrary, he looked amused with a sly glint in his eyes. She felt him cup his hands gently around her face, so her eyes were looking into his. No need to look so startled. It is not like this is even your first kiss. We've been here before, haven't we? His voice was a smooth hum. Camilla looked at him bewildered for a moment until understanding dawned on her. Port Canforth Palace, all those years ago. He remembered. Camilla felt herself blush, which made him smile wider. She hated herself for being so embarrassed when he obviously was not. She tried to look away but couldn't. Why was he tormenting her like this? Why did he enjoy seeing her suffer? How many other kisses have you received since then, little princess? He whispered to her. He'd know if she lied, so there was no point trying. None. It was evident William was pleased with her answer. She felt his thumb stroke one of her cheeks while he smirked. Really, that is adorable. She tipped her chin in defiance. You can hardly make the same claim, can you, my lord? He did not look even a little abashed. No, not even close. He lowered his face close to hers until their foreheads were touching, and Camilla felt her eyes drift close. Luckily for you, you get to now benefit from all my experience. His warm breath tickled her lips. His mouth gently brushed against hers. Camilla thought maybe that was the end of it, but this William obviously had different ideas to the youth she'd once caught eating a stolen apple at her uncle's court. He brushed his warm lips against hers again and again, as if just teasing her. Camilla felt herself shiver a bit as her hands clenched on the stone surface behind her. He softly pressed his lips to hers, the sensation frightening her and making her curious for more in equal measure. She felt him brush the tip of his tongue against her lips, as well as whisper, "Mama, you taste like honey." Camilla started feeling lightheaded. She sighed against his lips. Slowly he pulled back and she opened her eyes. He was watching her, his dilated pupils almost swallowing up the pale green. For a moment, she thought there might have been even the slightest connection between them. Then he smirked at her again in triumph and turned to walk away, back towards the table. "Thanks for granting my Christmas wish, little princess." He tossed the silver florin in the air and deftly caught it. Camilla finally remembered her surroundings, that there was an entire group of young courtiers who had just witnessed what happened. She glanced towards the crowd, mortified. Her 3 ladies were all in fits of giggles. The other women were staring at her and pouting with obvious jealousy. The men in the group were laughing and clapping, a couple even stomping their feet. Camilla wanted to vanish, especially when she saw William was not even the least bit uncomfortable. He walked languidly towards his seat and threw her a teasing grin over his shoulder while she stood there, paralyzed. Upon returning to his chair, she saw Prince Thomas and Robin Sainsbury thump him on the back in encouragement. Camilla picked up her skirts and ran. She wanted to flee from the scrutiny and teasing laughter. She bolted into the colonnade and then through the nearest door into an empty corridor. She leaned against the cold stone wall and touched her lips with her cold hand. She loathed herself for feeling something during the kiss. But she loathed William more for not just feeling nothing, but for using the kiss to deliberately embarrass her in front of everyone. He'd obviously kissed so many women that it meant very little to him. Why did he have to be so vindictive, though? "My lady, please open the door." Camilla was determined to ignore her lady's cries and knocking on her bedchamber door. "Go away, I am not opening the door." Camilla was sprawled face down on her bed, face burning with humiliation. "And I cannot believe you 3 let that happen without trying to put an end to it. You cannot go against the wish keeper, and the wish must be fulfilled in front of witnesses." Meg called out plaintively. Besides, at least it was only a harmless kiss. Last year when Prince Thomas was the wish keeper, he completely humiliated Sir Richard Bentworth by making him eat oof. It sounded like someone had elbowed Meg to shut her up. "Please open up, my lady." Camilla reluctantly heaved herself up from the bed and walked to the door, unlocking it and slowly swinging it open. Her 3 friends tumbled in, looking guilty. "Did you know the prince had this planned?" Camilla gave each girl a hard stare. "No, my lady," each one cried out. No one could have predicted Prince William would find the florin. Everyone watched the cake being sliced and distributed fairly. Elizabeth reasoned. And when he found the coin, he did not really look like he knew what he planned to do with it. It was only when you showed up late that he seemed to decide what his wish would be, added Meg. "Look at the bright side, my lady. You are now the envy of every woman in Wester Haven, and His Highness certainly looks like he knows how to kiss." Camilla cast her eyes down and gave a short, self-conscious laugh, despite herself. "That he does," a little voice in her head agreed. "Heartless bastard. It was not our intention to see you embarrassed, your grace. Truly, but we Islians are a superstitious people. No one wants to break an ancient tradition, especially one that brings an entire year of bad luck." Katarine looked close to tears. Camilla sighed in resignation. "All right, perhaps it was not your intention to embarrass me, but it was his." She refused to even say his name. December 26, 1358. Wester Haven Palace, Islia, Camilla, and Katarine hurried down the chilly corridors, each carrying an armful of Teshin's books. Over the past few months, Katarine's reading ability had grown immeasurably, to the point where she was challenging herself by reading simple poetry and ballads. However, no one outside the small circle of ladies-in-waiting around Camilla knew of it. Camilla hadn't even revealed the truth to Teshin, in case it caused trouble for Katarine. Instead, She would always have Katerine accompany her to Teshin's rooms with the excuse the lady was simply helping her mistress return borrowed books. Katerine would then subtly gesture which of the old healer's books she wanted Camilla to borrow for her. Camilla was telling Katerine about an old fairy tale she'd recently read in one of the books, when she turned the corner and found herself face to face with Prince William. Quickly avoiding a collision, she stepped around him, gave him a quick nod of greeting and kept walking, ignoring the smile he flashed her. "Slow down, princess. I want to speak with you for a moment." "No, thank you." She increased her pace. "No, thank you. Did you really just say that to me?" William sounded incredulous. "I did." Camilla willed herself to not even look behind her as she kept walking briskly, her high heels clicking on the stone floor. "Your Grace." Katerine sounded a little shocked. "Aren't you even going to?" "Do not start with me, Katerine." Camilla hissed as she turned to look at her friend, who was almost running to keep up with her. "I am not speaking to that man." "You mean this man?" William had overtaken both ladies with long strides, and when Camilla looked forward again, she found herself almost crashing into the prince again. He resolutely blocked her path. He then turned to Katerine and held out his hand, while giving her the smile he used to charm all the ladies. "Allow me to take these books from you, lady. I'll escort the princess to Teshin's quarters myself." Katerine opened her mouth but thought better of it. How could she decline the prince's offer without telling him the real reason she wanted to visit Teshin? She slowly started handing him her armful of books. "She does not need your help." Camilla snapped. She gave Katerine a sideways glare. "Do not hand over those books." Katerine quickly pulled the books back against her chest. Her eyes skipped from one young royal to the other and back again. They were the same rank and looked equally stubborn and irritated with each other. Whose command was she supposed to follow then? Camilla tried to swerve around the prince, but he anticipated her move and kept blocking her path. "Please move, my lord." She gritted her teeth. "I have never had to kick a prince before, and I'd prefer you weren't the first." William shook his head and started laughing. "Ever the spirited one, princess, but I am not getting out of your way until you agree to give me a moment of your time. What I am going to say, I have no issue saying in front of your lady-in-waiting, but I suspect you probably would prefer she did not hear it." Camilla felt her face starting to burn. Next to her, Katerine gave an odd cough that almost sounded like a laugh. William then grinned at Katerine as if they were co-conspirators. Feeling trapped, Camilla glared at them both. "Fine," she muttered in defeat. William stepped forward and gallantly scooped up Katerine's books. The young lady then bowed to both royals and started heading back in the direction of the princess's apartments. She was trying to suppress a smile, and Camilla felt like reaching out and pinching her hard. Shaking her head in frustration, Camilla started walking towards Teshin's rooms again. William walked in step with her. "What did you think of their Majesties' lunch banquet yesterday? Is it similar to how you celebrate Christmas Day in Moragh?" he asked pleasantly. Silence. She refused to look in his direction. William frowned at her. "Do not ignore me. You agreed to give me a moment of your time." "And you have it, so say what you have to say and then leave me alone. I have nothing to say to you." William huffed with impatience. "Camilla, stop being so stubborn and just tell me why you are upset." "That's Princess Camilla to you." She'd never thrown her title in someone's face before, but it seemed like a good idea in that moment. "And I cannot believe you have to ask me." "Is it about the silly wish in the garden? It really did not mean anything. It is just an amusing tradition." "Amusing to you perhaps, because you weren't the one everyone was laughing at." Camilla kept her eyes on the floor in front of her, worried that if she looked into William's face, he'd find even more reason to laugh at her. "I am already disliked here. Do you really think humiliating me in front of half the court will make things easier for me?" "Is that what you think, that I did it to humiliate you?" "Well, did not you?" she snapped back. He watched as the color flooded her face again. Normally, he loved seeing her blush, knowing that he'd gotten a rise out of her. But the genuine unhappiness on her face told him he'd gone too far this time. William knew she was still treated as a pariah by many courtiers, and now this girl who could stare at nearly everyone in the eye and smile no matter how hostile their treatment of her was too embarrassed to even look at him. It dawned on him that he'd truly humiliated her, even if that hadn't been his intention. She was an inexperienced girl with no understanding of the ways of men. He had probably frightened her by forcing her to kiss him in front of everyone and then laughing it off like it meant nothing. "Fuck," William muttered. He hadn't meant to upset her. He hadn't even known she was planning to show up for the cutting of the wishing cake. When he'd found the silver farthing in his piece, he had no idea what to do with it. But then Camilla had shown up unexpectedly. He had been shocked to see her standing under the colonnade's mistletoe, her eyes sleepy and her cheeks flushed. In that moment, he knew exactly what to do with the farthing in his hand. He was going to have a little taste of her, even if that taste killed him. He walked so slowly towards her, as if quietly approaching an animal in the forest he did not want to startle. It took every ounce of his willpower to not push her up against the colonnade and crush his mouth to hers. Instead, he'd kissed her hesitantly. He hadn't lied to Camilla when he'd said he'd kissed many other women. None of them had made him feel like he had lightning moving through his veins. None of them had tasted of pure sweetness and bliss. Perhaps she had felt nothing but fear in return. And yet, she had kissed him back. Maybe, just maybe, she felt at least a little desire for him. Even if that possibility was only slight, he was going to pursue it relentlessly. He was determined to have this girl in his bed. No other conquest had ever mattered as much. And if sounding remorseful for stealing a kiss from her when he had no remorse at all would make seducing her easier, then so be it. "What if I give you my word to never pull a stunt like that again?" William finally offered, giving her his most sincere smile. "Of course you will not repeat the stunt." Camilla replied, "I do not plan to let you anywhere near me again." Famous last words, William thought. Out loud he said, "At least you'll have Richard Bentworth's gratitude. If you hadn't shown up when you did, the only idea I had for my farthing was to ask for the same wish that Tom made last year." "What wish is that?" "Forcing Rich to eat oats from a horse trough in the royal stables." William showed the barest hint of a smile. Despite trying very hard not to, Camilla started to laugh. Shaking her head, she sighed, "Why are you making it so hard to stay angry at you?" William grinned. "Part of my charm, I guess. Surely you can forgive me now." Camilla finally looked at him, a long, steady look. She replied, "You cannot just forgive someone when they haven't even apologized." And with that, she pushed open the door to Teshin's small library and stepped inside, ending the conversation. January 1, 1359. Westerhaven Palace, Islia Camilla sat at the large round table that had been set up in Queen Celia's luxurious presence chamber, which was decked in a golden tablecloth and held platters of fruit and sweets. Pitchers of warm spiced ale were clustered in the center. It was an Islian tradition for the royal family to exchange gifts around the table on New Year's Day. The celebration would typically occur in the main banquet hall, but as the Queen was confined to her rooms due to her delicate health, King Edward had instead announced that the celebrations would be brought to her. Queen Celia's rooms had been decorated by the servants with gold silk hangings and boughs of winter greenery and holly, while a fragrant Yuletide log burned in the grand fireplace. Though duly invited to take part as an honored guest, Camilla felt like an outsider, interloping on a private family occasion. She tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and watched quietly as gifts were exchanged and opened around her, trying not to look ill at ease. Princess Violet dramatically opened a green velvet box handed to her by her husband and crowed loudly when she saw the contents. She lifted out a silver fox fur stole, which was heavily decorated with gold beaded tassels along its seams and was lined with crimson silk on the inside. The princess then shot the other women at the table a look of smug triumph as she wrapped the extravagant stole around her shoulders. Camilla smiled placidly in return, which seemed to dampen Princess Violet's wide smile a bit. Privately, Camilla couldn't picture herself wearing something so ostentatious. She'd look ridiculous. She much preferred the simple but beautiful veil of silvery gauze that Prince James had gifted his own wife. Camilla remembered how on one New Year's Day, her father had filled her mother's bedchamber at Arlen Castle with fresh lilies of the valley. Hundreds upon hundreds of them filled every corner and surface in crystal vases. They had been her mother's favorite flower, but near impossible to find during the winter. Prince Robert had always been one who favored sentimental gifts over expensive ones. She remembered how her mother had screamed in surprise and delight, drawing her children running into her rooms to see what had caused such a commotion. To Camilla's childish eyes, the room full of the creamy flowers had looked like something out of an impossible dream. She remembered the way her mother had squealed and covered her father's laughing face with kisses. He had refused to reveal how he'd gotten his hands on so many lilies, no matter how much they had all begged him to tell. Lost in these thoughts, Camilla was jolted back into reality by the king's uproarious laughter at something one of his sons had said. While most people's attention was diverted, she quietly picked up a flat box she had placed under her chair and placed it on the table in front of Prince William. He looked at her with eyes full of genuine surprise. "You bought me a gift." Camilla smiled and said in a low voice, "Isn't it said that if you do not properly thank someone who has saved your life, you are doomed to lose your life at their hands? You've saved my life twice now. So consider this gift as a way for me to protect my own neck." William laughed and started tearing into the box like an eager child. When he removed the lid to reveal the contents, his eyes widened. He carefully lifted one of the gilded darts in his hands to admire it. It was exquisitely crafted, cast and gilded to resemble a golden feather. Half the darts were tipped in emerald green enamel and the other half in a deep inky blue. "Are those Biscan darts?" the king's booming voice asked, drawing everyone's attention to the gift in William's hand. The men leaned closer and exchanged impressed, envious looks. "Will, you must let me challenge you to a game this very evening." Rufus leapt up from his chair and leaned across the table to try and touch the box of darts, almost knocking his wife's goblet in the process. He ignored her shocked gasp. William deftly pulled the box out of his cousin's reach and stared at Camilla, completely astonished. "Where the devil did you source these?" "I have my ways." "You have chosen very well, princess." Queen Celia's gentle voice warmed Camilla's ears. "It is rare to see my sullen nephew smiling like a little boy." Camilla smiled back at the queen and then ducked her head, blushing. She had never been truly comfortable with being the center of attention, especially not since she had been in Islia. She could feel several pairs of eyes upon her, so she waited nervously for someone else to present a gift and take the attention away from her. The exact opposite then happened. William reached down and then nonchalantly tossed a slim, flat box on the table in front of Camilla. "Here you go, then." It was Camilla's turn to be shocked. Why would William ever choose to gift her anything? Most of the time, he could barely tolerate her. William raised a brow at her and smiled slightly. "Are you going to open it or just stare at the box all night?" Nodding hesitantly, Camilla slowly untied the silk ribbon around the box. A terrible thought then struck her. Was the prince doing this to mock her? What if he had placed something awful in the box to humiliate her in front of the royal family? Surely he wouldn't be so cruel, would he? She quickly made up her mind to smile and thank him politely for the gift, no matter what the contents of the box were. Knowing she was being watched by every person in the room, she lifted the lid with trepidation. She gasped at what she saw inside. Dark red gems glittered inside the box, which had been lined with cream-colored satin. Camilla carefully picked up a flawless jewel. It was actually one of several round cut rubies that had been strung on a ribbon of gold lace. There must have been half a dozen such ribbons carefully laid within the box. Camilla stared at William with eyes full of questions. This was the last thing she had expected from him. She opened her mouth, but the sound refused to come out. He shrugged back at her, completely unruffled. "You seem to like wearing jewels in your hair, so I had a few threaded-on ribbons for you." His eyes then flitted away from her, as if giving someone a small fortune in jewels was a common occurrence for him. The room was completely silent, and everyone stared at William as if he'd suddenly morphed into someone no one recognized. Even King Edward scanned the gift with his razor-sharp gaze. "Rubies," the king mused in his gruff voice. "The gem of a virtuous woman." "They are beautiful, thank you." Camilla swallowed the lump in her throat, feeling a little guilty she'd suspected the prince of gifting her something awful. Then again, she had never met anyone as unpredictable as him. Queen Celia spoke up. "They will look lovely with your coloring, princess. Would you like a hand weaving them into your hair?" Camilla smiled at the queen, who had always treated her so kindly. "I appreciate the offer, your majesty, but I think I'll wear them for 12th night." "All right then." William's eyes were focused on the floor, and his tone of voice suggested he really did not care whether she wore them or not. He leaned back in his chair, looking somewhat bored. "Humph, why did not you think to choose something thoughtful like that for me, husband?" Princess Violet hissed, seemingly forgetting the many gifts she had already received and gloated about. Prince Leo's jaw dropped in disbelief, and he let out a bad-tempered roar. "If you are not satisfied with the stole I spent a fucking fortune on for you, please feel free to throw it in the fireplace or give it to one of your maids. The same with your other gifts. I swear, there's no way to make you happy, is there?" Princess Violet burst into tears. No one tried to comfort her. Prince Rufus even yawned, which made the princess cry even harder. Camilla glanced around, feeling very uncomfortable with the sudden turn of events. She was shocked to hear a married couple speak to each other with such blatant disrespect. The rest of the royal family, however, ignored the exchange between Leo and Violet as if it were a common occurrence. Camilla could feel Princess Violet's hostile glare on her. She locked eyes with the eldest princess, whose cat-like eyes were narrowed with angry tears. Unpleased, Camilla returned her gaze, refusing to be blamed for something that was not her fault. She hadn't even wanted to attend the gift-giving in the first place. She was aware, however, that everyone's gaze was still on the box of rubies. Only the queen looked completely unsurprised by the gift and continued to smile serenely. No one spoke. Sensing the tension and the many unanswered questions lingering in the room, Prince James finally broke the silence by picking up another gift to present it to the correct recipient. Camilla aimed a grateful look in his direction. The next morning, her ladies-in-waiting tumbled into Camilla's bedchamber after her bath, but before she was even properly dressed. The oldest of the maids frowned in displeasure, but knew to keep her mouth shut. Camilla merely laughed and had to lift the mug of warmed ale in her hands out of the way, to stop from spilling it as Meg flopped down onto the bed like an overexcited puppy. "How was the gift exchange with the royal family last night, my lady?" Meg asked with enthusiasm as the other two ladies perched at the end of the bed. "Oh, it was fine." "Really, it was just fine, my lady." Katarine's disappointment was obvious. Surely something interesting must have happened. Camilla was unsure how much to tell them, given she was still mulling over what the unexpected gift from the prince actually meant. William had seemed his usual cool, emotionless self when he'd given her the ribbons, so perhaps the gesture hadn't really meant much to him. However, Camilla knew that was definitely not how her ladies would react to it. To distract them, she instead described at length some of the other gifts that had been exchanged within the royal family. The three ladies screamed with laughter as she described Princess Violet's tasseled fur stole. Elizabeth wiped tears from her eyes, still laughing. "No one will be able to keep a straight face when Her Highness is strutting around the court like a peacock, in that monstrosity you've described, my lady." Meg turned to look at Camilla a moment later, her eyes bright with curiosity. "Did you happen to receive any gifts, my lady?" At first, Camilla said nothing, but then nodded slightly, not trusting herself to lie convincingly to her friends. Besides, one of the ladies might be able to work out the meaning behind such a gift, because it was beyond her own understanding. She gestured towards the box she'd left on top of the chest at the end of her bed. Being closest to it, Elizabeth grabbed the gift box and removed the lid. Upon looking inside, she gave a little cry of shock. "My lady," she breathed slowly. "Who gave you this?" It was Prince William." Camilla was now second-guessing her decision to tell them the truth, given Elizabeth's reaction. Meg and Katarine hovered over Elizabeth's shoulder to peer into the box. All three ladies then turned to stare at her in astonishment. "The prince gave you these?" squeaked Meg. Camilla nodded and felt herself blushing under their scrutiny. Princess Violet was rather upset when she saw them, she admitted. Well, of course she was. Elizabeth replied tartly. What lady wouldn't be envious? Especially when you're stuck being married to a man who sneaks whores into his chamber almost every night. But enough about her. She pointed a finger at the rubies. We need to talk about this gift instead. Do you know what rubies even signify, my lady? Katerine held a ribbon up to the light, admiring the fiery red of the stones. Well, yes, I think so. King Edward said they represent virtue. Camilla mumbled, feeling extremely awkward. Not just that. Meg made a dismissive gesture with her hands. They also represent love. Rubies are considered drops of the very lifeblood of one's heart. Camilla gave a short laugh and shook her head. Is that so? Well, I doubt the prince knew that either, otherwise he would have picked something else. It did not seem like the stone choice was anything very significant to him. He probably just chose a color he thought I'd like. The ladies gazed back at her skeptically. It is true. Camilla insisted. Or maybe this is his way of making a grand romantic gesture. Katerine was practically swooning with delight. Camilla started to laugh harder. Oh, Katerine, you cannot mean that. Can you imagine the prince making a grand romantic gesture? That man loves no one. He will not have the faintest idea of what a ruby means, and more to the point, he will not care. I do not know, my lady. I mean, the prince has never been known to give anything like this to a lady before. Katerine's voice was thoughtful. And there's other things. What other things? Well, he watches you. The last comment struck Camilla as rather sinister. What do you mean by that, Katerine? Exactly that, my lady. Elizabeth said. His eyes are on you almost constantly. Camilla gaped at these words, which painted a completely different picture of William than the one she had in her own mind. As far as she could tell, the prince seemed to take pleasure in ignoring her. The very reason she had stopped speaking to him, unless he initiated conversation first, was because of his habit of looking right through her. She found it humiliating to try and make conversation with someone who often pretended as if she was not even there. I do not think that's right, Bess. Camilla finally said, wishing she could just end the awkward conversation. Prince William has never liked me. Something about my presence makes him uncomfortable. I do not know what I did to offend him, but almost since the day we met, he has mostly avoided me. She then clamped her lips together, making it clear she was not interested in discussing William any further. Meg shrugged and glanced one last time at the gems. What will you do with such a gift, then, my lady? What else? Wear them for 12th night. I gave the prince my word. January 6, 1359. Wester Haven Palace, Islia Camilla and her ladies had spent all afternoon in her bedchamber, getting ready for the evening's grand banquet. The 12th night was considered the most important celebration of the year, and no one dared miss it. Camilla had grudgingly let her gown be chosen for her. Her friends had unanimously chosen a golden silk dress with long, trailing sleeves and creamy pearls edging the neckline. Camilla had been a bit horrified by their choice. Oh dear Lord, no, I cannot wear that, it is far too extravagant, she had shrieked. Nonsense. Meg had clapped back staunchly. There is no such thing as too extravagant for 12th night. This is most definitely the dress, my lady. Nothing else will do. Besides, Katerine had chimed in sweetly. No matter what you end up wearing, rest assured you'll never manage to outshine Princess Violet in her magnificent fur stole. All four girls had collapsed in wails of laughter. Camilla reluctantly let her ladies pull a chemise on over her head and lace her into the golden gown. Then she sat in an armchair by the fireplace so that Elizabeth could wind her hair in lengths of silk to create loose ringlets. Meg rustled through Camilla's jewelry boxes until she found what she was looking for. She handed Elizabeth the slim box containing the ruby-encrusted lace ribbons. Camilla opened her mouth to weakly protest before shutting it when she saw the adamant look on Meg's face. Sighing, she concentrated on trying not to nod off as she felt Elizabeth's gentle hands in her hair, painstakingly weaving through the ruby ribbons. For as long as she could remember, having her hair dressed had made her drowsy. She remembered the way Agatha, her old nursemaid, had complained about the many times she'd fallen asleep sitting up. She smiled sadly as she thought of the plump, good-natured woman who had played such a prominent role during her childhood, but had met her end during the fall of Arlen Castle. "All done, my lady." Elizabeth's merry voice jolted Camilla back into the present. The ladies-in-waiting all stood around to admire Elizabeth's handiwork. The Rubies and the princesses' hair glittered as they bounced the light coming from the flames in the fireplace. "My lady, you look absolutely glorious," breathed Meg. "Every man at dinner will be fighting for your attention tonight." Camilla stood up, feeling a little unsure. "Thank you, Meg. I think so long as none of them are rude to my face, I'll be content. And thank you as well, Bess, for arranging my hair with such patience." Elizabeth smiled back. "My lady, you look so beautiful that all I can ask is that you keep your distance from my husband." The four young women all laughed again. "Bess, Sir Archibald is so smitten with you that he will not notice me or anyone else there." Smoothing the front of her gown, Camilla took a deep breath and said, "Well then, I suppose we should go." She led the way out of her apartments and through the palace towards the great hall. She was not sure why she felt so nervous, having been to more banquets than she could remember since arriving in Islia. Camilla expected this banquet would be spectacular though, even more lavish than the Christmas lunch. The Queen herself would be present for Twelfth night, despite struggling with her inconsistent health. Every ambassador in the palace would also be attending, representing almost all the nations on the continent. The ladies weren't disappointed when the guards swung open the enormous doors of the great hall for them. The hall glowed with the light of 1,000 beeswax candles. Silk hangings in shades of silver, black and red were draped from the high ceiling beams and down the walls, almost making the room feel like a luxurious tent. A fire roared in the enormous fireplace. Camilla kept her eyes down as she walked to the high table. She still was not able to completely shake off her inherent shyness and preferred to limit eye contact with the hostile Islians. Her ladies-in-waiting trailed her, noticing the way almost every person in the room followed the princess with their gaze. Katerine whispered to Meg, "Most of the ladies here look like they want to murder poor Princess Camilla." "Yes," Meg cheerfully replied. "And judging by their faces, most men want to do something entirely different to her." She adjusted her string of pearls and then whispered, "I am dying to see how Prince William reacts when he sees her, and if he manages to keep his composure." "So you think the prince fancies her too, then? It is not just my imagination." "Of course he does." Meg snorted, then lowered her voice. "You've seen the way he looks at her. Besides, a man does not shower a lady with jewels if he isn't interested. I wonder how long until he just admits it and starts courting her openly." Katerine shook her head a little. "I am not sure he can. A prince cannot just decide on anyone he chooses. Wouldn't King Edward have the final say in who the prince ends up with?" "Well, yes, but it is not like Princess Camilla can be described as just anyone. I think she would be a good match for him. I am sure King Edward could be convinced if the prince pushed for it. They are of a similar royal rank, are they not?" "Do you think Prince William would push for it, though?" "If he does not, then, he is an even bigger fool than I take most men to be." Meg was blunt in her assessment. The two ladies stopped whispering once Camilla had reached the high table and bowed to the king and queen. The ladies followed with their own bows and watched as Camilla greeted the other royals already at the table and quietly took her seat. As the ladies-in-waiting made their ways to their table, Katerine felt Meg elbow her ribs and gesture discreetly back towards the high table. The three ladies then observed Prince William, who was looking at the Moravian princess in silent, blatant awe. William almost choked on the wine he had been sipping when Princess Camilla arrived. She appeared to almost float like an angel to the high table in a golden dress, oblivious to the daggers most women in the hall were aiming at her. Those daggers included Princesses Violet and Annabel, who were rarely happy about much. At least Princess Blanche was her usual kind self and flashed Camilla a sweet smile of greeting, which was quickly returned. Camilla took her usual seat next to William, and he noticed the rubies woven into her long, loose curls burning like crimson fire. "She is wearing my gift," he thought. "She is wearing them for 12th night like she promised." Camilla directed a quick smile and a polite greeting to him, then faced forward towards the crowded hall. William was crestfallen. "Is that all? You are not going to say anything else to me?" He clenched his jaw, unable to look away from her profile. His hand tightened around his gilded wine goblet. The endless, aching yearning for her churned through his body, depressingly familiar. He admitted to himself that there was another feeling too, though, something new: admiration. Was that it? He'd lusted after plenty of women in his time, but this was the first time a woman had made him feel so, enthralled. As if he could just gaze upon her for hours in sheer wonder. As if she were too beautiful for a mere mortal like him to ever approach. What the fuck were these ridiculous thoughts filling his mind? Had he already gotten drunk without noticing? No, that couldn't be right. This was his first drink. Well, he was going to say something to end the unbearably polite silence between them. He refused to be the only one who suffered. Leaning towards her, William paused for a moment to enjoy the sweet, heady scent of her hair. It always made him think of roses, mixed with the lushest of summer fruits. "Your hair, princess," he whispered, wishing with all his might that he did not sound quite so strangled. "You look like you are wearing new gems. Where did you source them?" Camilla turned to him again and smiled. She remembered the offhand, almost dismissive attitude of the prince the night he'd given her the rubies, like it was nothing. Well, if it did not mean anything to him, then it did not have to mean anything to her either. He had probably only even asked her in mockery. "Oh, those." Her lovely smile and her tone were offhand, as if they weren't talking about a small fortune. "Nowhere important, my lord." And with that, she turned to face the banquet again. William felt like he'd been kicked in the stomach. There was nothing left to do but wave a servant over to refill his goblet and drink himself into sweet oblivion. January 11, 1359. Westerhaven Palace, Islia cold, steady rain fell the morning of Prince Thomas's wedding to Lady Eleanor de Buer. It was uncomfortably warm in the crowded chapel, however, the scent of candles mixing with incense. Camilla waited quietly with the rest of the guests for the bride's arrival. It had struck her as odd for a royal wedding to be scheduled so soon after Twelfth night. Then again, the rumor among the courtiers was that King Edward himself had insisted on holding the wedding earlier than planned to prevent his son from finding a way to wheedle out of it. Looking down the aisle to where Prince Thomas stood, looking like a prisoner awaiting execution, Camilla suspected there was some truth to the rumor. The king and queen sat under the canopy of state, both wearing tight, grim smiles. Camilla had attended a few weddings in her time, most arranged for political reasons. Yet none of those weddings had been as cheerless as this one. Palpable tension rippled through the guests. Even the groom's companions, known for being the most jovial group of young men, were subdued. Camilla noticed Prince William tapping his foot with impatience in the pew and eyeing Prince Thomas, as if he expected him to bolt at any moment. Perhaps William was thinking about his own wedding in the near future, she mused. With all their sons now married, the king and queen would inevitably turn their attentions to their nephew and try to secure a lucrative match for him. Perhaps he would be as unlucky in love as his cousins. Of King Edward's 4 sons, only Prince James was happily wed. The emotions between the other princely couples ranged from polite indifference to outright hostility. Lost in her thoughts, Camilla barely paid attention when Lady Eleanor was escorted down the aisle by her proud father. The vows were exchanged and sealed with a perfunctory kiss. As the newly wedded couple walked up the aisle under a shower of birdseed and led their guests towards the wedding breakfast, no one could miss the groom's stony expression or the bride's grimace. The wedding banquet itself was a large, lavish affair in the Great Hall, befitting of a king's son. Endless platters of sumptuous food were distributed, and barrels of the king's favorite sweet wine were opened with abandon. Camilla cast her mind back to the wedding of her lady-in-waiting Elizabeth to Sir Archibald a few months earlier. Even though Bess's wedding had been smaller and simpler, Camilla found it far lovelier in comparison. The bride and groom had been genuinely fond of each other, and their guests had been able to share in their happiness. Camilla struggled to keep a straight face when she watched the newlyweds step out to lead the dancing. Prince Thomas looked almost repulsed when he was forced to link hands with his new wife. Next to her, she saw Prince William cover his mouth and turn away. Their eyes briefly met before Camilla hastily looked elsewhere. Seeing William trying not to laugh threatened to make her burst into giggles, which would definitely displease the king and queen. The floor of the Great Hall was soon crowded with dancers. The groom, however, sat morosely at the table of honor and refused to join his guests. "Tom, you cannot sit here all night looking like you want to strike someone. You know your father will treat it as an insult and punish you for it," pleaded Robin Sainsbury. "If you do not wish to dance with your wife, at least go dance with a few pretty ladies. None will refuse you when you are the groom," added Francis Lowell. Thomas remained sitting down, stubborn as a mule. At the mention of pretty ladies, William looked across the dance floor and instantly spotted Princess Camilla being whirled around by the Havietanese ambassador, Viscount Nadrim. A few minutes later, the same ambassador from the Kingdom of Haviet stopped by at the table to pay his respects. "My most sincere congratulations on your day, Your Highness." The ambassador bowed low. "You have captured a very valuable woman to wife." Thomas grunted in vague acknowledgement. "Are you having a pleasant time, Viscount Nadrim?" Prince James quickly asked, trying to distract from his younger brother's lack of manners. "I am having a wonderful time, Your Grace. How can I not when I have my pick of so many lovely dance partners?" The Viscount was a handsome man between 30 and 40 years. As such, he was very popular with the court ladies. None prettier than the Princess of Moraigth, though, I must say. Viscount Nadrim added, taking a small sip from the goblet offered to him. Richard Bentworth snorted. "She is a little young for you, isn't she, Ambassador? Besides, she does not have a coin to her name." Viscount Nadrim had only been in Islia for a few months, but already, everyone at court knew of his enormous lust for wealth. "Lord Bentworth, I shall set aside your comments about my age. And I suspect a young lady like the Moraigthian princess would bring a husband great rewards, without needing to have a single coin." The double meaning in the Viscount's words was unmissable. "Besides, you are wrong that she brings no wealth. I have no doubt that when the princess is married, her uncle will provide her with a handsome dowry." "Why would he do that? King Kenneth cares nothing for his niece. And precisely for that reason, he'll give her a royal dowry. He wants his throne to pass down his own line, not the line of his hated half-brother. One of his conditions to any man who marries his niece will almost certainly be that the princess renounces her place in the succession and never sets foot in her native land again." Viscount Nadrim finished his wine and stood up. "My congratulations again, Prince Thomas. May fortune continue to bless you." With a final bow, the ambassador turned in the direction of the dance floor. After a couple of moments of awkward silence, Tom tipped his head to the side, slurring slightly. Maybe I should have convinced father to let me marry Princess Camilla instead of a leaner." Everyone at the table turned to stare at the groom in surprise. July 20, 1353, Eberel Monastery, Northern Islia. William sat on the floor just outside the bedchamber where his father was lying. A stream of clerics, monks, and royal advisors came and went from the room, paying no attention to the fair-haired youth slumped by the door. William couldn't make out much of what the men were saying, but their hushed, anxious tones told him it was not good. Prince Johann had taken ill the day after the Islian diplomatic delegation had set off from Port Canforth Palace. What had started off as a simple nagging cough had quickly turned into a high fever, and coughing so violent it racked the prince's broad frame. At first, Prince Johann had insisted on continuing the journey south, eager to reach Magdalene Castle. But the hot sun beating down on him had seemed to sap his strength and drain him even further. After trying to endure on horseback for a couple of days, the prince had been gasping for air and was too weak to keep riding. The decision had been made to seek shelter in a nearby monastery, at least until the prince recovered his health. There had been whispers among some of the more superstitious men in the Islian delegation that the prince must have been poisoned by someone in the Moraigthian court, maybe even by King Kenneth himself. How else could anyone explain how he had fallen ill almost immediately after leaving Port Canforth? They had arrived Eberel Monastery 2 days ago. At first, the monks and clerics had been eager to help treat Prince Johann. But as his health steadily declined, the monks became more and more concerned. No one wanted to be associated with a dying man, much less when it was the king's brother. If he were to die, the monks feared their monastic order would be subjected to royal punishment. It was strange for William to see his father, who had always been an indomitable giant, now bedridden. He was mostly kept out of the bedchamber by the monks, but when he had been briefly allowed inside, he had stared in shock at his father's haggard face. It was as if the man were shrinking in the bed, being consumed alive by his illness. A young monk appeared in the corridor, carrying a small bowl of steaming liquid with a strange, pungent smell. Ignoring William, the monk entered the bedchamber. A few moments later, William heard his father's hoarse bellow, complaining about the tonic's foul taste. A brutal coughing fit followed. William closed his eyes, his back pressed against the rough stone wall. He wished they were in the familiar surroundings of home, rather than in a poor monastery in Islia's desolate northern countryside. He was not used to sleeping on a mattress stuffed with hay and eating nothing but watery soup. As he grew drowsy, William heard the door next to him open and saw the same monk who'd entered earlier, leaving and walking down the corridor. In his hands, he was carrying what looked like blood-speckled rags. That makes no sense, the youth thought sleepily. William was jolted awake by a hand shaking him roughly by the shoulder. He stared, dazed, at the face of the old man crouched in front of him, clad in homespun brown robes. It was the monastery's abbot. William was immediately reminded of Teshin, the old healer back in Islia. He looked into the old man's wizened gray eyes in confusion. "You may enter the room now. Your Lord Father wishes to speak with you," the old man whispered. "He does." William was sure he had heard the old man wrong. His father never asked to speak with him. "Yes, hurry. There isn't much time left. We've already had to administer the last rites to his grace." The old man's manner was brusque. William quickly stood up and rubbed his face, suddenly afraid. The abbot had to be wrong, the last rites were for the dying. William's father was in the prime of his life. Everyone feared and respected him. He noticed the shadows in the corridor had lengthened considerably. How long was I asleep, he wondered. William entered the room on shaking legs, though he did his best to appear calm. He never liked it when his father called him a little coward. Prince Johann was on the bed in a half-lying, half-sitting position, his sunken eyes closed. His face was a chalky gray color, and there was blood streaked across his chin. His once strong, broad frame had lost an incredible amount of weight. When he heard his son enter, Prince Johann opened his eyes and started to speak before being interrupted by a coughing fit. He pressed a blood-spattered rag to his mouth as his shoulders shook uncontrollably. William suddenly recalled the bloody rags in the young monk's hands earlier. "Come closer, boy." Prince Johann wheezed. William approached the bed fearfully. When he was within arm's reach, his father raised a shaking hand and held out a letter to him. It was sealed with Prince Johann's red wax seal. "Find a messenger and make sure this reaches Magdalene as quickly as possible. It is to go directly into the hands of our king, do you understand?" Prince Johann rasped, breathing hard. William nodded, wondering what was so important that his father had to write a letter about it from his literal deathbed. He dared not ask. Instead, he just looked at his father, waiting for him to say more. But the older man had nothing more to say to his son and feebly waved his hand, indicating he should leave the room. William walked out, looking at the letter. He knew he should go look for a messenger straight away, but the overwhelming curiosity stopped him. Instead, he walked until he found a small alcove nearby. Under the rays of the setting sun, William unsealed the letter. His father's once strong, distinctive handwriting had been reduced to a messy scrawl, but William could read the contents easily enough. In the letter, Prince Johann confirmed his intention to marry for a third time, this time to the young niece of King Kenneth Stephenson. The prince requested that His Majesty immediately start dowry negotiations via the Moravian ambassador that resided in the Islian court. It was his greatest desire to wed and bed the girl by her 13th birthday. William could feel his face twisting with disgust, bedding a young girl. Was this all his father could think about, even in his last moments? He stood quietly in the fading light for a few moments, then suddenly tore the letter into small pieces. He walked into the dining hall, where he fed the pieces of the letter into the fireplace and watched the flames devour every last one. No one even bothered looking in his direction. William figured that if his father did recover, he could always lie and blame an errant messenger for the letter never reaching King Edward. "Sorry, father, but there will be no happy wedding for you," William muttered to himself. The steady procession of monks and healers pacing in and out of Prince Johan's room gradually slowed to a trickle and then stopped late that night. William sat in the same spot, unsure if he should move or not. It seemed wrong to leave and try to get at least a little sleep in the room he'd been assigned. But then again, his father hadn't asked for him again. On he sat. He wondered where all the clerics had gone. Should he call one back? Was it right to leave a sick man alone like this? He asked himself. In the end, it did not much matter. Before the sun had fully risen the next morning, Prince Johann Devon took his last breath. A storage hollow feeling lodged itself in William's chest. He did not grieve for his father exactly, though he knew King Edward would feel the loss of his only brother deeply. Instead, William felt bereft. William sat blankly on the floor again, listening to his father's men make hasty arrangements to transport the body back to court so that a suitably grand funeral to be planned. After completely ignoring him up until then, William noticed the men had suddenly started treating him more deferentially. He had inherited Prince Johann's considerable fortune and vast tracts of land. William smiled bitterly at this sign of his increased status. January 11, 1359. Wester Haven Palace, Islia. The men started to chuckle at Thomas's statement that he should have instead married the Princess of Moraigth. "Are you serious, Tom?" Rufus scoffed. "Or just blind drunk?" Thomas shrugged, took another large gulp of sweet wine, and wiped his mouth with his sleeve, not caring about staining his exquisitely embroidered velvet outer robe. "Why ever not?" he mumbled. "It couldn't have been a worse outcome than where I find myself in now. Father told me to bind myself to a wife for wealth, did not he? Seems like Princess Camilla would have likely brought me an impressive dowry. She is also sweet-tempered and a beauty. I think we can all agree Alinor has neither of those qualities." He waved his empty goblet at a passing servant. All of the men inevitably looked in the direction of the bride, who was now considered a princess of the royal house of Islia. With her heavy-set build and thick dark eyebrows permanently pulled together into a frown, she was not considered at all pleasing to the eye. The new princess's volatile rages were also infamous. "I cannot believe I'll soon have to lie with that creature," Thomas muttered, more to himself than his friends. "You'd better slow down with the wine, or you'll be incapable of laying anything." Rufus tried to swipe Thomas's goblet out of his reach and off the table, but was not quite fast enough. Thomas managed to grab the wine first and tip the remains down his throat. "If you had to do what I have to do tonight, you'd drink too, brother." Thomas then sat up straight and stared right at William with the clarity of a sober man. "Do not let father choose your wife, whatever you do. Unless you want to end up as wretched as me, he thinks only with his purse. Nothing else matters to him. William will marry where he is bid, like the rest of us had to. He is not special." Rufus snapped across the table. After much pleading and cajoling, the group of young men managed to convince Thomas to stand up and take part in the celebrations at least a little. However, watching the groom lurch drunkenly to his feet and stagger to the dance floor, William wondered if they wouldn't have been better off just leaving him alone to finish drowning his sorrows. At least he could cause less damage sitting down. William's instincts proved right. He was forced to intervene when he saw Thomas stumbling around and trying to dance with Princess Camilla. Thomas looked red-faced and foolish, Camilla looked embarrassed, and the bride looked as if she wanted to choke both of them. "Tom, come on, brother, you should sit down again." William spoke softly to the drunk man, who looked close to ending up sprawled on the floor and bringing the princess down with him. "My life is a tragedy." Thomas sobbed almost incoherently, slinging a heavy arm across William's shoulders. "I'll give you my entire fortune to trade places with me tonight, Will. You can have Alinor's dowry. Just spare me the agony of bedding my wife, I am begging you." Camilla's eyes went wide at Thomas's scandalous words. "SHH, my lord?" she whispered, looking around anxiously. Thomas was past caring. He kept bellowing his woes in a belligerent voice, drawing the attention of several guests. He suddenly lurched forward and, after letting go of William, grabbed Camilla around the waist again. The shocked girl gave a little scream. "I should, married you, your grace." Thomas slurred, pressing her against him. "You would, made me happy, would been a good obedient wife. William, do something." Camilla hissed in desperation as she tried to pull away. "Tom, you are embarrassing us all, including yourself." William's voice was low but deadly serious. "Have some respect on your wedding day, unless you want the full force of the king's rage." The mere mention of the king seemed to sober Thomas up a little. He reluctantly loosened his arms around Camilla. William mouthed an apology to her, and she quickly nodded. With effort, William managed to half-guide, half-drag the groom back to his seat. He helped Thomas sit at least reasonably upright in the chair and instructed the nearest servant that the groom was only to be served watered wine from then on. As he walked away, he saw the Princess Elinor marching towards the bridal high table, looking enraged. He quickly grabbed her by the elbow and steered her away firmly. "Let him be, you have the rest of your life to torment him." Queen Celia watched William lead a stumbling Thomas back to his seat. She slowly stood up to bid her husband good night. King Edward looked up at her in surprise. "You are leaving, wife, it is still early." "I cannot bear to watch our son's unhappiness. It breaks my heart." The king took another look at his wife, her brown hair and forthright expression almost identical to Thomas's. "Do not fuss. The lad will be all right once he sobers up and stops making himself a laughingstock. It is time for him to assume some responsibility instead of spending all his days hunting and wrenching. By the time I was Tom's age, I was already married and a father. Remember that." Queen Celia smiled faintly. "Of course I remember, but it was different between us. We did not start our lives together already hating each other." She could still remember the giddiness of being young and beloved by her dashing husband, thinking the bond between them would never change. She was too naive then to understand that change is a constant, that their love would be changed by the passing of time, illness, and the monotony of daily life. Perhaps Tom is better off this way, she thought grimly. You cannot mourn the loss of something if you never truly had it. Queen Celia nodded to her husband and headed for the banquet room doors, the train of her rich gown trailing behind her. Head held high, she turned a blind eye to the young red-haired lady who was already heading towards the king. After continuing to keep an eye over Thomas and watching the celebrations continue a while longer, William wondered if he should just leave. The sense of false merriment in the room had put him in a sour mood. Two people who were repelled each other had been forced to pledge their lives together, solely to benefit their families. What was there to celebrate? As he walked back to his original seat to grab his outer tunic, he saw Camilla sitting quietly at a table, back straight and poised like a young queen. There was a cluster of other ladies at the same table, the bride being one of them. However, Princess Elinor had positioned her broad back to face Camilla, clearly intended to exclude her from the group. Camilla did not look troubled, but William felt pity for her. Even after several months, she was still considered an outsider, especially among the noble ladies. Her rank as a foreign princess earned her polite deference but not acceptance. Against his better judgment, he took 2 wine goblets from a tray-bearing servant and walked over to her. She looked up and smiled slightly when he approached, taking the goblet he offered as he sat down next to her. "Enjoying the event, princess?" "I suppose more than the groom at least. Then again, that is a fairly low bar." Camilla lowered her voice. "In truth, though, I enjoyed myself far more when my friend Bess got married." "Lord and Lady Tonson, you mean? I am not surprised. Weddings are much more enjoyable when the couple actually like each other." William gave a quick look in Tom's direction to check his cousin hadn't slid out of his seat and onto the floor. A couple who like each other. That sounds almost romantic coming from you, my lord." William grinned. "Not at all. I am not romantic in the slightest. But if I am forced to get married one day, it would be helpful if it was not to a woman I loathe." "Do you ever think about how your life will change when you are married?" "No, not really, because I doubt my life will change very much. If I am not on campaign, I still plan spend my days with my friends, hunting and riding. But what if your wife complains? She wants you to spend that time with her instead. Camilla was shocked, but not surprised, that the prince would refuse to change anything about his life for a mere wife. If she becomes too intolerable, I'll just send her to one of my countryside manors. One of the privileges of being a husband, I guess. William shrugged cheerfully. My lord, you underestimate yourself. I have never heard more romantic language. Camilla deadpanned. Laughing, William clinked his goblet lightly against hers. Shall we toast to the bride and groom's happiness then? That with time, they may grow to at least tolerate each other. Camilla took a sip, and then screwed up her face in a way that was both comical and adorable. You do not care for the wine, princess. It is a little too sweet for my tastes, but it seems to be very popular here. She subconsciously touched her lip that glistened with wine, and William forced himself to look away. It is King Edward's favorite. Tom likes it too. Yes, I gathered Prince Thomas is fond of it. He has certainly had plenty of it in the last few hours. Camilla looked over to where the groom had fallen asleep with his head on the table. William followed her gaze. When he saw his sleeping cousin, he clicked his tongue in annoyance. Gotta admit, Tom, you better wake up in time to consummate your marriage, or there will be hell to pay. Turning back to the princess, William softened his tone. I hope you weren't too offended by Tom's behavior on the dance floor. He is not usually like that. He has been dreading today for a long time. Camilla smiled and shook her head. It is sweet that you want to defend him, but there's no need. I know Prince Thomas is a decent man. He sounded pitiful more than anything else. Camilla's smile then turned into a grimace. He probably shouldn't have spoken quite so loudly, though, in case his wife's kin overheard. Especially the part where he offered you his fortune to take his place in his marriage bed. Even if they did hear, it wouldn't matter. There's not enough gold on the entire continent to tempt me into warming a leaner's bed. William scowled in disgust. Well, I do not expect the bride is looking forward to it either. I cannot really blame her. Camilla murmured, more to herself. William turned to her, eyebrows raised in surprise. And what do you know about what goes on between a married couple, little princess? I expect not very much. Camilla ducked her head. I cannot speak from experience, of course. Then again, you are not married either, my lord. You understand you do not have to be married to someone to lie with them, do not you? You do if you are a royal girl. Camilla retorted. We live by different rules, you and I. I suppose we do. William conceded. But you did not answer my question. What do you know about what happens between a couple? Camilla started blushing. Can we please talk about something else? Hell no. Camilla blushed harder. Well, I know what's supposed to happen, at least the, mechanics of it. What I do not understand is why anyone would willingly do something that sounds so dreadful. William started to laugh, utterly charmed by her innocence. I can promise you it is not as bad as it sounds. In fact, it can be very pleasurable. Camilla shrugged half-heartedly, refusing to look at him and likely unconvinced by his words. What he wouldn't give to show her the pleasures he'd mentioned, he thought. Feeling the blood rush uncomfortably to his groin yet again, he shifted in his seat and took a gulp from his goblet. William cleared his throat. Who did you have such an enlightening conversation about mechanics with then? He expected her to confirm it had been one of her maids or ladies back in Moragth. To his surprise, she blushed even more and her reply was so quiet, he swore he'd misheard it. My brother. Your brother, did I hear that right? William almost spit out the wine he'd been sipping in shock. Why the hell would you discuss this with your brother, of all people? He started to laugh uncontrollably. Keep your voice down. Camilla hissed in a desperate tone. Do you want all the guests to know my business? William threw his head back and laughed harder. The words then tumbled out of the mortified girl, as if she were desperate for him to understand her reasons. The summer I turned 15, there was talk that my father was planning to betroth me to the son of Lord Jasper. At first I tried to pretend it was not happening, but soon everyone was talking about it. I was scared. The Lord's son was over twice my age. I had no idea what to expect if the wedding did happen. And you thought your poor brother was the best person to fill in your knowledge gap. William was doing his best to stop laughing, but he was losing the battle. No one else would tell me anything. Camilla whispered defensively. My mother was gone at that point, and I have no older sisters. I tried to ask my nursemaid, but she said it was not a topic for ladies, and that I was better off facing my wedding night not knowing what was to follow. The thought terrified me. So finally, I begged Malcolm to tell me what to expect. And he actually agreed. Not at first, Camilla admitted. He kept refusing and telling me to ask someone else, but I had no one else and just kept begging. Eventually, he gave in and gave me an explanation. She shuddered in visible disgust. Dear Lord, it sounded awful. William leant forward to rest his elbows on his knees, using one hand to wipe the tears of laughter from his eyes. I wouldn't expect any man would want to make the act sound too appealing when discussing it with his sister, of all people. Poor Malcolm. He did say it was the most uncomfortable conversation of his life. Afterwards, he told me I was never to ask him for more information again on that matter, that I was the last person on the continent he ever wanted to speak about it with. Camilla straightened her back in the chair and glared at him. So now you know, are you happy? William grinned at her. More than you'll ever know, little princess. Thank you for making me laugh so much. He tipped his goblet in her direction. Here, as to one day, you finding out that the mechanics aren't quite as bad as Malcolm made them sound. February 3, 1359. Westerhaven Palace, Islia the courtiers scattered through the marshes, shrieks and laughter echoing through the air as they wove through the gnarled willow trees with their drooping branches. The southern parts of Islia were famed for their elusive black foxes, and they were most prolific in the marshes and forests near Westerhaven. Prince Leo had arranged a hunt that day, promising 5 gold ducats for whoever was able to catch the rare animal. Do you suppose he wishes to make another stole for his wife? Meg had whispered in Camilla's ear. Camilla had been forced to give Meg a little kick and clap a hand over her own mouth. The hunt was on foot as the twisting roots of the willow trees made it difficult for horses. It was in fact less of a hunt and more an excuse to enjoy the pale winter sunlight after days of unseasonably cold mists. Camilla found herself next to William that morning, moving quietly over the uneven ground. William seemed in a cheerful mood and did not look right through her as he had on other occasions. However, she often felt uneasy around the prince. He said little to her, but his intense stare made her feel like much was left unspoken between them. Out of the corner of her eye, Camilla noticed a dark, moving blur. Without thinking, she started chasing the black brush of a fox's tail, running and clambering over the uneven ground. She wished, not for the first time, that women weren't confined to long skirts even when hunting. Wait, do not run off. Do you even know where you are going? Ignoring William's calls, Camilla moved as silently as she could, following the darting animal with her eyes. The fox suddenly stopped, and so did the girl, peering from behind a large tree trunk. William stopped behind her and she could hear his breathing. Camilla watched, completely still, as the fox resumed running and then ducked into the hollow in the base of a nearby tree trunk. Inside the hollow, she could just make out the shadowed shapes of the vixen's litter. Ah, how sweet! She whispered to herself, forgetting for a moment that she was not alone. When she remembered he was behind her, she quickly turned around to face him, wishing she hadn't acted so childlike about a litter of wild cubs. Camilla found William staring at her with an odd expression on his face. She felt herself blushing and shook her head. Please stop looking at me that way, my lord. I know what you're thinking. Is that so? Do enlighten me then. She gave him a rueful smile. You are thinking I am just a silly girl, and that it is ridiculous to fawn over a litter of cubs, when next year we'll end up hunting those same cubs. William laughed, marveling at her quick wit, not for the first time. That's not what I was thinking at all, though you are likely right about the cubs. He slowly placed his hand on her cheek, and Camilla stood there transfixed, holding her breath. I was actually thinking that you are beautiful. Camilla's expression froze for a moment, but then twisted in anger. She shook off his touch. You truly know how to hit an existing wound, do not you, Your Highness? She turned and started hurrying away. William was dumbfounded. That was her response. After a moment, he followed her, calling out, "Wait." She ignored him. He caught up with her and spun her around by the arm to face him. What does that mean? Where the hell are you going? And why are you suddenly acting so offended? How am I supposed to react to that comment? Her eyes blazed. Well, saying thank you seems like a good start. I think that's appropriate when someone pays you a compliment. Camilla gasped at his arrogance. Why do you have to be so spiteful when I haven't done anything to upset you today? We both know you do not think I am beautiful, so why would you say that? How would you know what I think? Are you a mind reader now? Never mind. Camilla could feel herself turning red and tried to leave, but the prince grabbed her by the arms and stubbornly refused to let her go. She struggled against him, to no avail. Frustrated, she bit out, "You've made it very clear that you find me unpleasant to look at, so stop pretending otherwise." I hate liars. William's face went blank. What did I say? She shook her head. It does not matter, let's not talk about it anymore. She wanted to crawl into a hole in the ground and choke on her own embarrassment. His grip on her arms tightened slightly. What did I say? You are not leaving until you explain yourself. I do not want to talk about this. She shut her eyes tightly and tried to wriggle free but couldn't. Why was he making her relive a humiliating moment? Did he just enjoy being cruel? Despite swearing she never wanted to relive that day, she found herself blurting. At the jousting tournament last spring. His expression did not change, making her even more furious. He was obviously pretending he had no idea what she was talking about. You yelled in front of everyone that you'd never request a favor from a girl who was as dark and ugly as a crow. Slowly, she saw understanding dawn on his face. What she hadn't expected was the blush that crept up his neck and over his face. Oh, then, I did not think you heard me. He mumbled. How would I not have heard? You made sure the entire court heard. The villagers in the borderlands probably heard. She looked at her feet in shame. That was already a hard day for me. I was so homesick and couldn't stop thinking about all the times I'd watched my brothers joust. Then, when you said that. Camilla spoke softly. All the ladies in the pavilion apart from Princess Blanche spent the entire afternoon laughing at me. Do you know some of them still call me the little crow behind my back, even now? I just wanted to lay down and die from loneliness. William gave a low groan when he saw her face. He had never felt more like a terrible excuse for a man. Damn, it was not my intention to make things harder for you. I certainly did not mean to expose you to that pack of bitches at court and make you a target for them. Then why did you make such a horrible comment? William ducked his head, looking uncomfortable. I was just angry at you. I did not mean what I said. Why would you have been angry? We hadn't even spoken that day. Camilla raised her voice. Stop lying to me. An apology means nothing if you will not tell the truth. I am not lying. The prince yelled back. Camilla was determined to break free from his grasp, sick of his excuses and refusal to just tell the truth. She twisted in his grip and wondered if kicking him in the shins would convince him to let go. Sir Louis Rouen. She stopped struggling at his mention of the unfamiliar name. Who's that? The name of the knight you gave your favor to that day. Surely you haven't forgotten him. There was bitterness in the prince's tone. I remember giving my favor to someone, but I never knew his name. What was I supposed to do? He asked me, I gave it to him. Camilla shrugged, struggling with the unexpected turn of their conversation. Why are you even bringing that up? You giving your favor to one of my men meant I couldn't ask you for it myself. That's why I was angry. William explained through clenched teeth. That makes no sense. You weren't going to ask for my favor. I was, actually. Something inside Camilla snapped. You expect me to believe that? Why would you ever ask for my favor? You do not even like me much. She shrilled, enraged that he couldn't find the decency to be honest for once. I like you well enough. William mumbled, flushing a darker red. Camilla gaped at him, utterly confused. The silence ticked on. "Oh, for fuck's sake." The prince finally growled. "I want you. I gave you a box of gemstones. I have been pursuing you for months and you just ignore me. What more do I have to do to get your fucking attention?" He let her arms go to push his hair back anxiously, then muttered mostly to himself. "I do not know what else to do. I do not know how to pursue a woman. I have never had to." He closed his eyes briefly. This was definitely the most embarrassing conversation of his life. When he opened his eyes again, he saw the princess looking at him in stunned silence. At that moment, voices cried out nearby as a group of courtiers drew closer, breaking the tense atmosphere between them. The dark-haired beauty in front of William blushed and then bolted, as if she were the fox being hunted. February 8, 1359. Wester Haven Palace, Islia. After the dinner plates were cleared away, Camilla watched as William lowered his head to have a few words with one of his knights at a nearby table. Several ladies surrounded him and were following his movements carefully. He ignored them all. William then quickly strode back to the high table and held out his hand. "Dance with me, little princess." It was less a request than an order. Camilla was torn between the annoyance of being ordered about and the small but undeniable thrill of knowing he wanted to dance with her. Ever since the morning of the fox hunt a few days back, he'd insisted she dance with him every night. He still did not say much to her, but the quiet between them no longer made her uncomfortable. She did not even mind that he kept his gaze on her the entire time they danced. His piercing stare had softened and no longer seemed so hostile. "I want you," that's what he had said to her that day. His words echoed in her mind. But what exactly did he mean by that? Just that he wanted to lie with her. Camilla had no interest in being one on his list of conquests. The rumor mill suggested that list was a fairly long one. She tried to put all such thoughts out of her mind. Who could know what the future held, especially in her precarious position? For now, she was better off just focusing on the good things. She was safe from her uncle for now. She had good friends in her ladies-in-waiting. And now, the most handsome young man at court wanted to dance with her. William spun her around, then pulled her back into his arms. He still handled her as if her bones would break at the slightest touch, but there was a hint of a smile on his face, as if he genuinely enjoyed her company. She couldn't help smiling in return. Camilla looked to the side and saw Prince Thomas approaching them. She smiled politely at him, but noticed William did not even give him a second glance. Thomas opened his mouth, but before he could even make a sound, William cut him off. "Not now, brother, you are not cutting in," William said with brisk cheerfulness. "But find someone else to bother, better yet." William aimed a sly smile at his cousin. "Ask your lovely wife to dance. Aren't the two of you still supposed to be in the honeymoon phase?" "Fuck, those are probably the cruelest words you've ever said to me, Will." Tom glared back. "My apologies." Will shrugged, not sounding even slightly sorry. "But this lady is spoken for." Camilla tried to smile reassuringly to Prince Thomas as he started to stomp away. Instead, she ended up giving a startled little scream when William picked that exact moment to whirl her around. He laughed at her reaction. "If you'd kept your eyes on your dance partner and not on Tom, you wouldn't have reacted like that." There was something in his words that struck her as familiar, and a strange feeling of déjà vu hit her briefly. Shrugging it off, she looked up into the prince's striking eyes. There was something about his gaze that made her feel like she was the only person in the room. "You shouldn't have said that to him," she finally managed to say. "No one should be teased for being in an unhappy marriage. Do not you feel even a little sorry for him?" The corners of his lips twitched. "He can use the deeds to all his new land titles to mop away his tears." Camilla sighed, doing her best to keep a straight face. "Is there anything you take seriously?" "No, not much. Now that Tom's married, I do not think it will be long before His Majesty forces me to pick a wife from a suitable shortlist of rich, ugly heiresses. I am sure I'll end up as miserable as Tom and Rufus, even Leo. Until then, there's nothing I want to take too seriously." He gave her a heart-stopping smile. No wonder the ladies of the court flocked to him, she admitted to herself. He is more charming than the devil himself. King Edward nibbled on a honeyed plum and cast a tired look across the banquet hall. Next to him sat his queen, who was feeling well enough to join the court for the formal dinner. He wouldn't readily admit it, but he appreciated her company. Her warm, steady presence brought him a type of comfort that no one else could. The evenings she remained in her apartments, there was never a shortage of young women willing to keep him company both at the table and in bed. But he was wise enough to know that those wenches felt nothing for him. Like everyone else around him, they were all there for their own benefit. Everyone wants their piece of the king. He could see his youngest son sulking, refusing to sit anywhere near his new wife. He knew Tom resented the marriage arranged for him, but the gold and tracts of land the De Boer clan had offered had been too good to turn down. He hoped that with the passing of time, his hot-tempered son would learn to at least accept his wife. Across the hall, Rufus and Annabel looked like they were in the middle of one of their heated arguments. The courtiers around them were listening to every word while politely pretending to look elsewhere. King Edward's keen gaze then caught something unusual. His nephew was dancing with the Princess of Moragh. His nephew dancing was not in itself unusual. The lad had been blessed with the most handsome of the Devon features. Women flocked to him in droves. What caught the king's attention was the air of familiarity, almost intimacy, between the two young people. William had what looked like a genuine smile on his face, instead of his usual aloof smirk. He leaned down to whisper something in the girl's ear that made her tilt her head back and laugh. This was not the first time he had seen the two of them together dancing. They made a strikingly beautiful pair. When had they started getting along so well? He stroked his gray beard as his suspicious mind started churning. He turned to his wife, who had her eyes closed to better lose herself in the music. "Did you know about this?" Queen Celia slowly opened her eyes and gazed in the direction her husband was gesturing. "Know about what, husband? What am I looking for?" "William, dancing and acting the fool with the Moravian girl." "What about it? Is he not allowed to dance now? It looks rather innocent to me." "Not just that." King Edward replied impatiently. "Did not her give her a pile of gems as a New Year's gift? Perhaps he thought she might feel left out if she was the only person in my apartments that evening that did not receive a gift." Queen Celia's voice was smooth. The king scoffed. "You truly believe that? That an arrogant, self-absorbed boy like our nephew had the foresight to buy a gift for a girl just to prevent her feeling left out?" Queen Celia watched the stunning young couple for a couple of moments, smiling softly. Then she finally replied to her husband. "What I believe is irrelevant. I am just glad to see William smiling for once. He deserves a little happiness, do not you agree?" King Edward grunted. Celia had always been the dreamer, whereas he was far more pragmatic. "I suppose, so long as the pursuit of this so-called happiness does not interfere with his future. I have grand plans for William. His marriage will likely be useful for Islia. It hasn't even been a month since Tom's wedding. Isn't it a little early to start planning another royal marriage?" The queen tried to stop an edge creeping into her voice. "Nonsense. You've always had a soft spot for that boy, even greater than the one you have for children that were born from your own belly. Do not think that it has gone unnoticed." The king accused her. "I am simply tired of seeing my children unhappy." Queen Celia sighed. 3 of our 4 sons are leading miserable lives with the women they are cleaved to. You married both of our daughters off when they were barely out of their childhoods, and I haven't seen their faces in years. All I have are letters from them, telling me their husbands treat them poorly. I secured good, advantageous marriage for all our children," the king protested. "As part of the Devon line, they have always known they'd need to play their parts in securing our royal line. William will have his part to play also. In that case, let William have a little happiness before you compel him to play his part for our royal house." February 19, 1359. Wester Haven Palace, Islia. The day dawned cold but clear. That morning, Camilla sat by the fireplace in her presence chamber, a half-finished tapestry spread across her lap. She rubbed her eyes, trying to mask her irritation. After several days of dreary fog and rain keeping everyone inside, she was feeling bored and restless. There were only so many tapestries she could help stitch or so many times she could listen to the same gossip in the queen's apartments. As if sensing her mood, Meg stretched and asked, "Shall we go for a walk outside?" "Who would ever want to go out there? It will be freezing." Katarine looked up briefly from her embroidery. "Who cares about the cold? We have plenty of furs for that." Meg was starting to sound as restless as Camilla felt. "I am tired of being cooped up inside. This has been the rainiest winter I can remember." Meg shot the princess a pleading look. "Just a short walk at least, my lady." Camilla nodded and stood up. She pulled out a lush sable wrap for herself and another one for Meg. "Aren't you worried about getting chilled, my lady?" asked the ever-cautious Elizabeth. Camilla laughed. "Do not worry about that, Bess. Winters in Arlington are far colder than this. We will not be long and hopefully I'll return in a better mood." Camilla and Meg walked arm in arm through the eastern gardens, which looked ragged and waterlogged after the recent storms. Apart from the gardeners hard at work, the grounds were virtually deserted. Meg grumbled and talked about the previous winter, which had been full of hunts and outdoor activities due to the mild weather. Even Queen Celia was able to ice skate then. This depressing weather is dampening everyone's spirits. Meg paused talking, and after looking around, the two ladies realized they had walked a long way and unwittingly ended up at the edge of the training grounds. Camilla turned to head back towards the palace when the air was filled with the din of clashing weapons, followed by the boisterous cheers of men. Meg immediately turned in the direction of the noise, eyes bright with curiosity. "Let us have a look, my lady." "They probably will not appreciate being interrupted, Meg." "Who said anything about interrupting? We can just quietly watch from the sidelines, even for a few minutes. If I have to go back inside now, I swear I will stab myself with one of Bess's tapestry needles." With a laugh, Camilla allowed Meg to steer her in the direction of the noise. As they turned a corner around a storage pavilion, they encountered a small crowd. There were a dozen or so knights in only their training shirts and leather trousers, despite the brisk wind. They were all watching two men in the middle of a sword fight. King Edward, wrapped in rich furs and seated in an upholstered chair, also watched the two fighters with keen interest. Though it was only a training match, it was being fought with brutal intensity. Camilla realized one of the sword-wielding men was William. His hair was tousled, and he was soaked with sweat, his white linen shirt almost transparent and clinging to his lithe frame. She watched in quiet admiration as he swung and parried with practiced grace. She felt her face grow hot. Oh, is His Highness just the most beautiful creature? It is truly unfair to all the other knights. Meg whispered suggestively. Camilla shushed her, not wanting to interrupt the sword fight. "I have heard that men who are good fighters are often good lovers as well." Meg continued undeterred, elbowing Camilla in the ribs. "Oh my lord, what is wrong with you?" Camilla hissed. Despite her efforts to keep her friend quiet, a peal of cheeky laughter escaped from Meg when she saw Camilla's blushing face. The laughter drew the attention of both fighters, followed by the audience. William's blow knocked his opponent's sword from his hand. The weapon clattered and slid along the ground, coming to a stop not far from the two ladies. Meg shrieked and jumped back a little, startled by the clashing sound of the steel as it tumbled towards her. Camilla stood still for a moment and then approached the sword. She picked it up, examining the dulled blade and testing its weight in her hands. "Here, give it back." William approached her with his hand outstretched. Camilla hesitated, enjoying the rush of excitement from holding the sword. She fixed him with a steady look. "Why such a hurry? Are you worried I'll injure you, my lord?" The men in the crowd who heard whistled at the princess's impertinence. The prince gave a dark chuckle. "No, I am worried you'll injure yourself. Practice swords can still cut through flesh, and I do not have time to give you the proper instruction." "I see." Camilla was still for a moment, thinking. The next moment, her wrist gave a small, practiced movement. The sword tip lightly flicked William's shirt sleeve, cutting the tie that allowed the sleeve to remain rolled up. His hand immediately went to his sleeve, touching to check that the skin beneath was unbroken. He gave her an incredulous look. Camilla's face reminded Placid. "I can assure you I have had the proper instruction, Your Grace, since I was old enough to hold a sword." The training ground had turned completely silent, and even the king was staring wide-eyed at the slender young woman calmly holding the weapon. William swung his sword down at her with less force than he'd typically use on a training opponent, testing her. She reacted and blocked him with ease. He swung at her a second time, faster. Again she blocked him. "Wait," she called out, pausing to carefully pull off each of her tall shoes. She faced him barefoot and grinned. "It wouldn't be fair to defeat you while wearing high heels." The surrounding crowd howled at her bravado. William stared at her with narrowed eyes as a rush of fiercely competitive energy ran through him. He began to attack in earnest, and the ring of clashing steel filled the air again. Camilla knew the prince would eventually defeat her. He had the advantage of greater height and strength, as well as the stamina earned on the battlefield, but she knew she could hold her own at least for a while. She moved deftly to dodge a blow, but the tip of William's sword caught the shoulder of her dress, slicing the fabric slightly. "First blood, Your Highness," he grinned. She nodded to acknowledge the contact, then the battle resumed. After a few more strikes, Camilla managed to slice the edge of his shirt near his ribs. "It looks like I have evened the score, my lord." Their eyes locked, and he stared at her with an urge to dominate, not just in a sword fight, but in every sense of the word. This girl made him feel like he was burning up with fever. He swung his sword again and increased his efforts. Soon, the sound of tearing fabric was heard again. The sleeve that William had damaged slightly at the start of the fight was now almost torn clean, completely exposing one of her dainty shoulders. He gave a low growl at the sight, and all thoughts of sword fighting left his mind. There was another battle he was far more interested in now. An image flashed in his mind of tasting her creamy skin and hearing her beg for mercy as he sucked on her bare flesh. He had to have her. "All right, that's enough. The battle has ended," called out King Edward, laughing. "If I know you, lad, you will not stop until the poor maiden's gown has been shredded to ribbons at her feet." He summoned the princess to his side. Blushing, Camilla handed the training sword to William and approached the king. Awkwardly pulling up her torn sleeve over her shoulder, she bowed. Had she been too brazen? If the women of Islia weren't taught to read, then they probably weren't taught how to handle a weapon either. King Edward gave her a long, appraising look. "You are a dark horse indeed, princess. Where did you learn to wield a sword?" "I learned alongside my brothers, sire. My mother was not too fond of the idea, but father convinced her it would be good if I knew how to defend myself if the need ever arose." The king slowly smiled. "Well, I admit I have never seen sword fighting look so graceful." Pausing, he added, "Join me for my midday meal, princess. You can tell me all about this childhood training of yours." Camilla bowed again to convey her thanks. "If you please, Your Majesty, I'd like to change my gown before then." The king gave a burst of genuine laughter. "You are a fascinating creature, my girl. I only pity the man who takes you as his wife. The poor bastard will have to sleep with one eye open." March 27, 1359. Magdalene Castle, Islia. The days after Easter Sunday were a time of celebration in Islia. It was an opportunity to cast off the Lent fasting and deprivations and welcome the impending arrival of spring. After what had felt like an endless bitter winter, even in the milder climate of southern Islia, the court had finally returned north to Magdalene Castle. To her surprise, Camilla felt a rush of familiarity and comfort when she saw the rosy-colored walls of the castle. After only a couple of days, she was settled into her apartments in the southern wing, almost as if she had never left. The king had announced there would be a costume ball that night to celebrate the return to Magdalene. Camilla had inwardly groaned at the announcement, wanting to just spend the evening curled up in her bed. However, she knew she'd have to scrape together the last of her enthusiasm and take part. Camilla and her ladies walked into the great hall that night dressed as woodland fairies. They had taken turns fashioning gowns out of sheer, creamy gauze. Camilla could barely breathe after Katerine had wrapped her in lengths of gauze, insisting the tight layers were the only way to stop the fabric being translucent. She just wanted the night to be over with so she could escape as quickly as possible. She wondered vaguely if it would take Bonnie as long to unbind her from the cursed dress as it had taken to get her into it. William weaved through the crowded hall, looking for the princess. As much as he loathed admitting it to himself, she was the only one who drew his attention these days. A lady in an extravagant mask adorned with peacock feathers sidled up to him, but he shoved her aside slightly and kept walking. There was something about a costume ball, he mused, that made the court act more boldly than usual. A fountain of honeysuckle wine had been set up in the center of the room for guests to help themselves. William had no doubt the night would descend into debauchery within a few hours. He was determined to find Camilla well before that happened. He finally found her, sipping from a goblet and in polite conversation with a brown-haired knight. Sir Lewis Rouen. Fuck, not him again. William hissed. Camilla was dressed as a forest nymph in a pale, shimmery dress that clung to her curves, with ivy twined through her loose hair and a crown of early spring rosebuds on her head. She smiled as she listened to whatever Sir Lewis was telling her, but William could tell the smile did not quite reach her eyes. As he approached, William gave Sir Lewis a hard look and gestured subtly with his chin that he'd better make himself scarce. The knight frowned but quickly bowed and departed. Camilla half smiled at him. Good evening, my lord. That's a rather bold choice of costume. He was dressed as a barbarian warlord of the wild northern kingdoms, in a leather breastplate and a fur-lined cloak draped over one shoulder. Blue war paint was streaked around his eyes. He smiled back. Do I look familiar then? How many such warriors have you crossed paths with before? None. Really? You are lying to me. Not a single one. Camilla stared at him for a moment and then scowled. Of course not. What kind of life do you think I used to lead? Do you think barbarians roam wild around Moragh like livestock? William laughed, always enjoying getting a reaction out of her. Well, if I haven't scared you off, then come dance with me for a while. Without waiting for her reply, he laced his fingers through hers and led her out. The night was rapidly blurring into one dance after another. After dancing with William, Camilla found herself spun around in Prince Rufus's arms. The older prince had insisted she drink more of the honeysuckle wine especially prepared for the occasion, though she found it too strong. She then danced with Robin, Francis, and back with Prince Rufus. The noise in the room was getting louder and louder as the guests continued indulging in endless wine. The prince insisted she toast with him to an abundant harvest and down another goblet. Camilla shook her head and refused the prince when he took the empty cup from her hand and replaced it with a fresh one. Her vision was starting to blur. Oh, come on, live a little. Rufus pressed the wine to her lips. She obliged by taking a small sip, but he was not satisfied. Camilla pressed the back of her hand to her forehead, willing the room to stop spinning. Rufus seemed amused. Perhaps some fresh air would do you good. Let's take a walk through the garden then. His smile was pleasant, but Camilla found it unnerving. He grabbed her elbow and started steering her in the direction of the main doors. Camilla tried to protest, but she couldn't form the words. Her mouth felt like it had been stuffed with cloth, and her legs felt heavy. Your wife is looking for you, cousin. William's calm voice suddenly reached her ears. Camilla felt relief flood through her as she turned to find him next to her. Rufus suddenly dropped his hold of her elbow. William gave Rufus a bland smile. Better hurry, she is rather angry already. Before Rufus could retort that he'd deal with Annabel later, William delivered the final blow. She is sitting with the king right now, crying on his shoulder as we speak. Rufus let out a string of the most vulgar curses Camilla had ever heard. As if completely forgetting she existed, the older prince turned and stalked back into the crowd. Are you all right? You do not look well. William frowned at her as she rubbed her spinning head. She shook her head, even though it made the dizziness worse. I feel awful. Prince Rufus told me that fresh air would help, but I just want to lie down. Camilla was horrified to hear herself slurring. Do you feel queasy? His gaze was a mixture of pity and wariness. No, just dizzy, and my head hurts. William grabbed her by the elbow and started walking her towards the door. Rufus is right. Fresh air does actually help. I am afraid you just chose the wrong person to get air with. Camilla tried to explain she hadn't actually chosen to follow Rufus, but gave up. It was hard to string words together. William led her out of the hall and down the central staircase. As they started walking down the stairs, Camilla felt her legs tremble and she pitched forward, off balance. She felt like she was almost out of her body, as the image of her tumbling down the stairs and breaking her neck flashed through her mind. Before she started falling, a strong arm around her waist wrenched her upright. Instinctively, she clutched at whatever was nearest in terror. She found herself face to face with the prince, with handfuls of his cloak in her fists. He was clinging to the balustrade with one hand, stopping them both from falling down the flight of stairs. Camilla was torn between relief and embarrassment. William, on the other hand, looked amused. "Do not worry, we will not fall. This isn't how I plan to die." He waited a few moments until she stopped shaking. "Do you think you can walk slowly down the stairs now?" Camilla nodded, thinking it would have been more of a mercy to have broken her neck than to have to be guided down the staircase like a small child. They descended slowly, his arm around her waist to stop her from stumbling again. When they reached the bottom, William led her down a corridor until they reached a side door, which he held open for her. "I am so embarrassed." Camilla whimpered. William grinned down at her and gave her waist a little squeeze. "Oh, this is nothing compared to the embarrassment you'll feel tomorrow morning when you wake up sober." "Why must you always choose words that make things worse?" she despaired. William laughed. "Do not fret. If getting dizzy from too much wine is what you are most embarrassed about, then I think you are managing quite well. Most people left in that hall will have far greater regrets tomorrow." He winked at her. "I just find it amusing to see your perfect facade slip, and remind me you are just as flawed as the rest of us." "I am glad I amuse you so much." Camilla grumbled. "I changed my mind, I just want to go to bed." William bit the inside of his cheek to stop from laughing out loud at her innocence. "As tempting an offer as that is, I'll have to turn you down. I prefer my women coherent." It took a moment for Camilla to understand his reply. When she did, all she could do was wail in embarrassment as William chuckled. The feeling of the cool night air against her flushed face made Camilla even dizzier. Still holding her firmly by the waist, William led her down a small cleared path and to a cluster of timber arbors. "Hold on to one of the posts and breathe slowly," William instructed her. "You are not going to faint, are you?" "No." Camilla gritted her teeth, as if she hadn't already embarrassed herself enough. At least he was trying to be helpful and had now stopped teasing her about it, she supposed. Holding to one of the arbor's rough hew posts, Camilla closed her eyes and took long, slow breaths of the crisp air. After several minutes, she gradually felt her dizziness subside and her thoughts clear. She was still a little unsteady on her feet, but no longer thought that going down a flight of stairs would send her tumbling. She sighed in relief. Feeling better. She turned around and saw the prince leaning against a tree trunk and watching her. She nodded slightly, smiling. "Much better, you were right about fresh air helping." "Well, I know what it is like to need to sober up quickly." William sounded amused, then his voice grew softer, quieter. "Since you are feeling better then, come closer." Camilla looked in his direction, puzzled by the sudden change. His face was half hidden in the shadow of the tree's canopy, making it hard for her to read his expression. She took a couple of steps in his direction, then stopped, hesitating. "Closer." Drawn towards his voice, she took a couple more tentative steps. His face was out of the shadow now, and his narrowed gaze was boring into hers. "Closer again, my dear." His voice was low and alluring, like dark, sweet honey. Camilla stopped when she was a short distance away from him, unsure why she could suddenly feel her pulse throbbing in her veins. Under his intense stare, she felt both admired and exposed. She suddenly crossed her arms around her chest. "Are you afraid of me?" There was a hint of a smile on his beautiful mouth. Was she afraid, though? It was not so much fear as apprehension, she thought to herself. Apprehension mixed with excitement over something she couldn't put her finger on. Slowly, she cast her eyes down and shook her head. Camilla couldn't bring herself to look up when William closed the distance between them. He placed 2 fingers under her chin and gently tipped her face upwards until their eyes locked. "No, I do not think you are afraid of me." His voice was a tempting hum. "I think you are just unsure of yourself." His thumb brushed slowly along her lower lip, causing her to shiver slightly. Then he leaned forward and brushed his lips against hers. For a moment, Camilla was frozen on the spot and couldn't react. But as he softly kissed again and again, warmth began to pool in her belly and slowly spread to her limbs. She felt one of his hands pressing on the small of her back, while his other hand slowly traced the line of her jaw and then buried itself in her hair. The faint scent of roses filled the air as his hand accidentally crushed one of the blossoms in her flower crown. She uncrossed her arms and slowly wound them around William's neck. The kiss deepened, and he used the hand in her hair to tip her head in the direction he wanted, so that he could kiss her harder. He then delicately traced her lower lip with the tip of his tongue. Camilla parted her own lips at the surprising sensation. When she did, the prince took the opportunity to slide his tongue into her mouth, pulling her tighter against his chest. She gasped, not sure if it was out of fear or pleasure. Camilla felt herself growing dizzy again, but it was a far more pleasant feeling than when she had drunk too much wine. She felt as if every nerve in her body was alert and humming, sparking with something she couldn't explain. A feeling akin to hunger was building up in her belly. She ran her fingers through his hair. William finally broke the kiss and pulled back slightly. The disappointment she felt when he eased away was almost like a punch in the chest. Unable to bear it a moment longer, Camilla tightened her arms around his neck and pulled his mouth against hers again. She felt and heard him chuckle as he kissed her again. Camilla found herself clinging to the prince's shoulders. She could feel his hands slowly running up and down her back, the heat of them warming her through her thin dress. Tighter and tighter, he pulled her against his frame until she could suddenly feel a hard, unfamiliar bulge against her lower belly. She flinched slightly, suddenly frightened. William suddenly let go of her and took a step back, as if he sensed her fear. Both of them faced each other, wide-eyed and gasping for breath. His voice was hoarse when he finally broke the silence. "You should probably head back." "Back?" Camilla's mind was completely blank. "To the costume ball." Oh, she had completely forgotten about the ball. All she could hear was her pulse thudding in her ears. She was standing there eager to kiss him again, yet he seemed to have changed his mind and was now trying to get rid of her. "You want me to leave?" William gave a short, harsh laugh and raked his hands through his messy hair. "What? Of course I do not want you to fucking leave. But I think it is best that you go, while I still have a thread of self-control left." Camilla tipped her head, hesitating. Perhaps one more kiss then, before she left. William must have read the intent in her eyes because he deliberately looked away. "Go, goddammit, back to the castle. Get the hell out of my sight before I change my mind." His sharp tone jolted Camilla out of her almost dreamy state. He had been so sweet to her all evening, kissed her until she barely remembered her own name, and now suddenly he was sending her away? How did he run so hot and cold, so quickly? Feeling offended, she turned and started heading back towards the castle in a huff. The further she walked, the angrier she felt. There was no understanding that man. It was like he deliberately wanted her to always feel confused by him. As she slipped into a darkened corridor she knew would lead her towards the back of the banquet hall, a shadow suddenly stepped out and blocked her path. She looked up and realized it was Sir Richard Bentworth. He leered down at her. "Good evening, princess. It is such a nice night for a walk in the gardens. Care to join me?" Camilla shook her head. "I am feeling tired, Sir Richard. I just want to rest now." She tried to skirt past him, but his bulky frame blocked her path. Suddenly, he grabbed her arm and pulled her roughly towards him. Camilla instantly stiffened. It was the second time in less than a few minutes she had been so close to a man's body. But while Prince William's presence had made her feel both safe and giddy with butterflies, being this close to Richard repelled her. "Come on, do not pretend to be shy. Why do not you want to kiss me like you kissed Will?" His grip was turning painful as she tried to wrangle out of his hold. "You were watching us." Camilla choked out the question, feeling her face grow hot with shame. It never occurred to her that someone would follow them out to the arbors. "Do not worry, I will not tell anyone about it. It can stay a secret between you and me. For a price, of course." His breath was unpleasantly hot on her face. Fear stabbed at her heart as she tried to free her arm and escape. Richard grabbed her other arm and pulled her against him. What, am I not good enough for you? You are willing to act like a whore for a prince, but not for me. Suddenly, he squeezed her breast roughly with his right hand. Camilla almost screamed. She shoved him away with all her strength and managed to make him stumble back slightly. She used the opportunity to flee, running as fast as she could. She did not stop until she reached her rooms. Locking the bedchamber door behind her, she leaned against the door while shaking and gasping for air. She ripped the flower crown off her head and sat on the edge of her bed. She felt on edge and strangely dirty, as if she'd committed a terrible sin. Even though it was late, Camilla called her maids to run her a bath. She wanted soak in the water to wash every trace of Richard Bentworth from her skin. March 30, 1359. Magdalene Castle, Islia. The large crowd was restless as they waited, scattered throughout the barren northern garden, for the cockfight to begin. William was not especially fond of cockfighting himself, but King Edward and most of his sons enjoyed it. William stood on the first-floor gallery with a few other young nobles. He hadn't even intended to watch. He had been on his way out of the castle to meet a few of his knights for lance training. It was only because Francis had casually mentioned Camilla would be among the group watching the fight from the gallery that William had changed his plans. He now found himself standing behind the princess, still wearing his chain mail vest. The fighting got underway, the usual explosion of noise and violence. William barely paid attention. His attention was focused on the girl in front of him, watching every little flinch and gasp as she reacted to the squawking, clawing birds. He bit his lip every time she took a little step backwards and her back would brush against him. "You've never seen a cockfight before," he whispered in her ear. She shook her head. "I cannot believe people find this entertaining. It is making me queasy." Her voice was tight with anxiety. When the messy spectacle in the garden finally ended, the courtiers began to slowly disperse. William stepped backwards, intending to go and train with his knights as he'd originally planned. He suddenly heard a small scream of pain. "Ow, why are you pulling my hair?" Camilla shrieked. Confused, William looked down and realized what had happened. When she had leaned back against him during the fight, it had caused her long hair to become hopelessly tangled in his chain mail vest. "Damn, your hair's caught. Give me a moment." He tried to tug a handful away, but only made Camilla shriek again. The few courtiers who remained in the gallery with them saw what was happening and started to laugh. William scowled at them. "Instead of standing around finding this so goddamn amusing, one of you should try and make yourself useful. Do any of you have a dagger I can borrow to cut Her Highness loose?" At those words, Camilla cried out, but in panic instead of pain. "You cannot be serious. I am not letting you hackle my hair off." "Well, what else am I supposed to do?" he snapped back. One of the ladies peered at the tangle of hair. "Oh, what a dreadful mess. Almost every strand is caught in the chain mail. I cannot see any other way around it than to let His Grace cut off your hair. More's the pity your pretty locks were loose instead of braided and veiled. Then this could have been avoided." Her voice oozed fake sympathy. William fixed the lady with a cold look. He then realized there was nothing she'd enjoy more than seeing the princess's hair hacked off. In fact, he was sure most of the ladies of the court would be delighted with that outcome. Those jealous bitches would no doubt revel in her humiliation. In that moment, he ruled out using a dagger or a pair of shears to free them. He couldn't do it, couldn't make Camilla a laughingstock. He'd have to find another way. "I shouldn't need to cut your hair," he spoke reassuringly. "I should be able to untangle it if I tackle a small section at a time. You'll just have to be patient." The other lady spoke up again, her voice laced with malice. "But I fear that will take a very long time, Your Highness, and there's not much daylight left. Such a shame the sun will set soon, and you will not be able to see what you are doing. Since you obviously have no helpful advice to offer me, perhaps you can fuck off, Lady Darla." William spoke in his sweetest voice. "By standing there, you are blocking what little light there is." Lady Darla gasped in shock and embarrassment, realizing that far from making the princess look foolish in the prince's eyes, she'd actually managed to anger him. She flounced off down the gallery, followed by the remaining courtiers. Once they had been left alone, Camilla asked hesitantly, "Do you really think you can untangle it?" I know it is a silly vanity, especially since hair grows back, but... No, I understand. William's voice softened when he replied. And yes, I think I can fix this. Just give me a little time. Agreed. Camilla gave a small nod. William got to work by slowly grabbing the sections of her hair that weren't caught in the metal links and draping them carefully over Camilla's shoulder to keep them out of the way. As he did, the side of his hand brushed her neck. It almost appeared as if she shivered slightly when he touched her bare skin, but he told himself that was just his imagination. He started with a small lock, methodically unhooking from the chain mail and, once free, draping it over her shoulder. Then he focused on another lock. Bit by bit, he managed to gently untangle her hair, draping every loose section over her shoulder. There was something strangely erotic about running his fingers through her soft, fragrant hair, about being so close but barely touching her. Every time he placed a section of hair over her shoulder, his fingers would graze her bare neck and collarbones. It was no accident. William felt his breathing quicken slightly, and his fingers tingled every time they brushed her exposed skin. He marveled at how such little physical contact could be so arousing. She started shivering with each one of his little touches. He was barely able to hold back from kissing the back of her neck. Lord help me, he thought as he let his fingers drift across her collarbones again, dangerously close to the tops of her breasts. Finally, he managed to unwind the last lock of her hair from the chain mail. He felt his blood churning. All done, he croaked. You can turn around now. As she slowly turned to face him, William felt his heart pounding in anticipation. He gazed down at her, hoping to see even some of the hunger he was feeling mirrored on her beautiful face, but there was nothing there. Just nothing. The expression on her face was serene, and her gaze up at him was innocent. William realized with horror that his reaction had all been one-sided. He'd been standing there behind her almost shaking from raw desire, and she hadn't even noticed. Or if she had noticed, she did not care. His physical presence hadn't affected her at all. He watched in a helpless trance as she slowly parted her full, rosy lips to speak. We should head back and join the others, she said simply. My ladies will want to start getting ready for dinner. She turned away from him and started languidly walking down the gallery. William did not budge. She cast him a brief look over her shoulder. Are you coming, my lord, or do you prefer to stay here? William could feel his face heating up, and he squeezed his eyes shut for a moment. The violent surge of emotion running through him was fierce. Was it rage, embarrassment, aching frustration? A mixture of all those. In a burst of fury, he loosened the straps on either side of his ribs that held the chain mail vest to his body. With a single, ferocious movement, he pulled the vest over his head and off, throwing it onto the stone floor. The clanking sound of metal on stone made the princess flinch slightly, but then she turned to face forward again and started walking away. He was left with no choice but to follow her, like a whipped dog would follow his master. The rage burned in his chest. He did not know he could feel hatred like this. William trailed behind her down the northern gallery, feeling his humiliation simmering as hot as his desire. The only mercy was that the shadows were long at this time of the day, and the wall torches hadn't yet been lit by servants. He would stay in the shadows until he could calm himself down, but he couldn't hold his tongue. He cursed it under his breath and then started muttering bitter complaints to her back as they walked down the empty gallery. Damn you to hell and back. Do you know how hard it was to keep my hands off you when I want you so fucking badly? I am literally burning up next to you and you act like it means nothing. All you ever do is fucking ignore me. She abruptly stopped walking, causing him to almost crash into her. She spun around to face him, then dove at him, pushing him back as she pounded his chest with her small fists. I was not ignoring you, she almost yelled. William was so taken aback by her sudden reaction that he took a couple of unsteady steps backwards, feeling his back collide with the corridor wall. She always seemed so calm and unflappable. He looked down at her flushed face, wondering if he had finally broken her control. He saw a range of turbulent emotions in her eyes, so different to the cool detachment she usually faced him with. She repeated in a calmer voice, I was not ignoring you. And then she raised herself on tiptoes to kiss him on the mouth without any hesitation. It was like being struck by a bolt of lightning. William quickly cupped her face with both hands and kissed her back hungrily as her lips parted. Wrapping one arm around her hips, he then lifted her up off the ground slightly and pivoted until she was the one with her back pressed against the wall. He heard her moan softly, which made the already feverish heat already running through his entire body burn even higher. He licked and then suddenly nipped her full lower lip, cursing the layers of clothing between them. He felt ravenous, wanting nothing more than to feel her hot, bare skin pressed against his. Instead, he had to make do with pushing one of his legs between hers as he kneaded her hips. She writhed as he ground against her, and he felt like screaming from pent-up frustration. He rubbed his tongue against hers over and over again. More, the voice in his head kept repeating, "I need more." Breaking the kiss, his mouth trailed the edge of her jaw and kissed the freckle under her ear, like he had dreamed of doing for months. Then his hot mouth trailed lower, down her neck, until he felt her quickened breath catch in her throat and her arms tighten around him. He groaned as he buried his face in the crook of her neck, taking in the delicious scent of her hair and skin. He could feel her rapid heartbeat thudding under his lips as he muttered, "Fuck, why do you have to taste so good?" He was tempted to nip her neck but held off, not wanting to risk leaving a mark that would require copious explanations. He ran his tongue down her throat and up again, savoring the taste of her. Pulling the neckline of her gown aside roughly, he grazed her exposed shoulder with his teeth. He then tore his mouth from her and looked down at her, their lips only slightly apart. Her cheeks were flushed and her breaths were coming as quickly as his own. The image of her moaning and writhing beneath him filled his mind, and it was excruciating. "Just lie with me, damn it." He could hear the pleading note in his voice, but he did not care. He was willing to humble himself if it meant she would share his bed. He was absolutely dying to explore her untouched body. "You know I cannot do that," she whispered, but she did not sound absolutely certain. "Come on." He would happily resort to outright begging for this woman. "Do not you want to? Aren't you even the least bit curious?" He brushed his lips against hers teasingly between words, trailing his hands gently up and down her sides. She smiled a little shyly and shook her head to deny his words, but they both knew she was lying. Her hazy eyes and ragged breathing, the way she clung to him, told William she desired him as well. He smiled. He had always loved the thrill of the chase, and the prize at the end of this chase would surely be worth it. After what felt like an eternity, he had finally sparked her desire. All he needed now was a little more time to convince her. He felt her gasp sharply again, but this time with fear, not pleasure. She was no longer looking at him, but over his shoulder, her expression a mixture of shock and guilt. William realized someone was watching them. They'd been discovered and would now have to face the consequences. He cursed under his breath. How was he going to explain his way out of this one? Who would ever believe anything but the obvious? That he had the Princess of Moragth pinned against a wall with his body, both of them flushed with lust? As quick as a flash of lightning, a dozen possibilities tore through his mind about what he could say, depending on who had caught them. He prayed with all his might that it was not his uncle. William hurriedly took a step back from the princess and turned around, finding himself being watched by a pair of cold, accusing eyes. Teshin. William almost sagged with relief. "Good afternoon, old friend." The healer did not reply, continuing to stare at the young couple with obvious disapproval. His eyes flicked onto Camilla, who blushed bright pink and hung her head. Teshin finally spoke, his voice quiet. "I was just walking with the king when he was unexpectedly called away by one of his advisors." He said no more, but the suggestion in his voice was obvious. It was at that moment that Camilla bolted, slipping past William and down the darkening corridor. William ran his hands through his hair and took a shaky breath. "Well, I suppose I should get ready for the evening. I'll see you in the Great Hall." "William." Teshin rarely called him by his first name only, as if he were some common lad instead of a son from a great ruling dynasty. And every time he did, William felt like a misbehaving child again. He reluctantly met the old man's eyes. "Explain yourself." Teshin's voice was emotionless. William felt a twinge of annoyance. Why did he owe this man an explanation? It was not any of his business. "What do you want me to say? You saw what you saw. William crossed his arms defensively. And you can stop overreacting. It was just a kiss, nothing more. Nothing more for you, you mean? What are you talking about? Speak plainly for once. William had no patience for Teshin's loaded statements when he was still feeling flushed and hot. Teshin's tone was icy. It will not be just a kiss to her. The poor girl is infatuated with you, Lord help her. Infatuated? William repeated, raising his eyebrows in surprise. Well, that was an unexpected turn of events. So I can convince her to lie with me, you think? Is that all you have to say? Tell me, lad, have you ever had a thought that was not completely selfish? William blinked. It was rare for Teshin to grow visibly angry. Even when he'd been a child constantly punished by other adults for getting into scrapes and mischief, Teshin had always been a calm, reliable presence in his life. But now, the old man's face was contorted in suppressed temper. You've bedded plenty of women, but this is a young, innocent maiden we are talking about. She has absolutely no experience with the ways of men. If you lie with her and then leave, you'll not only ruin her reputation, you will break her heart. William rubbed the back of his nape. What are you talking about? No one's saying anything about heartbreak. You are not just exaggerating and making things sound worse than they are you? Teshin gave a humorless laugh. For her sake, I wish I was, but I can see that she adores you. If you just use her, she'll be utterly crushed. Adore? But Teshin, I want her. I crave her. I have for months on end. Are you telling me to just give up on that? Yes. The old man replied firmly. That's what I am telling you. If you have any feelings for the girl in that cold little heart of yours, you'll stay away from her. Do not ruin her for the sake of a romp. Are you serious? Do you know what you're asking me to do? William groaned. Yes, but you'll get over it and move on. There are plenty of other options for you. She'd be unable to do the same if you touch her. William clenched his jaw as thoughts scrambled through his agitated mind. The problem was, he did not want any other woman. Could he really force himself to stay away from Camilla? On the other hand, did he really want to be responsible for a broken heart, as Teshin was so afraid would happen? He'd never stopped to think about what a lady thought or felt when he discarded her. It had never seemed important. He just assumed they moved on as quickly as him. Maybe that was not the case. He remembered when Camilla confessed how she'd felt when she'd heard him calling her a dark-haired crow so many months ago. The way her face had crumpled with hurt. The memory still stung him. He couldn't do it. William realized he couldn't hurt her any more than he could cut her hair off. He closed his eyes in despair. Why did the fates put him in this position? Fine, William said through gritted teeth. You have my word, I'll stay away from her. I know I am going to live to regret this. April 2, 1359. Magdalene Castle, Islia. William was doing his best to avoid Princess Camilla. He really was. After giving Teshin his word to stop pursuing the Moragathian girl, he had no longer asked her to dance. He had stopped initiating conversation or invitations to go for a walk. Dinners in the banquet hall now ticked by in long, awkward silences. He tried not to even look at her. Hopefully Teshin considered that effort enough, because it was killing William. Dancing with other ladies brought no pleasure because they weren't as beautiful as Camilla. Conversation with other ladies bored him because they did not have her intelligence or quick, biting wit. William felt a deep resentment towards the old healer. Part of it was because if Teshin hadn't shown up that afternoon in the northern gallery, he would have never asked William to do this. But most of the resentment, William was able to admit to himself, was because the old man was right. Teshin's reasoning was solid and his motives were honest. William therefore hated Teshin's wisdom and his moral compass. If he ended up bedding Princess Camilla, her reputation would be forever ruined. Even if he did not actually lie with her, any scandal or perceived threat to her virtue at his hands would lower her value as a royal bride. And the only thing King Kenneth would hate more than his niece would be his niece, who couldn't even be married off to his advantage, because she was considered sullied. She'd never be able to return home because her uncle would probably kill her. Instead, she'd be forced to remain in Islia, where no man of any substance would want to marry a foreign girl with a ruined reputation. William would end up being the greatest disaster of her life, just as the old healer had warned. A disaster caused by his unstoppable lust for a girl who had the misfortune to have been born a princess. If his situation was not so agonizing, William would almost find it laughable. He had turned down the invitation to go hunting in the forest near the Veston Highlands that morning, one of his favorite places. He had no appetite for the company of others. Instead, he was headed for Teshin's rooms. If that man had forced him into this situation to begin with, then he was going to have to put up with William's scowling face all day. It was only fair, William thought. He strode briskly down a secondary flight of stairs, which would eventually lead him down a warren of back passages and eventually to the healer's quarters. As luck would have it, as he turned the corner, he narrowly avoided colliding with the object of his desire. William groaned in frustration. Princess Camilla and Lady Caterine were both carrying armfuls of books, both of them having clearly returned from Teshin's library. William gave them both a brief, polite bow and kept walking. "Your Grace." Her voice was not loud, but it stopped William in his tracks. He reluctantly turned to face her. He noticed the princess was standing alone, whereas Lady Caterine was scampering up the flight of stairs as nimbly as a fleeing rabbit. She obviously knew when to make herself scarce. He did not want to look at Camilla's face and risk weakening his resolve. He rubbed a hand over his mouth and forced himself to focus on the books in her arms. She stood there saying nothing, as if just waiting for him to acknowledge her properly. Slowly, painfully, his eyes drifted upwards and met hers. There was bewilderment on her face. Of course there was. The man who had been chasing her for weeks had suddenly all but run from her. "You've been avoiding me." It was not a question, but a stated fact. "That isn't true. I have been busy with other matters these past few days." William managed to keep a straight face. Just another little lie to add to the already enormous pile between them, of lies and things left unsaid. Camilla's lovely mouth twitched into a tiny smile. "My lord, as I have told you before, you can lie to me if that's what you want. But given we both know you are doing it, isn't it rather pointless?" Unable to help himself, William smiled back wryly. Of course he hadn't fooled her. The girl's wit and keen mind were things that had fascinated him from the outset. He realized they were completely alone in the stairwell. What he wouldn't give to push her up against the wall and kiss her senseless, while his hands pulled up her skirts. "All right then, you are right. I have been avoiding you." "Why, have I offended you in some way?" William cursed under his breath, hating how stilted their exchanges had become. Things had reverted to how they had been when he'd first rescued Camilla from Arlington. Back then, they'd circled each other warily, and she'd looked at him as if her were a monster who could pounce at any moment. No, this was much worse, he told himself. Back then, his dreams weren't haunted by the sound of her gasps and the taste of her skin. Back then, he had been attracted to her, but the attraction hadn't grown into an all-consuming wildfire. "No, you haven't offended me." William sighed. "I gave someone my word that I'd maintain my distance from you, and I am keeping my promise to them." "And who is that person?" "Does it really matter? The end result will still be the same." "No, perhaps it does not matter." Camilla mused. "But I still want to know." "Fine, it was Teshin. Are you satisfied now?" William felt a twinge of guilt putting the blame on his old friend, but quickly shrugged it off. This whole situation was Teshin's fault, so why should William protect him? "He does not think I am any good for you." William finally admitted, looking away. "He is worried about your reputation at court suffering if you associate with me." "I see, and it goes without saying that you agree with him." William laughed without humor. "I do not think I am very good for any lady's reputation, do you? Especially one whose life depends on staying on King Edward's good side." He shot her a defeated look. "Teshin is a good man and wiser than the two of us put together. What he said makes sense, even if I do not like it." Camilla slowly nodded, her expression hard to decipher. "So this is how it is going to be." "Yes, I am sure in future we'll both be matched with other people and move on with the lives we are supposed to have." William turned on his heel and started walking again towards Teshin's rooms. When he reached the door to his quarters, William yanked it open and stomped in without knocking. Teshin slowly peered up from the dusty book on his lap. "Good morning, my young lord." His voice was calm despite seeing William's thunderous expression. "You must have crossed paths with the Princess of Moraigth. She was literally just here." "Yes, we crossed paths." William growled. "I kept my word to you and said little to her. In fact, I was borderline rude to her. I am sure hearing that makes you happy." "It does not make me happy." Teshin's voice remained steady, which infuriated the prince more. "I never said you should treat her rudely. I simply said you shouldn't try to seduce her. You can still treat her with chivalry." "And what do you suppose I should do then?" William asked sarcastically. "Make polite conversation with her." "Would that be so terrible?" Teshin asked innocently. "The princess is intelligent and probably the best red lady at court. My conversations with her have always been rewarding." "That's because you do not remember what it is like to be a young man. You haven't been one for close to a century." Teshin laughed, not the least bit insulted by William's jibe. "Ah, my prince, it hasn't been quite that long. I do not want a woman to talk to, god damn it." "Well then, if you simply want a woman to romp with and get your frustrations out, that's an easily solved problem also. You've always been able to have your pick of the young ladies here, haven't you?" Teshin's reasonable tone was threatening to send William's temper boiling over. "Unless," the old man answered his own question, "the issue is that you do not want any woman, you just want her. You know very well that is the problem." William hissed. Teshin nodded. "Then you should probably ask yourself why that is, my young lord. Ask yourself what exactly makes this girl in particular special to you." "For fuck's sake," William yelled. "She is not special and I never said she was, it is just, she. I do not even know why I'd expect you to understand." He stormed out of the room. Even after he'd slammed the door with all his might, William could still hear the old man laughing on the other side. April 6, 1359. Magdalene Castle, Islay. Prince William stood alongside his 4 cousins, next to the king's gilded throne in Magdalene Castle's largest reception room. He pulled at the collar of his formal outer tunic, feeling like it was cutting off his air. This was not the first time the royal princes had been lined up next to the throne and made to welcome foreign dignitaries. William could remember having to do this for years, since well before his father had died. This particular visit made him anxious, though. They were awaiting the arrival of the daughter of the King of Javiet. The princess had been sent to Islay as her father's ambassador to help negotiate some important trade accords. She was also close to William's age and unmarried. Without King Edward having to say a word, his intentions were perfectly clear. Shifting his weight from one foot to the other, William swallowed nervously. He'd always known he'd be forced into a political marriage for the benefit of his nation. But he could no longer deny it or pretend it was something to be dealt with in the future when it was right here in front of him. He met Tom's eyes briefly. His cousin gave him a pitying look. "The situation was grim if even Tom feels sorry for me," William thought bitterly. At last, the honored guest arrived and was announced. Princess Sarah of Javiet swept in, wearing an elaborate gown covered in beads and golden cords. She was followed by a large retinue which included several ladies-in-waiting. She bowed to King Edward, then to each of the princes as she was introduced to them. William scanned her appearance, as had long been his habit with any woman he met. Middling height, what looked to be light brown hair, coiled under a ridiculous-looking lace-trimmed veil. Blue eyes, a turned-up nose. Pleasant enough, he concluded, but certainly not a beauty. His assessment of the princess changed as he watched her behavior. She sneered slightly as she assessed each of her cousins in succession, the look in her eyes showing she'd found them all wanting. Then she turned her eyes to him, raking him up and down. William had never minded being looked at by women. It had been happening for years, and in fact, he rather enjoyed it. There were definitely perks to being considered a handsome man. However, this was the first time a lady above the common classes had blatantly looked at him as if he were a prized stud in a breeding farm. When Princess Sarai's eyes finally met his, he felt nothing but distaste. Sarai studied each of the princes from the royal house of Devon. The three eldest were handsome enough, tall and golden-haired, with either blue or green eyes. The youngest of King Edward's sons was shorter and stockier than his brothers, with dark brown hair. He must take after his mother's side, she thought with disdain. More problematic, all four of them were already married and therefore useless to her. That only left a nephew. Sarai grimaced. It had already been a long, uncomfortable journey to make it to the Islean court. She had been annoyed by the rainy weather. The accommodation she had been provided with at each of her overnight stops hadn't been as lavish as she'd expected. She was a royal princess, not some minor noblewoman. She was even disappointed by the apartments she'd been assigned within Magdalene Castle. They were large enough, but were located in the East Wing, where she was told was where guests were typically accommodated. Why hadn't she been provided rooms in the same part of the castle as the Islean royal family? She was not just any guest. What was the point of such a long journey and enduring so many slights to her dignity if there weren't even any eligible princes to consider for marriage? Why had father sent her here at all? He should have just sent one of his advisors. Well, she'd been told there was an unmarried nephew, but marrying a son of the king's late brother was infinitely less appealing than a son of the king himself. All such thoughts, however, scattered out of her mind when she looked at the nephew named William Devon. He was an utterly spectacular-looking young man, tall with wavy blonde hair and jade-colored eyes. Sarai felt the blood rush to her face as she took in his broad shoulders and lean waist. Sarai decided then and there she would marry the stunning-looking nephew. She would be the envy of every woman on the continent, noble or peasant. Moreover, she'd retain the title of princess. This would elevate her higher than her elder sister Nadia, who had married a mere archduke. The archduke was nowhere near as handsome either. I'll definitely become father's favorite daughter if I manage to marry an Islean prince, Sarai told herself. A pleasure to meet you, your grace. Sarai performed her bow gracefully and peeped at Prince William through her lashes. To her disappointment, the look in his eyes was utterly flat. No matter, she thought. She would win him over. She was the daughter of a strong king, she had beautiful clothes, and her father would provide a substantial dowry. The handsome young prince would very soon realize her worth and beg for her hand. Sarai focused her attention back on what King Edward was saying. It sounded like he'd been talking about a garden or forests, something that had no appeal at all until he said, "My nephew William here will be glad to escort you on a tour of it tomorrow, once you have settled into your rooms." Sarai bowed in gratitude, thrilled at the thought of spending time with her future betrothed, wherever they ended up touring together. She looked at Prince William again, noticing his build was lithe but strong, and his beautiful mouth looked made for sin. William can also introduce you to the important people at court at tonight's dinner. You will be the guest of honor at the banquet, princess. King Edward's deep voice filled the room. Of course I will be. Sarai muttered to herself, smiling sweetly at the king. William and Tom led Princess Sarai around the great hall during the dinner banquet that evening, making introductions. Richard joined them partway through. The princess received all the bows haughtily, as if she deserved no less. She also made subtle remarks about the immodesty of the gowns worn by the Islean ladies. William could only hope she'd choke on her own extravagant lace veil. He tried to steer Sarai well clear of a table at the far side of the hall, where he could see Princess Camilla talking merrily with her ladies. Unfortunately, Princess Sarai's crafty eyes flicked over the table, and she insisted on an introduction. William bit back a groan and reluctantly led the way. The three ladies-in-waiting all cast their eyes down and bowed respectfully when introduced to Princess Sarai. William watched Camilla stand and bow to the princess with her hand over her heart, giving her a friendly smile. Sarai looked startled at being looked in the eye and greeted as an equal. "Who's this lady, and why is she so brazen, my lord?" she demanded angrily to William. "Has she never been taught manners in front of royalty?" Prince Thomas interjected, trying to soothe Sarai's ruffled feathers. "She is royalty too, your grace. This is Princess Camilla of Moragh." Camilla looked unfazed and smiled again. "It is my pleasure to meet you, your highness. I hope you are enjoying your stay." Sarai's eyes narrowed. She was clearly unhappy to meet another princess. "Moragh, you say? What are you doing here in Islia? Are you on an official visit as well? She became upset at the thought that this girl might possibly steal her thunder. Sarai was determined to be the center of attention. Oh no, Your Grace. I have been staying here for a while now, and I'll probably remain for a while longer. You see, my uncle the king is not best pleased with me. The Islian royal family have been gracious enough to take me under their protection. Sarai frowned and clenched her fists on her heavily embroidered skirt. The girl being here on a more permanent basis was somehow worse. It sounded like she had been around Prince William for months and would likely have got to know him. What did the prince think of her? I have heard about the King of Moraigs. Princess Sarai said coolly. My dear father says the man spends more time in his cups than in his chapel. To her surprise, the Moraigthian princess did not take offense and laughed instead. That is true enough. Your father is a wise man, Your Highness. But surely you have other family, do not you? Wouldn't they be missing you and wanting you to return to your home? Sarai pressed. What about your parents? My parents are dead. Camilla's doe eyes clouded over briefly. There's no one in my country for me to return to, but I am well looked after here, and I am content. Sarai did not miss the shadow that crossed Princess Camilla's face at the mention of her parents, before it disappeared as quickly as it arrived. She made a mental note to find out more about the Moraigthian girl's background and learn how to exploit her weakness. So then, you are an unwanted orphan living off the charity of the Islian king. How difficult that must be for you. Princess Sarai's voice oozed false sympathy. I do not know how you rise from your bed every morning. If I were in your place, I'd never manage. And yet I do, Your Grace. Camilla's voice was placid. Life deals us all challenges. Some ladies can rise to the challenges, and some cannot. William saw the anger flash across Sarai's, and his own gaze swiveled between the two royal ladies. His eyes met Thomas's briefly. Tom looked like he was trying to stifle a laugh after hearing Camilla politely challenge Sarai. William was used to quarrels between men, with the bluster and violence that involved. This battle between the princesses, though, was a completely different matter. He knew ladies were taught from birth to keep their voices and tempers mild. Ladies had to fight with sweet voices and subtly cutting words, but it did not make their weapons less dangerous or their blows less painful. William was unable to stop comparing the two women before him. Truly, it was no competition at all, he thought. Sarai was full of her own importance, her tone imperious, her face made unattractive by her unfriendliness. The ridiculous layered dress she wore was so weighted down with gems and gold chains that it clinked while she walked. Camilla stood in contrast in a rose-colored gown that skimmed her beautiful body, making her look like a delicate nymph. Her glossy hair was pulled up with a silver pin, and simple diamond drops hung from her ears, drawing William's eyes to her exposed neck. He remembered how she had sighed when he'd kissed the spot below her ear and felt a rush of blood to his groin. He shifted uncomfortably. Why did she have to stand there looking like sweet temptation itself? Camilla placed her hand on her heart again and bowed to Sarai. I hope your stay here will be pleasant, Princess. No doubt our paths will cross again soon. With that, she left the great hall, followed by her ladies-in-waiting. Meg Veer briefly scowled at Sarai before following her royal mistress. Sarai turned to William and asked innocently, what became of that poor girl's parents? It breaks my heart that she is alone. William replied curtly, I only know her mother died of illness years ago and her father died in battle. He refused to say more and started leading her in another direction. Sarai narrowed her eyes, noticing that William's friend seemed to know more on the matter. The brute with the close, cropped dark hair and cold eyes looked as if he was about to say something before a sharp look from William had made him close his mouth. Sarai decided she'd speak to the disagreeable-looking brute named Richard later. April 9, 1359. Magdalene Castle, Islia. Do you ever think about going back to Moraigth, Your Grace? Surely you must miss it and yearn to return home. Princess Sarai's question came out of the blue as a group of courtiers lounged on soft rugs laid across the grass. A springtime picnic had been arranged for the Havietanese delegation, set among the blossoming yew trees. As the guest of honor, Sarai had been allowed to choose who would be invited. She had insisted on Camilla being included on the guest list, though she hadn't extended the invitation to Camilla's ladies. This had made William suspicious, though he hadn't known how to question it without sounding petty. He could tell Camilla was also ill at ease. She sat quietly and only spoke when spoken to, eating little and shielding her eyes from the sun. He longed to speak with her and tell her he was sorry things between them had become so full of bitterness and tension. But as the days passed, the silence between them seemed more and more impossible to overcome. William had to admit that so far, Princess Sarai had been courteous enough. Still, a niggling feeling wouldn't let him drop his guard completely. He peered at Camilla out of the corner of his eye, while acting as if he couldn't care less whether she answered or not. Camilla looked thoughtful and pushed a lock of hair behind her ear before she finally replied to Sarai. "The home that I miss no longer exists, Your Highness. I think too much has changed." She gave a wistful smile. "I do miss the blackberries that grew wild around my childhood castle, though. There were also white truffles in abundance, which I loved." "You still think fondly of Arlen Castle. I must admit I am quite surprised to hear that." Furrowing her brow, Camilla asked, "Why are you surprised, Your Grace? Do not you have a special fondness for the place where you grew up, even if it no longer exists?" William's mouth suddenly turned dry and unease rippled through him. He sensed the darker undertone in Sarai's seemingly pleasant conversation. He opened his mouth to speak, but Sarai's voice rang out first. "Oh yes, of course I do. I just would have expected such a great betrayal occurring to have ruined your memories of Arlen." Sarai purred sweetly. "Then again, you must be a more forgiving soul than me." "What betrayal are you referring to?" Camilla stared blankly at Sarai. "Your father's, of course." Sarai widened her eyes for emphasis, all pretend innocence. "The betrayal that led to his defeat and death." "Let's change the subject, shall we?" William interjected. Richard snickered. "What's the problem, Will? Are you worried that a little stroll down memory lane will spoil your appetite?" Camilla ignored both of the men and turned her gaze solely on the other princess. "I do not understand, Your Highness. My father's rebellion resulted in a battle against my uncle, and yes, he was defeated, but he was not betrayed by anyone." "Oh, but he was." Sarai gave a catty little giggle. "You poor thing. Were you told by everyone that he died heroically, fighting your uncle's knights or the Islians? He was actually killed by his own men in his own castle. His soldiers realized his cause was lost, so they beat him and left him hanging from the rafters of his bedchamber for the Islian soldiers to then find." "What?" Camilla breathed. "I am told his men even put a little crown and cape on his dead body." Sarai giggled again. "I guess that makes you the daughter of a crowned king as well, does not it? And I am told your brother Malcolm met his end the same way, left hanging from a tree." There was an audible gasp from the guests. William closed his eyes in quiet horror. Francis started to choke and cough on a piece of sugared fruit. Even Sarai's ladies-in-waiting were wide-eyed with shock. "Who told you all these terrible lies?" Camilla's face had turned ashen. Sarai waved her arm to gesture across the group. "They are not lies. Ask anyone here. I believe these are the very men that found the Duke hanging in Arlen Castle." Richard shook his head and started chuckling. "I cannot believe no one here thought to tell you the truth." Sarai continued in her sickly sweet manner. "Then again, I guess they were trying to protect you from the deep shame of being the daughter of such a man, considering you are already an unwanted guest at this court." Camilla said nothing, she just stood up and walked away. Soon, she had disappeared down the path through the grove of trees that lead back to the castle. William kept his expression unchanged, as if he was not utterly disgusted by what Princess Sarai had just done. "As I said before, I have no appetite for this subject," he said mildly. "A picnic is hardly the place to discuss battles and war losses." He then whispered under his breath so softly that only Francis sitting beside him would hear, quickly, "Follow her and make sure she is all right." Francis stood up and quietly left the picnic. Sarai paid no attention, of course. She considered it beneath her rank to notice what someone as insignificant as Francis did. She was instead looking at William with a malicious sparkle in her eye, as if waiting for him to find her actions amusing. He knew that if he reacted, he would end up tearing Sarai into strips and likely reduce her to tears. She deserved it and more for her hateful actions. But William knew such a reaction would draw the king's wrath not only over his head, but also likely over Camilla's. William refused to give the little Haviettanese bitch the satisfaction of responding. Instead, he poured himself more ale and sipped it as he pretended to stare peacefully across the manicured lawns. For the first time in his life, he was possessed by the urge to strike a woman. Camilla was not even able to respond to Sarai. She simply ran. She ran blindly through the yew grove, as if trying to outrun the hateful words. She couldn't go far, though. The pain in her belly grew until a wave of nausea overwhelmed her. She stopped and found herself holding on to the trunk of a nearby tree as the vomit rose up her throat. Her eyes filled with tears, and the sour taste of bile filled her mouth as she heaved over and over again. Her belly cramped painfully, nearly bringing her to her knees. After what felt like an eternity, she was able to straighten up shakily, blinking her burning eyes. She took a few deep breaths, but the pounding in her chest continued, Sarai's falsely sweet voice echoing in her mind. Camilla felt as if her heart had been crushed into the dust. She had never dwelled on the specifics of her family's deaths, deliberately refusing to fill in her mind's blanks. She preferred to remember their many happy times together instead. Now, even that peace had been shattered by Sarai's cruelty. She'd never be able to think of her father or brothers again without terrible images filling her vision. "Your Highness." Camilla stifled a sob at the sound of a faint voice calling out to her. She was not even afforded the privilege of being alone at such a time. "I swear if Princess Sarai has followed me here, I will hit her with whatever I can get my hands on," she vowed as white-hot fury surged through her. "I'll gladly take whatever punishment King Edward metes out later, so long as I get to wipe that smile off her face." Camilla swiped at her mouth with the back of her shaking hand and turned around. To her great relief, it was not Sarai who had called out. Instead, she saw Francis Lowell weaving through the trees a little distance away, and looking at her with a pained expression. "Are you all right, my ladies?" Camilla nodded without hesitation, even though they both knew she was far from all right. She felt too drained to even care that Francis was seeing her in such a disheveled state. She quickly dried her watery eyes. "I am truly sorry you had to hear something so terrible." Francis began as he stepped closer carefully. "Something as terrible as the truth, you mean?" Camilla stared hard at him, willing him to deny it, but he did not. Francis just kept watching her with the same somber expression. The nausea rose in her belly again. She doubled over and heaved painfully. Camilla was finally able to rise on her trembling legs. "You saw my father that day, did not you, Sir Francis?" He nodded reluctantly, his face etched in sadness. "A group of us scouted Arlen Castle, not long after the Moragathian forces had already swept through." "And William, was he also part of this group?" Francis nodded again. "He led it, my lady." Camilla let those words sink in. William had known about her father all that time and never said a word to her. "Did you see Malcolm as well?" Her face crumpled in fresh grief at the thought of her youngest brother, who had been opposed to rebelling against King Kenneth in the first place. "No, my lady, that took place somewhere else. I do not think any of Prince William's men witnessed it." Camilla scrutinized his open, guileless face. He seemed to be telling her the truth. "William told me my father died a hero." Camilla finally spoke, hating the way her voice trembled. "He said that because he thought you had already lost enough." Francis's voice was gentle. "He wouldn't have wanted to add to your suffering." And yet, he was happy enough to tell Sarai the truth. She shook her head bitterly. "No, my lady." Francis was adamant. She wouldn't have found out from him. In fact, when the princess started asking questions about your family background a few days ago, William expressly forbade us all to tell her anything. Then who would have told her? Camilla's voice trailed off as her suspicions focused on one person. She said no more, however. It did not really make a difference now. Regardless of who told Sarai, she now knew the awful truth of her family's end. She'd have to live the rest of her life with the knowledge. Francis then confessed something that made Camilla's jaw drop. Before we departed Arlington to retreat back across the border, William sent a purse of gold to a group of Moragathian soldiers to cut down your father's body and bury him with all possible honor. William even removed his own cloak and ordered for your father to be wrapped in it. Why would he do that for his enemy? She choked out. Francis smiled faintly. Will's a chivalrous man. He said no one deserves that kind of humiliation, even when they are on the losing side. He did not agree with your father's actions, but he respected his rank and his skill on the battlefield. Camilla nodded slightly, feeling she had just discovered a side to the prince she hadn't known existed. The two of them were quiet for several moments. Eventually, the young knight rubbed the back of his neck, still frowning. Would you like to go for a walk in another part of the garden, Your Highness? I am happy to keep you company. She shook her head. Thank you for the offer, and also for your kindness, Sir Francis, but I just want some time alone now. Camilla turned and started walking slowly back to the castle. She wiped her eyes one last time, hoping that by the time she reached her apartments, her face wouldn't reveal she'd been crying. She did not want to talk about what had happened with her ladies. Even though they'd be nothing but kind to her about it, Camilla did not want to see the pity in their eyes. She'd had more than enough of that for one day. April 15, 1359. Magdalene Castle, Islia William escorted Princess Sarai to dinner, clenching his jaw at the possessive way he held onto his arm. She flashed a demure smile to the king and queen, but as soon as she took her seat, Sarai started making her usual critical remarks to William about everything, from the wine to the music to the quality of the lady's jewelry. He had very quickly discovered that conversation with this princess was incredibly boring. There was no lively talk about ancient poetry or mathematics, nothing about history or good books. Instead, Sarai talked about her gowns and jewels, as well as whatever tidbits of vicious gossip were doing the rounds at court. In the past, William hadn't much cared what women talked about. It was not as if he sought them out for conversation. But now, he realized there was something to be said for cleverness and quick wit. This woman lacked both. William pinched the bridge of his nose, feeling like a caged animal. He felt a hand wrap around his forearm. When he looked down, Sarai was smiling and clinging to him. She cooed that she'd like him to introduce her to various prominent people within the hall. William smiled back at the princess and nodded, hoping the smile passed for genuine. He duly led Sarai around the hall, making polite introductions. He wanted to retch every time she pressed herself against his side. Though his night couldn't get more difficult when he saw Princess Camilla on one side of the hall, in quiet conversation with a pair of Leo's knights. She was dressed in a violet silk gown, which made her skin glow like the gold-tinged pearls she always made him think of. Her hair was swept up, drawing his eyes to her slender neck and the little freckle that fascinated him. Was she deliberately trying to mock him by dressing that way, while deliberately staying just out of his reach? William clenched his jaw, wondering what excuse he could use to leave early and hide in his rooms. Looking around the vast room in desperation, he locked eyes with King Edward. The iron in the king's stare told William everything he needed to know. There would be no leaving the banquet early. The night dragged on. William stood apathetically next to Sarai as she mingled with the crowd, silently watching Camilla from the corner of his eye. She did not seem to notice him at all, seemingly content making conversation with the knights who were both all but drooling in her presence. Suddenly, one of them said something that made her tip her head back in laughter. William heard her musical laugh and clenched his fists. His tether snapped. He whispered to Sarai that he had to seek the queen's advice on a matter. To his surprise, Sarai simply nodded and continued her heated conversation with a haughty-looking noblewoman, allowing William to slip away. He strode over to where Camilla stood. "I need a word with you." He did not bother with formalities. "Impossible right now, I am afraid. We can speak tomorrow, my lord." Her polite voice made him want to punch a wall. She barely even flicked him a glance before turning her back on him. The two knights gave him puzzled looks. "It cannot wait until then." William wrapped a hand around her wrist and pulled her along behind him. "What do you think you're doing? Have you lost your mind?" Camilla's voice was an angry whisper as she trailed slightly behind him. She tried to yank her hand from his grip, but couldn't. William's long legs forced her to almost run to keep up with him as he pulled her through the banquet hall doors and down one of the corridors. "Where are we going? And can you please slow down? It is hard running in heels." William refused to say where they were headed, though he slowed his pace down slightly. He finally stopped outside a small door along a side corridor, opened the door, and gave Camilla a little push inside. She looked around the space as William shut the door behind him, realizing they were in a small storeroom. The only light source was the full moon spilling through a single window, casting an eerie silvery glow through the room. "What are we doing here?" She eyed him warily. "You need to stop doing what you're doing." He warned her. "Oh, and what am I doing?" "Do not act coy. You've been acting the coquette all night with those men." He was surprised at the fire in his voice. Camilla gave a little scream of outrage. "I did no such thing." They struck up a conversation. What was I supposed to do? Just walk away because you have a problem with me talking to people? Stop pretending you weren't doing it to get a rise out of me. "I beg your pardon? So it is perfectly acceptable you having Princess Sarai wrapped around you like a vine every night, but if I so much as talk to another man, I am a coquette. Thank you for clarifying." She noticed. William was shocked to realize. She noticed me with Sarai, and it did actually bother her, even though she acted like she did not care. He felt a little thrill of joy at discovering the truth. "I am only paying attention to Sarai because my uncle commanded me." William snapped. "She is representing her kingdom as an ambassador, and His Majesty is in the middle of important negotiations with Javiet. They plan to seal an important alliance soon." "An alliance, like a marriage alliance?" "Possibly," William murmured as he stared despondently at the cobwebs on the ceiling. "I know my uncle thinks my marrying Sarai would be useful to Islia." "Is that so? Then what are you doing here? Go back and find your future betrothed and leave me alone, especially if your taste in women runs to spiteful little cats like Sarai." Camilla crossed her arms over her chest defensively. "I am sure the two of you will be very happy together." "It isn't like that. She does not mean a fucking thing to me. You know you are the one I want." William tried to calm his voice somewhat. "But I cannot go against the king's orders. If he tells me I have to dance and pay attention to that bitch, then I have to do it." William could feel himself fighting a losing battle with his frustration. Partly from the argument and partly because when Camilla had crossed her arms, she had inadvertently pushed the tops of her breasts against the low neckline of her dress. Her naivete was driving him wild. So he snarled at her instead. "Do you think my situation is easy? My uncle is practically throwing that woman at me, and I am not allowed to say no." "You always knew that would happen," Camilla pointed out. "The king was bound to marry you off eventually, and you wouldn't have a say in it. You said so yourself. You told me you'd just send any wife of yours away to the countryside. So why is any of this a surprise to you now?" "I know I said that, but I do not know. Now that it is actually happening, I did not realize it would make me feel so." "So what?" "So fucking trapped." William took a deep breath and ran his hands through his hair. "This is all your fault." She looked at him as if his words were in a foreign language. "What? How is this my fault?" "Because I am a fucking mess, and you are the cause." His words were spilling out beyond any control. "I can barely eat or sleep. I cannot get you out of my goddamn mind, and it is killing me. You said we should stay away from each other, and I have kept my side of the bargain. I am not the one dragging you into empty rooms." William tipped his head back and groaned, well aware he should have just left Camilla alone in the banquet hall. "I know, it would just be so much easier if I could wipe you from my memory, but I cannot." "What would you like me to do then, William? Disappear?" Camilla moved towards the door. William stubbornly blocked her path. "Get out of my way." She slowly, deliberately pronounced each word. He refused to let her pass. "No, this conversation isn't over." William had no idea what to say, only that he did not want to let her out of his sight. "It is to me." Camilla finally yelled at him. Her eyes burned with temper, her cheeks were flushed, and her chest heaved. Looking at her, William felt his anger subside, replaced by a different but equally hot emotion. Taking slow steps towards her, he wondered why he had been trying to resist the inevitable. Wouldn't it just be easier to fall into temptation? Her eyes widened with understanding as he moved closer to her. William was slowly approaching her, his eyes narrowed on her. Camilla started walking backwards. Something told her if she did not maintain at least some distance between them, she was utterly lost. A wicked little voice inside her head asked, "How bad could it be, though, to lose yourself in the arms of such a beautiful man?" Camilla's back hit the stone wall. In desperation, she raised her hands in front of her and whispered, "Do not do it." "We both agreed this wouldn't happen again. We have to stop." "It is too late to stop, you must know that." William's voice was rough with desire as he took her hands in his. She felt her arms being stretched over her head and pinned to the wall above her, gently but firmly. She tried to wrench out of his grasp but couldn't. With one hand still locked around her wrists, Williams's other hand tipped her chin up until she was forced to look straight at him. His eyes were dark, the black almost overtaking the pale green of his irises. Camilla felt one of his fingers trace the line of her jaw and then slowly trace her lower lip. She fought the inexplicable urge to nip his teasing finger. She couldn't tear her gaze away from his, a sharp thrill of anticipation mixed with fear running through her. "Stop fighting me, it is exhausting," William muttered as he lowered his face to hers. There was no slow, warm build-up like their previous kisses. This kiss was deep and hard. Camilla shuddered as his tongue pushed into her mouth and started stroking hers, determined not to moan out loud. She felt the hand on her face move to snake around her back, pressing her body tightly against his. William's other hand still held her wrists, as if he still did not trust her not to run. Camilla wouldn't have been able to run if she tried. Instead, she felt as if she were slowly sinking into a pool of warm water. She felt her face growing hot and tried pulling her arms free again. William refused to loosen his grip on her wrists. He broke the kiss, and she felt his warm lips brush like a feather along her jaw. His breath tickled the shell of her ear, and then she felt him bite her earlobe. The odd sensation of pleasure combined with a streak of pain rushed through her, making her sigh. Despite knowing she shouldn't, she tipped her head back, allowing him access to her exposed throat. The strange, warm pulse between her legs throbbed, making her squirm. William pressed his mouth against her neck languidly, kissing the point where he could feel her rapid heartbeat. When he finally let go of her wrists, he felt her arms wrap around his neck and pull gently on his hair. She whimpered when he traced the outline of her collarbone with the tip of his tongue. He smiled to himself. His hand lightly skimmed across her bodice, making Camilla whimper again when his fingertips brushed her nipples ever so briefly through the silk of her dress. Her back arched. She felt his hand then grip her thigh and his body press against hers, his hips pinning her against the wall and his rock-hard bulge pushing against her lower belly. His lips found hers again. The sensation of rising panic in her chest was quelled by the dizzying kisses and the practiced movements of his quick, clever hands. She clung to him helplessly, unable to focus on anything but his hard, muscular frame against her and his warm mouth. His tongue toyed with her slowly, as if he knew exactly what effect he was having on her. Suddenly, Camilla felt his hand between her legs, the heel of his hand pressing firmly against her over her dress. She tore her mouth away from his as she gasped sharply, shocked at the bolt of pleasure that shot through her. The feeling was so sudden it almost made her knees buckle. Panic took over. If she did not stop things now, she never would. The unknown and its consequences terrified her. "Let go, please. Stop." Her voice was tight with fear. William immediately pulled away, frustration and disappointment crashing through him. He took a step back and they both stared at each other while gasping for breath. Her eyes were dilated and her mouth was swollen from his fierce kisses. William had never seen a woman more desirable than her. He felt like his blood was on fire. "It is too much, we have to stop. We cannot keep doing this." Camilla pleaded, trying to slow her breathing. William gave her a dark, raw look. "I agree, and we do not have to keep doing this. Just lie with me and I promise it will pass." "Is that it? Your solution is I lie with you once, and this will all be over?" Once, yes, maybe twice. William shrugged as he tried to explain himself better. This is just a temporary problem, like an itch that has to be scratched. Once we do, everything will go back to how it was. He started leaning towards her again. She pushed him back, shaking her head. And what happens then? After I lie with you, what follows after? There is no more after. William heaved a frustrated laugh. He couldn't think of the future or anything after that moment. All he knew was that he wanted her right now, in that room, and he wanted her so badly he could weep. We both just need to get this out of our systems. I want my fucking life to go back to normal. But there was a sinking realization in her heart. Normal for you is to just move on to the next girl. I become one of your conquests and that's all. It is not the same for me. William tilted his head and gave her an impatient, questioning look. Well, what more do you want? What exactly are you waiting for, Camilla? She looked at his eyes, which were narrowed with lust, at his lush mouth, and she felt a stab of sorrow. He did not truly see her or understand her. What's more, he'd never try to. He would move on without her once he was bored and never understand why that would hurt her so deeply. She was just an object of desire to him, nothing more. Her shoulders slumped in defeat. I am not waiting for anything else, not anything you can offer me anyway. Camilla had never hated herself so much as she did in that moment. She had let herself be carried away by the sweet words and touch of a man who did not care a thing about her, who'd just use her and toss her aside as if she were nothing. Did she really have no pride? Her voice was hollow but steady as she croaked, "Please stay away from me from now on, my lord. We are no good together." She started inching towards the door. The shock on William's face slowly changed to disbelief, and then outrage as he realized she was ending whatever had happened between them. What, so that's it then? You cannot be serious. You cannot be fucking serious. The frustrations and jealousy of the past months hit him all at once and boiled over. The last of his restraint snapped. He saw Camilla flinch at his furious tone, but he couldn't stop himself. As much as his rational side was telling him it was better to calm down before speaking, the rest of him refused to listen. He couldn't stay quiet anymore, no matter how ugly he knew the words pouring out of his mouth would be. What is this then? You've been leading me around for months by my cock, and now you tell me that we have to just end things. What the fuck are you trying to do to me? His voice rose to a yell. He bellowed a string of curses and then punched a timber shelf in rage. The timber post cracked and the splinters broke the skin on his knuckles, but he just ignored the stinging pain. He punched the shelves again and again. Are you trying to punish me for some imaginary sin? Camilla turned away from the fury in his face and shook her head. She was nearly at the door now, and all she wanted to do was to block out his voice, block out everything that had gone wrong between them. Tears prickled her eyes, but she quickly blinked them away. He wouldn't understand if she cried. William squared his shoulders and fixed her with an icy glare. The hatred in them made Camilla wither. Have it your way then, I'll stay away. I am done with you. You are fucking dead to me, understand? He stormed out of the room, his footsteps reverberating in her ears. Camilla closed her eyes and lied to herself, telling herself this was all for the best. April 16, 1359. Magdalene Castle. Islia the sun had already risen by the time William woke up with a dull headache and a painful throbbing in his groin. He had slept only fitfully, interrupted by constant dreams of having that maddening, exquisite girl under him. He had felt her warm skin against his and heard her voice as a breathless coo in his ear as she clung to him. Now that he was awake, he thrashed the blanket off himself. Sitting up, he rubbed his eyes. A vivid memory from last night flashed before him, of the two of them in the storeroom. His face was buried in her neck while he savored the taste of her skin and the throb of her rapid pulse against his lips. The very same girl he'd then told, in the heat of the moment, that she was now dead to him. William remembered how her face had turned white at his hateful words and pressed his hand to his forehead in self-loathing. What the fuck had he done? Had he been briefly possessed? This was pure torture, and what made it worse was that it was a hell of his own making. He picked up a goblet and absent-mindedly poured some ale, thinking perhaps a drink was the best way to chase these thoughts away. He took a sip, scowled in distaste, and threw his goblet at the wall as hard as he could in frustration. The crashing sound brought his head page, Casimir, to his door. He heard gentle knocking. "May I be of service, Your Highness?" "No," yelled William. "Today I want to be left fucking alone. No one's to disturb me." "As you wish, my lord." The deferential voice on the other side of the door then added tentatively, "Does this mean you will not be joining Princess Sarai on her garden walk this morning?" William groaned in despair when he remembered the king had yesterday informed Sarai that William would be pleased to escort her today. Why him? Truly, why was this happening to him? The last person he wanted to face was that stuck-up little viper, with her fake smiles and cloying voice. But no one defied King Edward. William knew he was in no position to do anything but keep his word and meekly do as he was bid. If the king called him out on his reluctance, he'd demand to know why. And then he'd probably sense the truth behind William's unwillingness to spend time with Sarai. William had always considered himself a good liar. His smile and easy charm usually allowed him to outfox others, but not his uncle. The king was utterly immune to his charm, and what's more, could read most people like the books in his library. He'd quickly discover William was distracted by another woman, and when he uncovered who that woman was, there would be sheer hell to pay. In fact, William thought with a thud of panic, perhaps his uncle would be so enraged he'd insist on forcing an urgent marriage through with Sarai, just to prove the only one's wishes that mattered were his own. William couldn't take the risk. Instead, he sighed in utter defeat and called out to his page, "Bring hot water and a change of clothes, then." William walked slowly through the garden as Princess Sarai talked non-stop at him, clutching his arm. He tried to look attentive by nodding occasionally, but her voice sounded like a blade scraping on metal to him. He gritted his teeth. Surely this couldn't last much longer, could it? His mind cast back to the picnic a few days ago, when Sarai had deliberately told Camilla about Duke Robert's death at the hands of his own soldiers. His blood still boiled at the memory. Despite Camilla walking away with her head held high, William knew she'd been distraught at learning the truth. He would have done anything at that moment to be the one to follow her instead of having to resort to sending Francis Lowell. Lord, he hated this woman, William seethed as he glanced down at Sarai and the ridiculous embroidered veil over her hair. He'd rather slice open his own veins than be married to her. Then again, was he really any better than Sarai? His own words to Camilla had been spiteful, albeit he truly regretted them now. Camilla probably despises us both now, William told himself, and we both thoroughly deserve it, though for different reasons. At last, the torment of Sarai at his side ended. Richard Bentworth appeared in the gardens to inform the princess that an urgent message had arrived at the palace from her father. William shot him a look of pure gratitude. Sarai's face, however, fell in disappointment at having to cut the walk short. She gave William a coy look through her eyelashes and commented she'd see him at dinner. "I hope you'll ask me to dance again tonight, my lord." She turned towards the palace and sauntered away, not bothering to even glance at Richard or thank him for his message. Arrogant little bitch. Richard grumbled when he knew the princess was far enough away. What is it with women who think they are too good for me? Well, in this case, she is probably right. William pointed out fairly. Her rank means her father will only want to marry her to another royal. He looked away briefly, missing the cutting glare Richard aimed at him. Why do you even care what she thinks? She is a spoiled chit and tedious to be around. Be glad she does not want your company. Her dowry is rumored to be the lands from our eastern borders to the Elizur Mountains. Imagine being able to have that territory under your control. Richard grumbled. Have you no ambition, brother? You marry her then. William replied dryly. You take Sarai, take her wondrous dowry, and tell her to stay the hell away from me. They walked into the entry courtyard together, heading towards the main reception hall. His duty now done to take Sarai for a walk, William just wanted to lie on his bed in silence and stew in his dark thoughts. As they turned into the arched colonnade, they nearly collided with Princess Camilla. She stepped back hastily. She was wearing a pale yellow dress and her hair loose, a downcast look on her face. She looked so pure and sweet that William couldn't decide what he wanted to do more: make her smile or pin her against a wall again and torment her with kisses until she agreed to lie with him. Why did she have to always be so desirable? His headache began pounding again. She bowed and started turning away, eager to make a quick escape. Richard's voice stopped her. "Good morning, Your Highness. You look a little tired, still suffering the after effects of last night's banquet." "I am well enough, Sir Richard." She answered tersely over her shoulder and started walking away. She was not interested in this man's conversation today, with all its double meanings. "Come now, there's no shame in admitting to getting a little carried away with the festivities. My friend here," Richard clapped William on the back, "is equally weary, and I have been treating him with sympathy." Turning, Camilla eyed the prince briefly, but he wouldn't meet her eyes. Surely he hadn't told his closest friend about their encounter in the storage room last night? She prayed William had kept his mouth shut and not sullied her reputation, even if he was angry with her. Between accompanying Princess Sarai everywhere during the day and frequenting the bathhouses at night, I am surprised he gets any rest at all. Richard cheerfully clapped William's back again. William felt his body turn to stone and all his blood draining away as the words echoed in his ears. Camilla looked just as shocked. "Bathhouses," she repeated in a thin voice. "Oh yes, visiting skilled whores and courtesans is a common occurrence among us nobles, and it is easier to do before marital responsibilities take up our time. Though most married men still find the time to do it." Richard looked at the princess's stunned expression and feigned confusion. "Rich," William managed to croak, his throat constricting. "Why so surprised, my lady?" Richard pressed on, ignoring William's pale face. "Men have physical needs and women are there to serve them. It is how things work. Surely you do not believe we should abstain from these privileges. Why, Will here is known to be fond of." "Richard." William managed to shake himself out of a shock stupor and growled in fury. "What the fuck are you doing? Shut your goddamn mouth." Richard gave him a bland expression, though his eyes shone with wicked humor. "I am sorry, but why are you suddenly so ashamed of the truth?" William was no longer listening. He was chasing down the maiden in the yellow dress, who had turned and fled into the castle. "Camilla, wait." The prince gave chase as she ran from him, weaving around the bemused servants and courtiers in his path. He almost knocked an elderly steward off his feet, but he barely noticed, desperate to catch up with the girl who was fleeing from him as if he were the devil himself. "Camilla." With his longer strides, William managed to close the distance between them in one of the galleries along the south wing. He clasped her wrist, but she managed to shake him off and refused to slow down, her heels clicking rapidly on the stone floor. "Stop running, damn it, I am speaking to you." He grabbed her arm again, this time managing to hold on. He pulled her around to face him. The mixture of shock and disgust on her face made his stomach sink. "Is it true then? You really visit brothels and bathhouses all the time?" Camilla's voice was calm but strained. William opened his mouth to reply, but then hesitated. He did not want to lie, but telling her the truth was not going to help his cause either. A dozen excuses ran through his mind, and in that moment, he realized none of them were convincing. "Well, I mean, it does not happen very often." The last flicker of hope in Camilla's eyes disappeared when she heard his words, and her reply was cold. "I see, Sir Richard spoke the truth then." When she looked up at him, the emotions in her gaze cut him to the core. She was angry, but he could accept the anger. It was the hurt in her eyes that made him feel like a monster. "It sounds like you already have women giving you what you want, my lord, so you can leave me alone." She turned to walk away, but he blocked her path. "Listen to me, it really does not mean anything. All men do it." His excuses sounded weak even to him. "I am not happy at all with Rich telling you the way he did. It was cruel, but he is right when he said that men have needs." Her glare locked him into place. "Oh, and since I do not meet those needs, I have driven you to do this. Are you saying this is all my fault then, that I forced you into the arms of those women?" "No, that's not what I am saying. Those other women do not mean a fucking thing to me." William could hear his voice rising, feeling like she was twisting his words into something worse than what he meant. He took a breath to try and steady himself. "What do you expect me to do, though? You know I am in no position to promise you anything." "Nothing. I do not expect anything from you," she said dully, looking away. For a moment it looked like were tears in her eyes, but he told himself it was just a trick of the light. The thought of having wounded her that deeply was hard to bear. He had to convince her to see his point of view. "I swear it, those other women, do not give them another thought. They were all just short-term entanglements. Once I had them, I no longer cared a thing for them. I know how harsh that sounds, but—" Camilla's voice was strangely low and soft when interrupted him. "No, I understand. It makes complete sense. You had them once and walked away with no regrets, like you planned to do with me if I lay with you. None of us women will ever mean anything to you, will we?" Her detached tone hit him harder than if she'd shouted. She wrenched her arm out of his grasp and started walking away. "What? No, that's not what I said. Do not just leave. We haven't finished speaking." William snapped, desperate for the conversation to end differently. But he did not know how to fix things that had gone so wrong between them, did not know what the right words were. At any rate, she was not listening. Camilla kept walking away quickly until she reached the door of her presence chamber. She quietly closed the door behind her without looking at him again. He heard the door being locked and cursed under his breath. The warm spring days slid by, and for the first time in his life, William knew what it was like to truly miss someone. Princess Camilla was still there, of course, walking through the courtyards, embroidering with her ladies under the shade of the trees, looking stunning and poised at dinner in the main hall. But she had shut him out completely. She was like an ice statue. How could he feel the absence of someone who hadn't gone anywhere? Someone he'd only known for a year and who he hadn't even spent that much time with? He tried to rationalize his feelings. But there was no denying it. He truly missed her as a person, not just as a beautiful girl. He missed her quick wit, her laugh, the sweet tone of her voice. Even when she hadn't said anything, he had enjoyed her quiet presence. William kicked himself over all the times he had pretended not to notice her or been deliberately short with her in the past. There was now a gap in his life, and it tormented him. His servants went out of their ways to keep their distance, fearing his irritable moods. Even his friends commented he was terrible company. "Whatever troubling you, my brother, you'd better fix it soon," complained Prince Thomas one night after William had been forced to sit next to the princess and listen to her make pleasant conversation during dinner with the nobleman on her other side. As soon as the plates had been cleared, William had left the high table, unable to endure one moment longer of being frozen out. "Is it a wench?" Thomas pressed. "Come to one of the brothels with me tonight then. I could use the distraction. Elinor is being an utter bitch." William shook his head. "Another night, Tom. Tonight I just want to sleep." The group of young men exchanged glances apart from Richard Bentworth, who eyed the prince with a slight smirk on his face and a question in his eye. William fixed him with a cold stare but said nothing. He got up from the table and walked to Teshin's rooms. He knocked briefly, opened the door, not bothering to wait for the old man's reply. Teshin was hunched over a scroll, making notes in his scratchy, almost illegible scrawl. He looked up at William, his gaze holding concern but no real surprise. "Good evening, my young lord. What brings you here?" "I need your sleeping draught, old friend. I have run out of the previous amount you gave me." Teshin quietly observed the prince, the shadows under his usually lively eyes and his drawn expression. "You look troubled, your grace. What exactly ails you?" William grimaced. "What ails me is the lack of a decent night's sleep, hence why I need your draught." His tone was clipped. Teshin's voice was a low gravel when he said, "The draught can only treat the symptom, not the cause of your problems. Wouldn't it be better for you to examine what it is that's stealing your sleep and your peace of mind to begin with?" "No," William roared, his temper peaking unexpectedly quickly. "I do not need to think or talk about whatever problem you think I have. I just need a fucking sleeping draught. Are you going to give it to me or not?" Teshin's lips tightened in disapproval as the two men looked at each other. William knew Teshin loathed his foul language. "Sorry," William muttered. "I am not myself." Sit down a moment, my young lord. Teshin quickly lifted a stack of books from a wooden stool and slid it towards William. William sat himself down, feeling truly exhausted about everything. He raised his tired eyes to Teshin. You are worrying me, Your Grace. You radiate nothing but unhappiness these days. Teshin's voice was gentle, reminding William of when the old man has comforted him as a child when his father would not. A strange lump formed in his throat, which he desperately tried to swallow down. William had schooled himself never to weep. His father had ridiculed him for it when he was young, so he had become adept years ago at locking his emotions in. He refused to weep now, fearing that if he started, he would truly lose himself in the depths of his frustration and bitterness. Teshin reached for something on one of his cluttered shelves, then pressed a small vial of liquid into William's hand. Here, but promise me once you are well rested, you'll spend some time thinking about how you ended up like this to begin with. Think deeply about what, or who, you are pining for. William closed his fingers around the vial. Thank you, but you do not need to worry about me. I'll be in good spirits again very soon, and I am not pining for anyone. April 27, 1359. Magdalene Castle, Islia Camilla sat up in bed, watching her maids go through the same routine as every morning, pulling back the heavy drapes, lighting the fireplace, and bringing her breakfast. She had started going through the same morning routine, also opening her eyes, and for just a split second, forgetting the reason why she felt so sad. Then she'd remember, and her heart would break all over again. She missed William desperately. Good Lord, she hated herself for missing him. She hated herself even more for admitting she missed him, because she knew he did not care about her at all. He had never hidden the fact that he pursued other women. It shouldn't have hurt her so much to hear him admit to visiting brothels. Still, it did. It hurt because his words had made her realize that she was just the same as all those other women, doomed to be part of his life only briefly. Despite all the recent times his actions had made her feel beautiful and special, she realized she was not special at all in his eyes. She was just one of many. She kicked the blankets off her legs angrily. She was sitting here pining for him, and he'd probably spent the whole night enjoying himself with courtesans without giving her a second thought. When had she become so pathetic? Camilla was jolted out of her thoughts by a crash, followed by the angry voice of Matilda, her oldest maid. Looking over, she noticed Bonnie had tripped and dropped the breakfast tray she had been carrying. She looked about to burst into tears, as Matilda sharply reprimanded her. It is all right, Matilda. It was an accident. Camilla said wearily. It was far too early to be listening to her maid's screeching tone. It is all right for those who aren't responsible for cleaning up the mess. Matilda started grumbling, but abruptly stopped when she realized she was still within the princess's earshot. Camilla raised an eyebrow and gave the maid a frigid stare. She had gotten used to Matilda's nature and mostly ignored her. But lately, everything was irritating her more than it should. Leave, she commanded in a flat voice. After Matilda left in a huff, Bonnie remained, quietly picking up pieces of fruit that had landed on the carpet and blotting split ale with shaking hands. I am terribly sorry, Your Highness. Her voice quivered. Oh, it is nothing. Camilla sighed. Despite what Matilda might say, there are worse things in life than spilled food. Bonnie stood up and nodded, one hand holding pieces of fruit and her eyes downcast. Camilla frowned. What happened to your face, Bonnie? You have a bruise near your eye. Bonnie cupped the side of her face defensively, and her eyes filled with tears. The maid stepped backwards, as if planning to scurry from the room. Camilla hopped down from the bed and stood between Bonnie and the door. Despite being only in her nightgown with her hair a tangled mess, she gave the maid a firm stare and tried to look as authoritative as possible. Tell me what happened, I want to know. Bonnie looked aghast but couldn't disobey her mistress. She started speaking regardless in a low, trembling voice. I was seeing a man, but that's over now. And he hit you. We quarreled. Camilla scowled in disapproval. That does not excuse him hitting you, Bonnie. If he is going to treat you this way, you are better off having ended it with him. Oh no, he isn't usually like this. Bonnie sounded desperate to defend this man. Her face turned red. Usually he is very charming. I I angered him greatly yesterday." Charming, Camilla felt sick as a dreadful thought crossed her mind. Was this charming man Prince William? Has he been carousing with my own maid right under my nose? Camilla blanched in horror. She tried to tell herself that he wouldn't do such a thing to her, but she did not truly know what he was capable of. "I only know of him what he has let me see," she realized. Camilla shook her head to clear her thoughts and fixed her eyes on Bonnie again, who was staring back at her with a mixture of puzzlement and embarrassment. "Go on," Camilla urged her gently. "Well, I had been spending time with him these last few weeks." Bonnie's voice was barely above a whisper. "He promised to look after me, saying I wouldn't have to be a maid for the rest of my life. He even mentioned speaking to his family about me." "And then what happened?" Camilla was cringing inwardly, but steadied herself. If the man was William, she needed to hear the harsh truth. It might even help her shake off her miserable stupor if she knew for sure what kind of a man the prince was. "Well," he said in order to explain me to his father, he needed to know that I was serious about him. At the mention of the man having a father, intense relief flooded through Camilla. She forced herself to give Bonnie her full attention, however. "He said I needed to prove my feelings for him by he wanted." Bonnie's face was almost crimson, and her eyes were squeezed shut. "He wanted you to lie with him." Camilla's tone was flat. Bonnie's eyes popped open in surprise, despite her embarrassment. "My lady, how did you know?" Camilla's lips twitched into a wry smile. "Bonnie, you are a maid and I am the daughter of a prince. But we both have to deal with men. And men aren't very different, are they? From what I have gathered, their thoughts all seem to run in the same manner." Bonnie gave a tiny smile in return. "At first I said no, of course. But he was so persistent and said so many kind words to me, and eventually, he wore you down. He told me our futures were bound together." The maid whimpered, eyes looking at her feet. "I accept any punishment you deem fit for my unchaste conduct, my lady." She trembled on the spot. "I am not going to punish you, Bonnie, and I am not going to judge your behavior either." Camilla sighed, then her expression hardened. "But I think I know how the rest of this story goes. You finally lay with him, and afterwards, you found he was not very interested in you." Bonnie nodded, tears rolling down her freckled cheeks. "All of a sudden, he started ignoring me, acting as if I did not exist whenever we crossed paths. When I finally confronted him, he just laughed. He said that he couldn't believe I'd actually thought he'd speak to his father about me." Bonnie's voice caught on a sob. "He said a mere maid was not worth the mention." "I am sorry this happened to you, Bonnie, truly. How could I have been so foolish? I thought he cared about me." The maid wailed, wrapping her arms around herself, and she continued sobbing. "He made you feel special. You wanted to believe you meant something to this man. I cannot blame you for that." Camilla reassured her softly. Men truly are all the same, she told herself with bitterness. "So I tried to speak to him again yesterday. I found him in the western courtyard speaking to Janina, one of Princess Blanche's maids. He was saying some of the same sweet words he'd said to me at the start." Bonnie shook her head in apparent disgust. "I do not think many men have the imagination to vary the tone." Camilla muttered. "They probably figure that what worked once will work again." "I got so angry, my lady. It was like I couldn't control myself seeing them together," the maid confessed. "I confronted them and told Janina the truth, that he'd been pursuing me and calling me the same sweet names, but that as soon as he'd lain with me, he'd stopped talking to me. Janina looked so upset and she ran off." "That's when you quarreled?" Bonnie nodded. "He was so angry that he hit my face and told me if I ever even came near him again, he'd make sure I was dismissed from my position." Bonnie's face turned panicky. "I cannot lose my position. My mother is a poor widow and I have 6 younger siblings. They rely on the money I send them." "Calm down, Bonnie. You will not lose your position. I'll make sure of that." Camilla tried to reassure her, as her anger bubbled. "What kind of person makes such threats? He has no right." The maid's shoulders slumped. "He is a nobleman, my lady, the son of a powerful family. I have no doubt he could get me kicked out of the palace if he wanted." "Nonsense, you are my maid. Queen Celia herself appointed you to my service." Camilla replied stoutly. What is this poor excuse for a man's name? I'll speak to him myself and tell him to never threaten you again. Bonnie's voice was a quiet, wavering thread. Camilla had to strain to hear her say, Sir Richard Bentworth. April 30, 1359. Magdalene Castle, Islia Camilla sat on the edge of the main courtyard fountain with Francis and Robin, laughing as the two knights competed to see who could stack copper coins in the highest pile on the fountain rim, without them all toppling into the water. She'd been assigned the role of judge, as Francis swore Robin had the thicker coins, meaning he could create higher stacks with less coins. She had wondered if after her last fight with Prince William, whether the other knights would shun her. To her relief, they hadn't changed their behavior. Even Prince Thomas was still his usual friendly self around her. Camilla genuinely liked their company. She enjoyed the time she spent with her ladies as well, of course. But there was something comfortable and familiar about being surrounded by young men. Their forthright talk and body humor reminded her of time spent with her brothers, though the men did try hard to curb the worst of their language around her. Delicately placing another coin on an already precarious stack, Robin bellowed a curse as his coins tipped over. He then cheerfully apologized for his language as he leaned over the water to scoop his coins out. Suddenly, Camilla saw his jolly expression turn serious as he looked across the fountain and to the edge of the courtyard. Following his line of sight, Camilla saw Prince William and Sir Richard Bentworth walking towards them. She felt her stomach sink with anxiety. She did not want to face either of them. Camilla had spoken truthfully when she'd promised Bonnie a few days ago that she'd talk to Richard about the way he'd treated her. Still, it was a conversation she had been dreading, unsure how she'd actually approach him. Perhaps it was better to broach the subject with the other knights around, she reasoned, as it might temper Richard's reaction. Both men bowed to her, and she returned the greeting in silence. Without further preamble, Richard looked at the two knights sitting on the fountain's edge and barked out, Prince Leo wants a knight from Will's battalion to provide him with the numbers from the latest weapons inventory. He needs the information urgently. Why cannot you do it? Camilla asked Richard silently. Why do you always assume you can order your friends around? Robin and Francis stared back at Richard for several moments until Robin finally stood up and grumbled, Fine, I'll go. Camilla watched Robin's departing figure and took a deep breath to gather her courage. There's actually something I need to discuss with you as well, Sir Richard. William and Francis both looked at her, completely taken aback. Richard turned to face her, nonplussed. She saw his jaw tick with annoyance that she'd even deigned to talk to him. For a moment, Camilla wondered how this could possibly be the same man that Bonnie had described as being so charming with his words. In her own eyes, Richard had been a vulgar brute since the first time they had met. Undeterred, she continued. My maid Bonnie says you have recently treated her very poorly. She said you made many promises, but once you betted her, you discarded her and moved on to another woman. I understand that's a habit for some men. Camilla resisted the temptation to look at the prince when she spoke those particular words. But it upsets me to see the young girl so heartbroken, especially when she says you hit her and threatened her employment if she dared complain. Please keep your distance from her and refrain from treating any of my maids this way in future. Richard snorted and rolled his eyes as if she'd made a ridiculous request. And you believed her. You believed the words of a nobody. Yes, bruises do not lie, and she is not a nobody. Why are you taking such an interest in my bed wenches then, princess? Jealous you are not among them. Richard sneered. Rich, watch your mouth, cautioned William. Normally, I'd have no interest in the company you keep, Sir Richard. And I cannot think of anything sounding more depressing than being one of your bed wenches. At that comment, Richard gave her a withering look. William, on the other hand, turned his face in the other direction to stifle what sounded like a laugh. Francis guffawed openly. But Bonnie is in my service, therefore I am responsible for her welfare. I am sure there are plenty of others, ladies, who aren't in my household that you can lie to and then discard. Camilla managed to keep her voice even, despite her nerves. That lying maid is hardly in your household when you have nothing of the sort. Richard hissed, his face darkening. The maids, like the room you sleep in and the clothes on your back, belong to someone else. So how can you call her your maid when you own nothing, when you only exist because you shamelessly leech off someone else's charity? Even William looked shocked at the blatant insult. What the hell is wrong with you, Richard? You are speaking to a blood royal. She is under King Edward's protection. And everyone knows a lady is responsible for the health and well-being of her maids, added Francis. Just stay away from the princess's maids and you will not have a problem. Surely it is not that hard. Richard's eyes flicked away from Camilla as if she was not worth even looking at. Instead, he stared at the two men with nothing but hostility. Why are you both siding with some foreign orphan against me? I know Will is well known for thinking with his cock, but you are supposed to be smarter than that, Francis. Francis paled. William looked too stunned to speak. The Queen assigned those maids to my care, so please do not make me repeat myself, Sir Richard. Camilla said simply, keep away from my maids and ladies. Richard looked at her again, face twisted into a menacing sneer, but he said nothing more. Francis broke the tense silence by offering to escort Camilla back to her rooms and quickly swept her away in the direction of the castle, leaving the other two men glaring at each other. Camilla felt her thudding heart gradually slow down with relief as they walked further and further from the courtyard. I am so sorry you had to endure such insults, Your Grace. Francis looked down at her, genuinely concerned. Camilla shrugged dismissively. It makes no difference. Sir Richard's opinion isn't important to me, Sir Francis. Truly. Francis nodded but still looked troubled. Camilla smiled to reassure him. They continued walking in silence until Francis finally spoke again. You and Prince William have had a falling out then. Camilla had been wondering how long until someone mentioned it. She blushed and ducked her head. Is it that obvious to you? Francis gave a small laugh. Oh, my lady, it is obvious to everyone with eyes and then some. He glanced at her again. William has been in a terrible mood lately. He'll never say it, of course, but he is rather fond of you. I think he misses your company. Sir Francis. Camilla replied firmly. The only thing the prince misses is the possibility I might agree to lie with him. Even then, I am sure another girl will catch his eye before the week is out. There is obviously something else troubling him that has nothing to do with me. Can I ask what you quarreled about? Camilla remembered their last proper conversation in the corridor outside her apartments, when she'd confronted William about visiting bathhouses and he hadn't denied it. Even now, the pain was like a knife twisting in her heart. It was not until that moment that I realized how truly meaningless I am to the prince, Camilla thought to herself. He has always seen me as just another conquest, and I think I am in love with him. The gravity of the situation suddenly hit her like a blow to the head. I am, though. I am in love with that insufferable Claude. When did I let this happen? How did I let this happen? What kind of an idiot am I? To her horror, she had ended up in love with an immature, complicated, emotionally wounded young man who was no good for her at all, and yet she couldn't help herself. Despite how angry she was with him now, she couldn't forget his smile and his touch, along with the rare moments of compassion and sweetness he'd shown her. I'd rather not say, Sir Francis, she finally replied quietly. Prince William is your friend first and foremost. I do not to make you uncomfortable by putting you in the middle of our quarrel. Francis nodded. I respect your silence, my lady. I just hope whatever it was blows over and the two of you can make amends soon. Will has a good heart underneath all the arrogance. Camilla privately doubted that would ever happen, but she did not say so. Instead, she looked askance at Francis. And yet, I have never gotten along well with Sir Richard, and you do not seem to care about that. Isn't he one of your close friends as well? Francis pursed his lips, clearly uncomfortable with the change in conversation. It is complicated, Your Grace. Richard and I have been in the same circles all our lives, but I cannot really say we are friends anymore. We still respect each other from being comrades in arms, but I disagree with many of his actions. The young man paused, then looked around and lowered his voice. And frankly, I think he is a poor influence on Prince William. He appeals to Will's worst instincts and drives him on. Their behavior together can run wild. But the prince is so loyal to him. Surely there's a reason why they are such good friends. Francis slowly nodded and said, William and Richard have been together all their lives. The Bentworths are an ancient noble family, and they have sent their heirs over many generations to court as infants to be raised alongside the royal children. The two of them are as close to brothers as they can be. And because of that, their rivalry has always been fierce. Have you known Sir Richard since you were a child as well? Francis nodded. Oh yes, Prince Tom and Robin Sainsbury as well. All of us were raised together. Rich was the de facto leader of the nursery. Being a couple of years older than the rest of us, he was always the smartest and strongest child. He was taught to ride and wield a sword first. He was the first to take part in a joust and to be knighted. So of course we all looked up to him. And I am sure he made a point of lording his achievements over you all. Francis gave her a rueful smile. You are perceptive, Your Grace. He sounds like a little bully. Camilla found it easy to picture him as a domineering child. Laughing, Francis did not disagree. That's the nature of brothers. When you are small lads, a 2-year age gap is significant. Rich was always tall and broad for his age as well, so the rest of us came off second best when paired against him in anything physical. He was also ahead of us all in book knowledge, so it was inevitable for Will to always be a step behind and have to follow Richard's lead, as we all did. Camilla noticed Francis' usually gentle expression hardening. Things started to change as we grew older, though. A gap in age of 2 years began to seem less noticeable, especially as we each started discovering and developing our own individual talents. Suddenly, Richard was no longer the best at everything by default solely because of his age. And when the other boys started matching or even surpassing him at some skills, he would have hated it. Camilla surmised. Francis smiled again. You are far wiser than you are given credit for, Princess. But it was like the more we all caught up to Rich, the greater his desire grew to prove he could still outfight or outride or outlearn us. It sounds like a selfish approach to friendship. If a friendship is dependent on one person always needing to feel superior to the rest, how can it last? Camilla remembered the rivalry between her brothers, particularly Duncan and Daniel as the eldest ones. But despite the quarrels and occasional punches thrown, there had been great respect and affection between the 3 princes. She couldn't imagine one being genuinely resentful of another's particular talent. William especially has grown into an exceptional knight. He does not have Richard's build or raw strength, but he is quicker with the sword and has a better head for battlefield strategy, said Francis. Camilla frowned. But surely it is more than that, isn't it? Their behavior cannot just be driven by wanting to see who's the better knight. Yes, I think it is more than that. Francis looked up pensively. My belief is that as they have gotten older and realized the difference in their stations, this has also made Richard bitter. He is the son of an earl, but Will is the son of a prince and grandson of a king. He is directly descended from a long line of kings. The Devon line have ruled Islia longer than anyone remembers. William has riches and land far beyond what Rich will ever inherit. Francis's voice turned quiet, as if hesitant to say much more. Then there's the matter of women. Women? I am sure you've noticed the prince is extremely popular with the ladies, Your Highness. He has never had trouble betting whoever he wants, but the ladies do not love Richard the same way. Camilla was unsympathetic. Maybe Sir Richard would fare better if he stopped treating women as useless creatures there to just follow his orders. He talks to me as if I am incapable of even basic thought, and it is insulting. I doubt other ladies like it either. Regardless of what it is, Rich knows he does not have William's looks or charm. He does not have a prince's wealth or bloodline. He is possibly not even the best fighter among us anymore. I think the only way he feels he can control his envy and reassert his dominance is to beat Will in a fight or a race, to try and knock him down a peg or two. And what does the prince see in Sir Richard then? Why does he value their friendship? Camilla struggled to see why William was loyal to a cruel bully of a man. I think Will truly loves Richard like the blood brother he never had. His childhood companions are the only family he knows. Francis's smile was tinged with sadness. No matter how questionable Richard's actions are, Will's instinct will always be to protect him from others' criticism. I think part of Will is still that lonely little boy who admires his idol. Camilla thought of all the times she had been shocked by Richard's words or behavior, but kept quiet. Even if she had spoken up, who would have sided with her? All she would have done was earn more of the prince's hatred. She suddenly remembered a line her mother had once uttered: "There are none so blind as those who will not see." Francis admitted, "Unfortunately, the two of them bring out the worst of each other. In everything they do, they'll push each other to the absolute limit because they are both so determined to come out on top. Neither will ever concede. If that's their nature, then they deserve each other." Camilla shook her head, eager to change the subject. "Tell me about your betrothed then, Sir Francis." Francis looked startled at the new topic, but smiled shyly. "Anne, I have known her for as long as I can remember. Our families' lands neighbor each other, so our lines have a long history together. We are to be married in the autumn." "And you care for her?" "Yes, I mean I am very fond of her. I know she has a kind heart and we have things in common, but—" his voice tapered off. "But what?" "It is just that beyond being childhood playmates, we do not know each other terribly well. I have spent most of my life training at court, and she has been in her family's estate. Since we stopped being small children, we haven't actually spent much time alone together." Francis scrunched his face pensively. "Do you think that's a bad thing, my lady?" "Not necessarily. If the two of you are already fond of each other, that's more than many couples have at the start of a marriage. And you'll have all of your lives to get to know each other better, will not you?" Camilla gave him a reassuring smile. "I suppose we will." Francis said dubiously. Privately, he worried his union with Anne would be one of friendship and comfortable familiarity, but nothing more. No spark, no fire, no passion. Would that be enough to sustain them both for the decades to come? He tried to explain this concern to the princess as delicately as possible. As he expected, the look on her face was one of complete confusion. "But isn't a relationship built on friendship the very best kind? And what exactly is this spark you keeping speaking of? I do not understand." Francis had to bite his tongue so that he did not blurt out, "Like the spark between you and Will." He knew Princess Camilla did not want to broach the subject, given the two weren't on speaking terms. But the intense attraction between the two of them was undeniable to anyone with eyes. A constant undercurrent of heat seemed to link them, as if they were always aware of the other's presence. He wondered idly which of the two young royals would break first and confess their feelings. They both struck him as equally stubborn, and he figured William must have done something fairly stupid for Princess Camilla to ice him out. Then again, they seemed to attract like magnets, even when there was anger between them. Francis figured something would eventually have to give. May 2, 1359. Magdalene Castle, Islia. William chewed the food placed in front of him without tasting it. He could hear conversation happening around him, but listened to none of it. He endured Princess Sarai touching his hand when she spoke and brushing her leg against his under the tablecloth, supposedly by accident, with nothing but a clenched jaw. He remembered how several months ago, it had been Prince Thomas in the same position, unable to escape the lady foisted on to him by the king. William could now understand his cousin's deep and ongoing resentment. He vowed to never tease Tom again about his marriage. After the dinner plates were cleared away and the musicians started playing, William knew he was expected to take Princess Sarai's hand and lead the evening's dancing yet again. As he walked past King Edward's seat with Sarai's hand in his, he saw his uncle nod in approval. 2 more days, he thought to himself. If everything goes to plan, I only need to endure 2 more days of this charade. Unbeknown to everyone, even the king himself, William had recently exchanged quiet words with Queen Celia. And he had whispered to this woman, who was the closest thing to a mother he'd ever had, that he'd never consider marrying Princess Sarai. That if the king insisted on such an alliance, he'd never lay a hand on the princess. And if the king commanded him to share Sarai's bed, he'd throw his life away cheaply in the next campaign he was forced to fight in. It was probably a little overdramatic, but it was enough for the queen to assure him that she'd speak to the king herself and try to persuade him to drop all thoughts of a potential marriage. All William could pray for now was for King Edward to listen to his wife of many decades who still commanded his affection, if not his fidelity. "We'll be leaving Islia very soon, my lord." Princess Sarai's breathy voice assaulted his ears. "So I have heard, your highness." William managed to keep the elation out of his voice. "Wouldn't it be wonderful if an announcement was made before my departure, confirming how our two kingdoms have strengthened their bond?" Sarai looked into his face as she pressed up against him. The strong scent of her ambergris perfume made him want to sneeze. He had quickly grown to hate ambergris. "I believe that's already the case. You'll be glad to know. I spoke with Viscount Nadrim earlier. Thanks to the negotiations between my king and your ambassador, I am told an updated set of trade laws will soon be announced between our countries." William gave her a bland smile. The princess huffed dismissively. "Trade laws, who cares about that?" "Well, I would expect you to care, your highness. This legislation will prove lucrative on both sides. Surely that must please you as a princess of Havietten, who no doubt keeps herself up to date on her country's political affairs." William knew that this girl did no such thing. The only thing her shallow mind could keep up with was her clothing and spreading hurtful rumors. "Yes, yes," Sarai said impatiently. "But do not you think an even better, more impressive announcement could be made? More impressive than increased trade profits for both of our nations? That would be quite the feat. What are you suggesting, your highness?" "I am suggesting something like a marriage alliance, my lord." Sarai batted her lashes at him. "Is that so?" William had to stop himself from laughing out loud. The girl was so vapid. No wonder Camilla thought it was beneath her to bother engaging in Sarai's constant digs. "What would you suggest then, my lady?" He tried to look at her, as if he was genuinely interested in her pointless thoughts. "You are not married yet, my lord. Do not you ever think about what that would be like?" William pretended to think the question over. "Actually, no, not at all. I have never had any interest in marriage." Frowning slightly, Sarai replied, "Perhaps that's because until now, you've never met a lady of quality that you would benefit from taking to wife." "And how would you describe a lady of quality?" William knew he should stop stringing the princess along, but he was enjoying himself far too much. "Someone who knows her place as the wife of a powerful prince, my lord. Someone who can bring elegance, beauty, and royal dignity to the role. A true lady who does not pursue unwomanly interests." "You mean like reading books?" William asked silently. Perhaps you are onto something, princess. There would certainly be great benefits to marrying someone with the qualities you list." William paused, as if suddenly deep in thought. "But where would I go about finding this perfect example of womanhood you've just described?" Sarai's jaw dropped for a moment, as if she couldn't believe how slow the man she was dancing with was. Then she quickly thought better of it and pressed up against William again, purring. "Perhaps she is a lady who's already under your nose." "Maybe, but there are a great number of ladies under my nose. The Islian court is blessed with an abundance of pretty maidens. None of the ladies I have seen here are worthy of a prince such as you, my lord." Sarai pouted, clearly frustrated. "There would great benefits to you taking a Haviettanese bride. My father is a powerful man and he would grant me a generous dowry. I am his favorite daughter. I am also a good judge of character. I understand exactly what you need." "Do you really?" "Yes." "You are right, your grace. Like any man, I'd probably find great happiness in marrying a good lady, one who understands me and what it means to be my helpmate." William flashed her a smile. "But whoever she turns out to be, please know that for me, that lady will never be you. Never." William heard the proud princess suck in a sharp breath. "What? Why would you say something like that to me?" Sarai pulled back to stare at him in shock. "You look so surprised, your grace. Why is that? Did not you just say you understand what I need? Surely you understand, then, that I definitely do not need you in my life. What is all this? Have you already formed an attachment to someone else?" Sarai's face slowly twisted in understanding. "It is her, isn't it, that foreign chit?" Who? I assume that the foreign chit you speak of has a name." Williams kept his voice pleasant, as if they were discussing the weather. "I refuse to say her name. You know who I am talking about." Sarai hissed. It does not matter who she is. William drew Sarai a little closer and bent his head down so he could whisper in her ear, the way a lover might do. What matters is that it isn't you. Never you. Even if my uncle forces us to marry and I must spend the rest of my days with you as my wife, just know that I will never lay a finger on you. He made his voice as soft and sweet as possible so that the vicious truth of his message would hit home. Sarai jerked back, and he saw her face had turned crimson with humiliation. He thought of all the times the little bitch had used her words to strike people down around her, and smiled wider. Ever since you arrived at my uncle's court, you've wielded your words like knives, Your Highness. You obviously enjoy wounding people. I just wanted to let you know what it is like to be on the receiving end. Quite unpleasant, isn't it? Sarai seemed to have been struck dumb. William kept his smile in place as he spun the shocked girl around in time to the music. Then he drew her close one last time and whispered sweetly. This is the last time I hope to ever have to speak to you, you little shrew. From now on, stay out of my fucking sight. And watch how you speak to others, especially those under Islian royal protection. Sarai shoved him in the chest as she broke out of his arms. She stared at him for a moment with angry tears in her eyes before she turned and ran from the dance area, pushing people out of her way as she fled. Feeling lighter than he had in weeks, William strolled back to the table where several of his knights and companions were engaged in the usual drinking contests. Someone passed him a full goblet, and he took a drink, savoring the taste. Richard Bentworth threw an odd glance his way. What happened with you? One moment you are dancing with the Princess of Javiet, and the next she is running out of the room crying. Oh, that, who knows? William shrugged carelessly, trying to keep his face expressionless. She probably had some kind of emotional problem or something. You know how fucking stupid women can be. May 6, 1359. Magdalene Castle, Islia. William trudged through the forest, leading his favorite hunting steed by the reins. He had been out hunting with Francis and Robin since dawn, and despite the ground being muddy from several days of on and off rain, they managed to bring down 2 does and a stag. His friends had been keen to return to the castle to wash the grime off themselves, but William had wanted to spend some time alone, so he had sent them and their accompanying pages back ahead of him. He tied his horse to a tree and sat down on a dry patch of dirt, leaning his back against the scratchy trunk and stretching one of his legs out in front of him. He was in a foul mood, and even the long hunt hadn't lifted his spirits much. At least Princess Sarai was no longer a potential threat. She had finally departed Islia with her retinue 2 days ago. While the alliance between Islia and Javietin had been confirmed and strengthened through a few additional trade deals, no betrothals had been announced between the royal houses, to his intense relief. It meant he no longer had to spend time with her and pretend to enjoy her company, under the king's watchful eye. He no longer had to lead her out to dance, go hunting, or take walks with her, while pretending not to notice when she batted her eyelashes at him and tried to act coquettish. A few times he'd flirted back with Sarai in Camilla's presence just to make the Moragathian princess jealous or provoke some kind of reaction from her. But that had been a disastrous move. It was actually his restraint that had snapped first, leading him to try and seduce Camilla in a dark storeroom. When that attempt had failed, he'd lost his temper at her and shouted like a belligerent child. And then, her finding out from Richard that William was not a stranger to visiting bathhouses had turned an already angry fire into an inferno. William knocked the back of his head against the tree trunk in frustration. How did it all go so wrong? Richard hadn't even understood why William was so upset with him. He had found the whole situation amusing. Well, why does it matter if she knows you visit whores? There's no shame in the truth. You are not doing anything wrong. Why do you even care about the opinion of a penniless foreign orphan? William couldn't explain to Richard why the princess's opinion mattered to him, because he did not understand it himself. It shouldn't matter at all, but it did. Knowing that she was not only angry but wounded by him made him feel sick inside. William closed his eyes and sighed, enjoying the quiet of the forest and feeling the dappled sunlight on his face. He spent most of his days surrounded by people's servants, pages, and hangers-on who wanted to beg favors from him. A peaceful moment to himself was a luxury. Perhaps I should avoid women for a while, he thought to himself drowsily as he pushed his messy hair back from his face. Luck is definitely not on my side these days. William suddenly blinked and sat upright, startled by a sound. Realizing he'd nodded off, he looked around him. His horse was standing quietly by the tree, lapping water from a puddle on the ground. He rubbed his eyes and slowly stood up. It was probably time to head back towards the castle with a fake smile on his face, to pretend he led a charmed life when in reality, he felt like punching walls. A faint sound reached his ears again, coming from the direction of the small creek that ran through the forest. He placed a hand on the dagger hanging from his waist in case he crossed paths with a thief. There had been occasions where thieves or beggars had sneaked through the royal forests to try and enter the castle. Leaving his horse behind, William moved stealthily towards the creek. He suddenly heard what sounded like female voices. Puzzled, he followed the source of sound. Peering through a small gap in the thick vegetation that covered the banks of the creek, he could barely believe his eyes. The creek itself was swollen from the endless rain, the water levels higher than he'd ever seen them. 4 women had discarded their gowns and were frolicking in the slow-moving waters. His mouth went completely dry when he realized it was Camilla and her ladies-in-waiting. He couldn't quite make out their words, but he suddenly heard the shorter of the blonde ladies mention what sounded like his name. He slowly moved closer. The sight of Camilla rising out of the water almost stopped his heart. She was wearing only a linen chemise, which was translucent from being soaked. She gathered the long skirt around the tops of her legs with her fists to avoid tripping over the fabric, as she carefully stepped towards a large flat rock in the middle of the silvery waters, where the other maidens were already sitting. The ends of her unbound hair were wet, and the chemise clung to her curves of her body like a second skin. He could clearly see the outline of her breasts and her dainty, protruding nipples through the sheer fabric, and thought he would scream from pure lust. He knew he should look away and not torture himself further. What was the point? She would never even look in his direction again. But seeing her sitting on the rock looking like a forest goddess in a pool of sunlight made it impossible for him to tear his eyes away. His legs were as unmoving as stone pillars as his gaze hungrily scanned over her body again and again. The blonde lady mentioned his name again. Intrigued, William slowly inched ever closer, knowing he'd never want to overhear a conversation as much as the one happening just a short distance away. Camilla pushed strands of damp hair back from her face, only vaguely listening to the chatter of her ladies-in-waiting. She was glad to be away from the relentless stares and whispers of the castle, even for an afternoon. After a year in Islia, she knew there were many people around court still hostile to her, especially the females. She watched the sun bounce off the placid waters, thinking she was fortunate to at least have her 3 ladies around her. Meg jabbed her gently in the ribs with her elbow. "Have you chosen a green gown, my lady?" Camilla gave her a blank look. Meg laughed. "You mustn't have listened to a word of ours. I was asking about the dress you plan to wear the banquet of love that their majesties are hosting next week." "But why would it have to be green?" "Green is the color of true love, according to ancient legend. Every spring, the king holds this special banquet in honor of the queen. It has taken place every year since they were wed. I am not sure why a man would want to publicly honor his wife with a banquet about love when he makes no effort to hide his mistresses. But if this banquet is court tradition, I expect I'll have to join in." "That's a rather cynical viewpoint, princess," Elizabeth observed. "At least the king's latest, wench will know better than to show her face at the banquet, I suppose." Camilla half smiled as she listened to Katerine, ever the romantic, describe the previous banquet with enthusiasm. Last year, they strung lanterns from all the trees in the West Gardens and brought musicians from the nearby villages to play. It was like a beautiful country fair under the stars. You likely missed it because you were so newly arrived to our court. Katerine added hastily, "But this year, I am sure you'll love it, my lady, especially once Prince William sweeps you onto the dance floor." Camilla looked at Katerine and laughed uncomfortably. "I do not think that will be the case. He and we aren't on the best of terms these days." "Oh yes, we had noticed the 2 of you are avoiding each other lately." Meg responded cheerfully. "Whatever he did, try not to judge him too harshly, my lady. Men are the most foolish creatures. Meg gave Camilla a sidelong look and grinned. Unless, of course, you are the one who upset him. The princess flushed. Let's just say that things were said on both sides that probably shouldn't have been, but what's done is done. Oh, it should be easy enough for you to win the prince back to your side. Elizabeth waved a hand carelessly. Especially now that Princess Sarah is no longer around to hang off him like a leech. I do not think so. I managed to make him quite furious the last time we spoke. He even said that I am dead to him. To her surprise, all three ladies burst out laughing. Dead to him indeed. Meg wiped her eyes. As if he truly means that. All you need to do is breathe in his direction and you'll have him captivated. Everyone knows how he looks at you, especially these days. And how does he look at me? Since their argument, William seemed to be making a conscious effort to look at her as little as possible. Like a man dying of thirst when he comes across a clean river. Elizabeth shook her head. You have him quite besotted. Why do you think Princess Sarah was always so rude to you? She was shamelessly throwing herself at him, and his grace barely even acknowledged her presence. Well, I think his feelings have changed. I made him truly angry. Meg was dismissive. Nonsense, your grace. You can easily capture his attention again. He has hardly even looked at other women since you joined our court. Besides, the man is too perfect looking for his own good. I do not think I could stay angry if he looked at me the right way. More laughter. Surely you agree, do not you, princess? Katerine asked. You must find him handsome too. Well, yes, I have eyes, do not I? He is stunningly fair. Camilla admitted slowly. He knows it though, it makes him rather arrogant. Of course it does. I'd be the most arrogant of men too if I saw what he sees every day in the mirror. But if such a beautiful man wants you, why bother fighting it? Give him what he wants and you'll likely enjoy yourself as well. Meg. Camilla's mouth fell open. I cannot believe you said that. You think I should just lie with him because he asked? So he did proposition you, I knew it. Meg clapped her hands with delight. Realizing she'd been tricked into confessing something she'd no intention of discussing, Camilla flushed bright red and covered her face with her hands. Well, think twice before you turn him down, my lady, she heard Elizabeth say. Now Camilla was truly shocked. Of all her ladies, Elizabeth was the most upright one, always thinking everything through seriously. Are you telling me I should just sin and not worry about it? Elizabeth shrugged. In this case, why not? Who knows where you'll be in years' time? Perhaps you'll be back in Moraigth and married off to an ogre. Noble girls have little control over our lives, princesses even less. We have to seek a little happiness where we can find it, do not you agree? It hurts no one in the long run. You've said it before, your uncle will likely marry you to a beast or a drunkard, added Meg. And no matter how much you hate that man, you'll have to obey him for the rest of his days. So if you have to spend a lifetime running his household and bearing his children, wouldn't you at least like to have one memory of when you lay with a man of your choice, one who would treat you well? How can you be so sure William would treat me well? Elizabeth's eyes held a wicked gleam. Ladies talk, and having heard from a couple who have been lucky enough to have been bedded by the prince, apparently he knows exactly what he is doing between the sheets. Camilla stood up and carefully stepped off the large boulder where she had been sitting, idly dipping her toes in the creek water. Her ladies had returned to the castle earlier, but she had wanted to enjoy the tranquility for a few more moments. She couldn't stay out much longer. It was time to head back and get dressed for yet another dinner full of false smiles and backstabbing. Stepping onto the dirt, she picked up her shoes to slide them on when she heard a rustling sound nearby. Turning around, she found Richard Bentworth stepping out from behind shrubs. He leered at her. "Princess, what are you doing here?" "Nothing, I am just leaving," she said flatly. Richard smirked. "Haven't I told you before that you risk your reputation by wandering around unaccompanied? Anyone would think you planned this just so you can meet a man here in secret." Camilla frowned uneasily. "That's untrue. I am just heading back to the castle now." She quickly turned to walk away from him. "Oh, I think you wanted me to find you here, little vixen." He lunged closer to her and grabbed her arm. She shook herself free and stumbled backwards. "What are you trying to escape from? Isn't this what you've wanted all along from me? The cold glint in his eyes made her shudder with revulsion. No, just leave me alone. She started to walk faster, eager to put distance between them. He started following her. Do not make me chase you, little tease. I never lose a hunt. He lunged to grab her again. Fear welling in her chest, Camilla started to run. She heard Richard curse and his footsteps as he chased her. Camilla tried holding her long skirt out of the way as she stumbled across the forest floor, barefoot. She had no idea what direction she was headed, but kept running, too scared to look backwards. Suddenly, she tripped over a tree root, which brought her to her knees. Ignoring the pain, she hurriedly tried to scramble to her feet and keep running. At that moment, a heavy weight collided hard with the back of her. It sent her sprawling face down onto the ground and knocked the air out of her lungs completely. She felt Richard panting in her ear. I told you not to run, now you've angered me. He then flipped her over onto her back with such force, the back of her head hit the ground hard. Camilla lay stunned for a moment while Richard clambered onto her, using his greater height and weight to hold her in place. Camilla was so stunned, her thoughts seemed to freeze. Stop, what are you doing? She cried, thrashing under his weight. Stop pretending you are a virgin. Isn't this what you let William do to you? He sat straddling her thighs and pinned both of her arms over her head in his large hands. He squeezed his grip, making her wrists throb as if they were being clamped by a vice. No, I do not. What did William have to do with any of this? Camilla shook her head and her voice quavered as she started to shake with fear. Please, Richard, do not do this. You mean Sir Richard? He rumbled, smirking. I am a revered knight and the son of one of the greatest noble families in Islia. You are just a nobody that belongs nowhere. So what gives you the right to act like you are too good for me? I did not, I am sorry, Eli. Camilla was stuttering now, willing to say anything to appease him, but not sure what the words should be. Stop lying, slut. One of his hands let go of her wrists and started groping her chest. All this time you've pretended to ignore me, but you knew you were leading me on, did not you? He suddenly pinched her nipple viciously through her dress. Camilla cried out in pain, starting to cry in earnest now. No, please, she struggled to get the words out. That's right, beg me, like the worthless nothing you are. This is what you get when you tease a man for months. She squeaked with terror as she felt Richard's hand roughly pulling up her skirt. She wriggled and thrashed harder to try to escape when suddenly his hand was cupping her bare flesh, where no man had touched her before. Before she could react, she felt his finger push hard inside of her. Then a second finger pierced her. Camilla screamed then, as loud as she could. She did not care if anyone heard or about her reputation. All she wanted was for the stinging pain to end. Shut up, he hissed at her, grabbing her head across her forehead and smacking it down against the bumpy ground a couple of times. Camilla started to see stars from the pain in the back of her head, but kept on screaming. Then she felt her breath cut off entirely as Richard pressed his forearm across her throat. She stared at him with wild, panicked eyes as she felt herself suffocating. Richard grinned down at her. I told you to shut up, but you weren't listening. Do not worry, though. I will not let you faint. He gave her neck another squeeze and laughed. You women are much more fun when you fight back. He finally lifted his forearm from her neck and she gasped. Camilla took huge, desperate gulps of air, unable to scream. Richard kept laughing. He continued thrusting his fingers into her repeatedly, the painful sensation mixing with her intense horror and humiliation. His sour breath was hot in her ear as leaned down and whispered, You are enjoying this, aren't you? I can tell. He licked her ear and neck hungrily, then dragged his wet tongue to her cleavage. Camilla shook her head again, almost choking on the sobs threatening to overwhelm her. How would any woman enjoy this? Do not lie, all you whores are the same. You kick and cry and pretend you do not want it. You all want it. Richard then pulled his hand back abruptly and looked at it. They could both see blood on his fingers. Laughing, he remarked, So, you really are still a maiden. I am surprised. I was so sure you'd already given it away to Will. Camilla could only keep gasping for air as the tears continued to spill down her cheeks. Her throat felt almost bruised shut. Shifting his weight over her so she was still pinned down by his legs, he sat up somewhat and started unlacing his breeches. He grinned at her as he lowered his breeches. I am going to enjoy this even more now. She shook with terror, trying to wrest herself away. She had to keep fighting, no matter how futile her efforts. Richard brought his knee down between her legs with his full weight behind him, using it to bruise her thigh and pry her legs open. Another hoarse, almost silent scream tore from her throat. Suddenly, Richard froze. A faraway look crossed his face as if her were straining to listen to something in the distance. Camilla could hear voices. Faint, far away but definitely voices. She went limp with relief and gratitude as Richard scrambled to a standing position, hastily relacing his breeches tight. He stood over her and cursed under his breath as he listened. Hunters, he hissed in disgust. He then glared at the trembling, tear-streaked girl on the ground with cold fury and barked at her. Get up. Clean yourself up and head back to court. You look like a fucking mess. And I do not have to tell you to keep your mouth shut about this, you little slut. No one will believe you anyway. With a swiftness that defied his bulky build, Richard slipped away and disappeared into the thick greenery. Camilla waited a few moments, then lifted herself on her elbows. She gingerly sat up while pushing her skirts down to cover her legs. As she stood up on shaking legs, a stabbing pain rippled across her back. Looking down, she saw that she'd been lying on several sharp rocks. Her knees threatened to buckle when the full force of what had just happened hit her. Despite the fear and the horror, she knew it could have been even worse if it hadn't been for the nearby hunters. Camilla stood up, braced against a nearby tree trunk. She was disoriented, but she couldn't just stay in the forest, could she? So she started to walk slowly towards the court, using the sun, which was now hanging lower in the sky, to guide her direction. She winced as branches and the uneven ground of the forest floor stung her feet. She had no idea where her shoes were. It could have been worse, she repeated to herself with every hesitant step. It could have been far worse. She had to hold on to that thought. Eventually, Magdalene Castle came into view among the trees. Camilla knew she had to look as if everything was normal before the court's avid eyes. She ran her hands through her messy hair to smooth it and make sure there were no leaves or twigs tangled in it. She wiped her wet cheeks and smoothed down her long skirt to look as presentable as possible. Then she walked as normally as she could across the southern gardens until she reached a small archway that led to a secondary corridor. She stepped inside the cool, dark corridor, determined to sneak into her rooms before her tears started to fall again. It could have been worse. Camilla moved along the shadowy corridors quietly, doing her best not to limp even though she could feel cuts on the soles of her feet from having run through the forest barefoot. Fortunately, it was late in the day, and most courtiers were in their chambers preparing for dinner. The servants hadn't yet lit the torches throughout the castle for evening. She was able to slip unnoticed through the almost empty corridors of the south wing. She quietly opened the door to her apartments and stepped inside. Looking around, she was relieved to see her presence chamber was empty. Her ladies were likely in their own room, getting dressed for the evening. Camilla rushed into her bedchamber and shut the heavy door firmly behind her. The emotions she'd been pushing down threatened to overwhelm her. With her back pressed to the door, she felt her legs slowly give way until she had crumpled to the richly carpeted floor. She started trembling violently, but her eyes stayed dry, as if she were in too much shock to shed any more tears. How did this all happen? What am I going to do now? Camilla sat on the floor, arms wrapped around herself and unable to stop shaking. Her back ached from being forced onto the forest floor. The flesh between her legs stung and the back of her head throbbed. She knew she could have endured all this and more, but what hurt the most was the overwhelming sense of shame cutting through her. She remembered the terrible things Richard had accused her of and the names he'd called her. Tease, whore, worthless nobody. Did I bring all this upon myself? Camilla knew she'd never intended to lead anyone on, especially not a man like Richard. But is that what she'd been doing all this time, without realizing? Did everyone else at court agree with him and think she was some kind of sinful temptress? She buried her face in her hands in despair as the tears slowly started trickling out. What have I done? A knock on the door startled her. My lady, she heard Meg's cheerful voice from the other side. Do you need our help getting ready for dinner? Camilla froze, still pressed against the door. She couldn't bear to face anyone, and she definitely couldn't risk seeing Richard at dinner in front of the court. She just needed to be alone. "I am not feeling well, Meg," she called out. "Please just go to dinner without me." "I am sorry to hear that. Should I seek a physician for you, my lady?" Meg's voice sounded concerned. "No need." With effort, Camilla managed to keep her voice steady. "I will just take my bath and go to bed early. Please ask the maids to bring in the bathtub." She breathed a sigh of relief when she heard Meg's retreating footsteps. A few minutes later, the maids rapped on the door. Camilla dragged herself to a standing position and quickly wiped her face dry before they entered. The maids seemed to take forever as they dragged the large wooden tub lined with linen sheets into the bedchamber, along with soap, a large ewer of hot water and towels. Camilla watched them setting everything up from across the room, biting her lip to stop herself screaming from impatience. Two of the maids then approached her with the intention of helping her undress. She almost screamed without thinking. Camilla had been attended in the bath by maids and servants all her life, but now she tried to stifle a shriek of fear at the thought of having other people's hands on her again. She started backing away in fear. The maids looked at her in shock. "Are you all right, Your Grace?" "Yes, I am fine." Camilla took a shuddering breath and tried to smile as if her orders were nothing unusual. "I'd just prefer to bathe alone tonight." The three maids stared at her wide-eyed. For a royal lady to bathe unattended was unheard of. "Alone, but my lady." "Yes, alone, please leave now," begged Camilla, stomping down the temptation to start crying again. After the maids reluctantly left the room, Camilla quickly locked the door behind them. Her back ached as she reached behind her to pull her gown laces loose. She tugged off her gown and chemise with such force that she heard fabric tearing, but she did not care. She'd rather burn both garments than ever wear them again. Stepping into the already steaming bath, she poured all the hot water from the ewer into the tub until the water around her was nearly scalding. Her skin quickly turned pink and the heat made the scrapes on her back sting. She ignored the pain. Instead, Camilla grabbed a soap bar and started scrubbing herself as hard as she could. The sweet herbal scent filled the steamy air, but it was not enough. No matter how hard she scrubbed, she was not clean at all. She couldn't get rid of the feeling of filth on her skin. She couldn't wash away the disgusting feeling of Richard's hands on her body and of his fingers pushing roughly inside her. Camilla started sobbing, painful heaving sobs that took her breath away. She wrapped her arms around her knees. One knee was already bruising dark from when she'd tripped in the forest and tumbled. What am I going to do now? Who can I turn to? Camilla ran through the possibilities for help in her mind, quickly discarding them all. Her ladies-in-waiting would sympathize and provide comfort but wouldn't be able to do more. Richard might even use his influence to threaten them or their families if he found out she'd told any of them. Bess was her only married lady, and if she were to ask her husband for help, word might reach Prince Rufus, who was Lord Archibald's friend. She would rather die than ask the Queen or any of the other royal ladies for help. And William? "He will not believe you," a voice inside her said, clear as a bell. "It would be your word against Richard S. Why would he believe you over his oldest friend? Especially when William himself has accused you of leading him on in the past. What had been his vulgar words? Something about how she'd been leading him on for months by his cock. That's what he thought of her. So why would William or anyone believe an enemy foreigner over the son of one of Islia's noblest families? Maybe the prince would even think she got what she deserved. No, William definitely couldn't help her. Camilla sat like a statue in the bath until the water started to turn cool. Her eyes were almost swollen shut from crying, and her head continued to pound. "No one could ever know what happened," she swore. "No one can help me, so I'll only rely on myself." May 7, 1359. Magdalene Castle, Islia Camilla opened her swollen, scratchy eyes. For a moment, she couldn't recall anything besides having barely slept that night. Then she remembered what had happened with Richard the previous day. It was like being plunged into an icy river. Her entire body tensed in horror. She shut her eyes tightly again, willing her mind to go blank. It did not work. Why did I even wake up? Curling her aching body up under the soft blankets, Camilla tried desperately to think of what to do next. Who could help her? She found herself discarding every possibility as soon as she thought of it. "My reputation will be completely destroyed if word gets out that I was alone with Richard in the forest," she thought bleakly. It will not matter if I say I never wanted to be with him. I'll still be sullied goods in the eyes of most. My value to King Edward as a valuable pawn would all but disappear. Why would he ever bother negotiating with my uncle over, who has custody of a ruined woman? In fact, maybe the king will marry me off to Richard to try and bury any whiff of scandal at his court. Camilla broke out into a cold sweat at the thought of having to marry a vicious man like Richard. She shivered even harder as she imagined the look of pure disgust on William's face when he found out she'd been with his closest friend. She vowed to drown herself in the creek before any of those things could happen. A knock at the bedchamber door forced her to sit up. A moment later, her maids swept in to start carrying out the morning routine with practiced efficiency. The two older maids started pulling open the drapes while Bonnie gently placed a tray of food on the bed next to Camilla. As soon as the sun's rays pierced the room and hit her swollen eyes, Camilla shrank back against her headboard. "Close the curtains," she croaked. Matilda pulled the curtains closed again and looked at Camilla with a question in her eyes. "My lady, I am feeling unwell." Camilla quickly lied, as she used her hand to shield her aching eyes. "I wish to stay in bed and sleep longer." The two older maids instinctively stepped backwards, as if trying to put more distance between themselves and the supposedly sick woman in the bed. Any other time, Camilla would have found their reactions amusing. "Shall we summon one of the court physicians for you, my lady?" Matilda's voice wavered. "No." Camilla tried to speak as steadily as possible. She knew she'd always been a terrible liar. "I know I'll feel better with more rest and some food. I am not to be disturbed today." The maids all nodded and hurried out of the room. Bonnie shot her a sympathetic smile before she exited, gently closing the door behind her. Camilla pulled the blanket up to her chin as if it were a shield. Apart from visiting the privy once to relieve herself, Camilla had stayed in her bedchamber the entire day. The drapes had stayed closed, and the tray of food Bonnie had brought her in the middle of the day remained almost untouched. Her belly burned. When she had tried to eat by taking a few bites of bread, waves of nausea had overwhelmed her. Camilla had prowled her room restlessly all day, racking her thoughts about what to do. She had come up blank. It must now be getting close to time for the evening meal, she told herself. She couldn't bear to face everyone for dinner in the great hall, especially not when Richard would be there, probably silently laughing at her. I cannot see him again. I cannot face William either. Even though he barely looks at me anymore, I cannot sit next to him and pretend nothing's wrong. What if he looks at me and just knows? So many times over that last year, she had worn a pretty dress and fixed her smile in place like armor before the court. She attended so many banquets while no one knew her heart was silently breaking. She couldn't do it anymore. She turned when she heard a knock on the door. This time, Elizabeth's voice drifted in. "My lady, are you well enough to join us for tonight's dinner?" "No, Bess, I am still not well." "Please let us call one of the physicians to see you then, my lady." "That will not be necessary. I just wish to rest. Go to the great hall without me tonight. Enjoy yourselves." There was silence for a moment, then Elizabeth asked, "All right, but will you at least please open the door first and let us see you?" Camilla shut her eyes. Was that a note of suspicion she could hear in Elizabeth's voice, or was her own imagination tricking her? For the briefest moment, she wondered if she should admit the truth to her ladies. She desperately wanted to confide in someone. "I just want someone to tell me that none of this is my fault," but her shame wouldn't let her. Camilla swallowed hard. She'd go to her grave without admitting to anyone what she'd suffered at the hands of such a horrible man. "I do not want to risk making you ill as well, Bess. Please just let me be. We can speak again tomorrow when I am sure I'll feel better." The three ladies in waiting made their way down to the banquet hall, speaking little. Elizabeth felt uneasy, but did not say anything out loud. She couldn't pinpoint anything in particular about her brief conversation with Princess Camilla that had been unusual. If the princess said she was ill, then she was ill. But something did not sit quite right with her. As she bowed to the royal high table, Elizabeth felt eyes boring into her. She raised her head slightly to see Prince William's shrewd gaze scanning over them. He was slouched in his chair, idly twirling a golden fork like he couldn't be bothered with anything or anyone. And yet, there was a trace of surprise on his handsome face as he stared at the three ladies. He locked eyes with Elizabeth again. She lowered her head again in a hurry before he could ask her anything. She made her way to the ladies' table, where she would take her usual seat between Megvir and one of Princess Violet's ladies. "Ah, my Lady Tonson, do not you look lovely this evening?" A deep voice spoke behind her. Elizabeth craned her neck in its direction, only to find Sir Richard Bentworth standing uncomfortably close to her seat. His question was polite on the surface. Something about his smile made her almost recoil. Elizabeth quickly bowed her head respectfully, suppressing a shudder. She wished Archibald could be with her instead of away on a diplomatic mission to the south. Richard smiled wider, eyes crinkling at the corners. Why did it make her skin crawl? She knew about his dire reputation among the court's women, of course. Everyone did. There was also something about his gaze that always made her feel like she was only partially dressed. She did not have to like him, but he was Prince William's dearest friend. It made him almost untouchable. He knew it, of course. "And where's your royal mistress tonight?" Richard pressed, still smirking. "Ill, my lord." Elizabeth replied shortly. September 14, 1354. Arlen Castle, Morigth Camilla followed Daniel and Malcolm through the forest, carefully stepping over the uneven ground and fallen branches. Summer had always been her favorite time of year, particularly towards the end, when the white truffles she adored came into season. They grew in the local forest, if only you knew where to look. Luckily, Camilla did. Scouring the forest for truffles had been a favorite pastime of hers for as long as she could remember. Even better, Daniel liked truffles but did not love them the way Camilla did, so he was always happy to share his findings with her. Seeing the rusty-colored mops of hair belonging to her brothers in the near distance, Camilla looked up through the tree canopy as the sun was blotted out by a cloud. She prayed the rain would hold off until the evening. Otherwise, she knew her brothers would march her back into the castle. They are allowed to ride and joust and fight even in the hail and snow, she thought resentfully. But if I get so much as a few raindrops on me, my maids scream as if disaster has struck. Just because I was born a girl. Camilla looked down at her attire and imagined her nursemaid Agatha wailing in despair. She was wearing one of her plainest hunting dresses, the one that needed darning along a sleeve. She had pulled it on without much thought that morning, excited at the prospect of going truffle hunting after days of relentless drizzle. Not only was her dress plain, it was splattered with mud and dirt. She and Malcolm had been stomping around in puddles earlier, laughing nonstop as they tried to see who could splash the other the most. "Sister, this way." Malcolm's voice sounded distant. She started following his voice when she felt a raindrop land on her face, then another. Camilla bit back a very unladylike curse. Their expedition was about to be cut short because someone, in their infinite wisdom, thought a princess shouldn't be caught out in the rain. Straining her ears, she heard Malcolm's voice calling out again, though it was very faint and she couldn't make out his words. She knew he'd just be yelling that it was time to head back indoors. Sighing, she gathered the hem of her dirty skirt and started stomping back in the direction of Arlen Castle. In that moment, a flock of birds fluttered violently out of a tree above, the sound of their wings and high-pitched cooing creating an explosion of movement and sound. Camilla looked up, as startled as the birds. Shrugging, she kept walking, familiar with the forest. It wouldn't be long before the imposing outer walls of Arlen Castle came into sight. There was suddenly rustling and the low murmur of masculine voices not far behind her. Camilla turned around, surprised her brothers had caught up to her so quickly. But it was not them. Instead, 3 men in rough spun clothing stood there, each with a bow and a quiver of arrows. Camilla quickly deduced they were illegal hunters. Though the forests south on Arlen Castle technically belonged to Duke Robert exclusively, finding peasants hunting for game among the trees was not uncommon. Duke Robert took a fairly lenient view of the crime and rarely persecuted those caught trespassing. Camilla gave the men a polite nod and started walking towards home again. She stopped when she heard one of them speak. "What's the hurry, little maid?" The man's voice held the broad accent of the local countryside. "We are heading to Morganvi. Do you know the right direction? Seems we've gotten ourselves a little lost along the way. Camilla knew Morganvi was a village about 10 or so miles from Arlen, but unsure in which direction. The men's accents sounded like those of the surrounding villagers, though. Surely as locals, they'd know their way around the area. How could they have gotten themselves this lost? She scanned their faces. The three were smiling, but there was something in their smiles that did not seem quite right. It reminded her vaguely of a time a couple of years ago, when one of the stable hands had tried unsuccessfully to convince her to climb up into the hayloft with him. She'd known the youth, Bronson, all her life. Dee told her there was a surprise waiting up there for her, and she'd felt bad refusing to join him. But despite not wanting to sound impolite, there had been something in Bronson's smile that had made her feel unsettled. It was the same unsettling prickle that formed in her belly now. She looked at the men hesitantly. "I am sorry, but I am not sure what the best direction would be to point you." The tallest of the men spoke, smiling wider. "Perhaps you can guide us there on foot then, miss. You must know this area well." He was missing a front tooth, which gave him a sinister air. Camilla shook her head. "I am not allowed to leave the area, and my brothers will be looking for me soon." "Ah, come, little maid," the man with sandy blonde hair coaxed. "We'd enjoy your company, and on the way there, we could show you all the best places for finding more truffles." Camilla asked quietly, "But how would you know the best places if you're lost?" The prickle of unease in her belly grew into an ache. At that, the smiles disappeared from the men's faces. The air between them grew tense. The poachers glanced at each other, then glowered at her. The tallest of the men rumbled. "You think you are smarter than us then?" "No." "Then come with us." The man's voice now sounded a little sharper. "I cannot, my brothers." "You do not have brothers, you are making that up," the tall man snapped. "I am not, I have 3 of them. My father will be expecting me home as well." "And where is this father of yours?" asked one of the men tauntingly. "He cannot be too worried about your welfare if he lets you roam the forest alone." Camilla pointed in the general direction of home. "He is in the castle." She heard the sandy-haired man mutter, "A castle servant or laborer. He shouldn't cause us much trouble." Annoyed, irrational pride pinched at her. "My father is the Duke." At this, the 3 men burst out laughing, much to Camilla's confusion. "Oh, it is obvious. Your father is Duke Robert." One man elbowed another in the ribs. "To think that all this time, we thought we were speaking to a little urchin when we were really in the presence of royalty." Camilla dropped the basket she had been carrying and wrapped her arms around herself defensively, embarrassed about looking so dirty. "It is the truth." Her voice was small. The men were now approaching her slowly, backing her towards a pair of large trees. "Do not be afraid, we will not hurt you, maid, or shall I say, your highness." Their cackling laughter scared her. "Step away from her, now." A low, hostile voice rang through. Camilla recognized its familiar tone, and her knees turned weak with relief. Malcolm stepped out from behind a large fir tree, his usually smiling eyes now cold and hard. In his hand was the dagger he always wore at his hip. 2 of the men stared blankly at him, but the third looked terrified and dropped to his knee immediately. "My lord," he rasped. He then turned in a panic to his companions. "He is one of the Duke's sons." Aghast, the other 2 men paled and dropped to their knees. "Pardon us, your grace, we were just teasing this maid. We weren't going to harm her." "The maid," seethed Malcolm. "You mean my sister." The 3 men then gaped in horror, as Camilla moved quickly to stand behind her brother. "Get the fuck out of my sight, before I run the 3 of you through." Malcolm growled. "And remember this the next time you try to corner innocent children." Camilla watched the men scamper away like frightened rabbits, stuttering apologies. She then felt her brother grab her elbow and start silently hauling her in the direction of Arlen Castle. "Malcolm." No reply. "Say something, are you angry at me?" Camilla whimpered, hating the thought of having upset the person she was closest to in the world. "Yes," he gritted out. Then he whirled around to face her, jaw clenched in rage. "What the hell were you doing, talking to those men?" "They asked me for directions." "And you believed them?" Malcolm was rarely this angry. Have you no sense of caution or danger? I was suspicious of them. Camilla defended herself. And yet you stayed. Why did not you just run from them? I was trying to be helpful at first. Her voice faded to a squeak. Malcolm rubbed his forehead in frustration. Sister, learn to trust your gut. What do you mean? I mean that if something feels wrong, then it probably is. Do not ignore your instincts because you think you have to be helpful or well-mannered or whatever ladylike bullshit your maids have tried to teach you. If you ever feel threatened, you just run. Camilla nodded weakly. I understand. It is over now. I am so glad you are here. Malcolm sighed. There will be times in future when I am not alongside you or our other brothers, even father. You need to learn to protect yourself for the times to come when you'll find yourself alone. Camilla nodded again, but quickly pushed Malcolm's words out of her mind. She never wanted to be alone like he described, without the people who loved her. May 10, 1359. Magdalene Castle, Islia Camilla sat in an armchair near her bedchamber window, her knees pressed up against her chest and her eyes staring vacantly. A part of her mind vaguely registered that it was probably a lovely spring morning outside, but most of her thoughts were bleak. How long had she been hiding in her apartments? It had been a few days, but she was not sure quite how many. Day merged into night and back again from behind her tightly shut drapes, so why did it matter? It was ironic, she thought. This time last year, almost to the day, she'd also been spending most of her waking hours alone and shaking with fear in Magdalene Castle. She'd sat in the bedchamber she'd been allocated when Prince William had first brought her to Islia. She thought at the time that it would have been impossible to feel more hopeless. She had been wrong. So much had changed in a year. But she was still utterly alone and scared. She knew she should seek comfort in her friends, but her mouth refused to say the words. The shame of telling them what Richard had done to her was just too great. Instead, she'd shut them out completely, pleading illness and refusing to leave her apartments. Despite their daily cajoling to see her and pleas for her to at least summon a physician, she had refused to open her door. She had trapped herself in silence, refusing to be part of the dancing and jousts taking place throughout the court to celebrate the arrival of another spring. The only people she'd briefly let inside were her maids, who brought her bath and trays of food that she barely touched. Camilla bathed alone every day with the hottest water she could stand, scrubbing her skin with soaps and scented oils. She would stay in the tub until the water turned cold and her fingertips grew wrinkled. No matter what she did, she still felt dirty, as if something about her was now tarnished. She feared that if anyone else saw her, they'd know the truth of what had happened and look at her with disgust. At best, they'd accuse her of lying and trying to smear a nobleman's reputation out of spite. At worst, they'd say she encouraged and even enjoyed his advances. People might even think she'd been the one to seduce Richard to try to improve her standing at court. Camilla had gone over that afternoon in her mind too many times to count. Why did she decide to stay behind alone by the creek? Would she have been able to outrun Richard if she hadn't stumbled? Could she have fought against him harder, even though he'd choked off her air? She felt nauseous every time she remembered the feeling of his hands roughly groping her body. She was so angry at herself for being stupid enough to end up alone with a man she'd mistrusted from the very beginning. She couldn't even find escape in sleep. She'd lie awake at night, replaying every horrible detail in her mind. When she eventually drifted off, her sleep was filled with terrible dreams. She'd feel his hot breath against her ear, laughing and telling her she was getting what she really wanted. It was torture. Camilla had even thought about asking one of her ladies to share her bed to help ease the suffocating panic at night, but quickly decided against it. She was worried she might say something in her sleep that would lead to questions being asked. Questions she'd never want to answer. Richard had been right when he'd told her that she was nothing. She blinked back tears, feeling truly worthless. William was heading towards the stables when he heard a female voice calling out. Turning around, he saw a young woman rushing towards him. When she reached him and gave him a breathless bow, he realized she was one of Princess Camilla's ladies. "Apologies for troubling you, Your Highness," gasped the young lady, trying to catch her breath. "I was hoping you might be able to help me." William's mouth twisted in irritation. He'd been hoping to go out riding alone and avoid everyone for a few hours. He tried not to sound too brusque when he replied, "And how would I help you, Lady Kate?" "I am Katerine Stewart, my lord, and the help isn't for me, it is for the princess." "Camilla." Despite himself, William found himself giving the lady-in-waiting his attention. He hadn't seen the princess for days, having heard she was ill. He hated to admit it, but every night she was missing from dinner in the banquet hall, his heart would sink in disappointment at the sight of her empty seat. He did not understand how he could miss someone who refused to so much as look at him, but Lord, he did miss her. Katerine's face creased with worry. "Yes, something has happened, my lord. Something awful, but her grace will not tell us what's wrong." "What are you talking about?" William stared at her. "I heard the princess was unwell. Is it serious? Has a physician been called?" "No, my lord. She has locked herself away in her bedchamber and refuses to see anyone, not even a physician. She will not speak to us about anything except to say that she is battling illness. I think she is lying, though. I think she is hiding something. Meg and Bess both agree with me." William remembered how close Camilla was to her three ladies. It sounded out of character for her to suddenly stop seeing them with no explanation. "When did this all start?" he asked. The last time he remembered seeing Camilla was when he'd stumbled upon her bathing with her ladies in the forest creek. She seemed her usual self then. "A few days ago, my lord. Everything was normal, and then one evening, she suddenly refused to join the court for dinner. She told us through her door that she was unwell." Katerine shrugged. "We did not think anything of it and just left her alone to rest. But she refused to open her door the next day and the day after that." William gave the young woman a hard look. "There's more, though, isn't there? Something else making you suspicious. What else aren't you telling me, Lady Katerine?" She hesitated but then explained in a halting voice, "The princess has insisted on bathing completely alone lately, without her servants. That in itself is odd. A couple of days ago, one of her maids entered the bedchamber with fresh towels while the princess was still in the tub. The princess had her back to the door and Bonnie said her back. It was What? What about it?" William snapped impatiently. "Bonnie said my lady's back was covered in bruises and marks, like she'd been attacked by a wild animal." Katerine murmured. William had no idea what to think. "What? That does not make any sense." "It does not make sense to us either, my lord, but Bonnie swears it is what she saw." "And what would you like me to do about all of this?" William asked. "I was hoping you'd try and talk to her. Perhaps she'll tell you what's wrong." He shook his head slowly. "It will not work. If she will not confide in you then, I doubt she'll tell me anything either. Besides, the two of us quarreled a while back and haven't really spoken since." Katerine was undeterred. "But she trusts you, your grace." William gave her a sad half-smile. "No, she does not." He knew exactly what he'd done to break Camilla's trust and how her reaction had been completely justified. A wave of shame rushed through him. He looked down at his boots, praying Katerine wouldn't ask him for more details. Instead, the young woman crossed her arms and stared directly at him. "You have been her friend, my lord, and despite whatever argument you've had, I know she trusts you. Please at least try talking to her. You might be able to help." William felt himself backed into a corner. Groaning in defeat, he said, "All right then, I'll try, but I cannot promise it'll do any good." Katerine nodded. "Thank you, let's go then." "What do you mean now? You want me to see her right now?" So much for his peaceful morning of riding. Seeing Katerine's resolute face, he reluctantly let her lead him back to the south wing of the castle. When he entered Camilla's presence chamber, he found it empty apart from her two other ladies who were both sitting and looking restless. He knocked on the bedchamber door and got no reply. "Camilla," he called out, knocking harder. "I want to speak with you." Silence. Rapidly losing patience, William turned the door knob. It was unlocked. He swung the door open and strode inside the dim room with the curtains still drawn shut. It took a couple of moments for his eyes to adjust to the sudden gloom. As soon as he entered, Camilla hastily stood from the armchair she'd been curled in. He was taken aback when he saw her properly. Even in the darkened room, he could see her delicate oval face was completely drained of color, apart from the bruise-like shadows under her eyes. There was no spark of emotion or recognition on her face, as if they were complete strangers. William swallowed nervously. He'd have preferred her to still be angry at him instead of staring at him so blankly. "Good morning, Your Highness," Camilla said in a wooden voice, then cast her eyes downwards. "Can we talk another time? I prefer to be alone today." William frowned. He hadn't said a word, and she was already trying to get rid of him. Without preamble, he said, "Your ladies say you've been unwell but will not see a physician. And you look pale. Have you at least asked Teshin for a remedy?" "It is fine, I'll be all right." Camilla's eyes flitted around the room anxiously, but refused to look at him directly. "I just need to rest." She had her arms wrapped around herself like some sort of shield. William stared for a while, at her white, drawn face and eyes full of fear. To be honest, she looked more distraught to him than ill. There was something lost and fragile in her expression that he'd never seen, not even when he'd first brought her to Islia after her family's deaths. It looked like she was afraid of something. She seemed too scared to even look at him. He took a step closer, for the first time in his life feeling like he wanted to actually offer someone comfort. But she flinched and stepped back quickly, clutching her arms even more tightly around herself. The raw terror that flashed across her face was brief but impossible to miss. William did not understand. All those times he had sat next to her or held her in his arms when they danced, she had never looked scared. What had suddenly changed that made her now look at him like a threat? "What's wrong? Why are you acting like you are afraid of me? I have never given you reason to fear me," he asked, regretting how sharp his voice sounded. Camilla raised her eyes briefly, and he was stunned to see they were full of tears. She had never openly cried in front of him. Not when she'd learned of her family's defeat and the destruction of Arlen Castle, not when she'd been ostracized by the entire court in her first weeks at Islia. Not even when they'd quarreled and he'd yelled ugly words at her that he now regretted. But now she stood there shaking slightly and looking like a vulnerable, broken-hearted child. He could feel his chest tightening. Whatever she was feeling, though, she seemed determined not to tell him what was troubling her. "I promise you I am getting better." Her voice was emotionless. "Are you really? Or do you just want to be rid of me so you do not have to answer my questions? The same way you've been ignoring your lady's questions." She finally looked at him again. A flash of the old, familiar defiance sparked in her gaze. William was relieved. Any sign of life behind her eyes was better than the sad, hollow-eyed stare. "Please leave me alone now. I am not going to argue with you." Camilla absent-mindedly pushed a lock of hair back from her face. As she did, the wide sleeve of her gown slid back and revealed her wrist. The dark bruises stood out vividly against her skin. William froze. "What the hell is that on your arm? How did it happen?" Camilla looked puzzled, not understanding the question. He moved quickly, and before she could react, he'd grabbed her arm and pushed her sleeve up again. Horrified, Camilla tried to pull away from his grasp, but he held firm, careful not to press on any discolored skin as he looked more closely. The bruises looked like finger marks to him, as if someone had squeezed her delicate bone with force. "You need to explain right now, who did this to you?" The prince's voice was icy. Worry twinged in his chest. Camilla managed to finally pull away from his grasp, and she hastily hid both hands behind her back. "It is nothing important, just from a careless accident." "Do not lie to me, you are not great at it. It does not look like an accident to me." Camilla shook her head stubbornly. "Please just go, I do not want company." William could feel his impatience welling up. Why was this girl always pushing up against him, even when he was trying to be helpful? "If someone has threatened or harmed you, you'd tell me, wouldn't you?" Stony silence, he sighed. Deep down, William knew he couldn't blame her for not confiding in him. He'd been deliberately distant to her for weeks. And the last couple of times they had spoken, he'd said some truly awful things. He had never apologized to a woman before, but he knew it was the right thing to do. As awkward as it felt, he was going to have to stumble through it. He said in a low voice, "I know you are still upset with me, and I deserve it. I shouldn't have said all those terrible words to you." I should have held my temper in check better, and I am sorry for that." He hesitated, not knowing how to express his emotions to her. "But you know you can trust me, do not you?" Camilla bit back a sob at his voice and hastily swiped her eyes with the back of her hand. For a moment, her expression wavered, and William was hopeful she would open up and tell him what was wrong. "If I know what happened, then I can help you, I promise." He tried coaxing her further, the way you'd coax a wounded animal. Camilla's eyes suddenly looked at the floor again, and her voice hardened. "No, you cannot help me. Please leave." "How can you know that for sure if you do not?" "Because no one can help me." Her words were flat and final, as if she'd made up her mind that he really was useless to her. "Just leave." She turned away from him. "Camilla." "Go," she yelled as the dam broke, and tears began streaking down her face. "Fine, hide from your problems alone then." William threw his arms in the air in a defeated gesture. Camilla heard his footsteps behind her as he moved to the door and closed it behind him. All she could do was bow her head and sob. William slammed the door shut a lot harder than was needed. He stalked through the presence chamber where the princess's ladies-in-waiting sat, gave them all a curt nod, and just kept walking quickly. "Your Grace, wait." A voice cried out behind him. He turned around to see Katerine chasing him down the palace corridor, struggling to keep up with his strides. "I am sorry, Lady Katerine. There's nothing I can do. She refuses to talk to me or tell me anything." William pressed on his forehead in frustration. "If it was not for my rank, I think she would have gladly kicked me out of her sight." Katerine's face fell. "She told you nothing at all, my lord. Then how are we supposed to help?" "We cannot," William replied dully. "She does not want our help, and we cannot convince her otherwise." Seeing the crestfallen look on the girl's face, William tried to sound a little more hopeful. "Give her a day or two, and I'll come back to speak to her again. She may just need some more time." Privately, he doubted this was the case. The princess had an iron will, and when she made up her mind about something, she'd cling stubbornly to it. He remembered the fear in her eyes, though, and resolved to try again tomorrow. "Take care of her," he instructed Katerine as he walked away. May 12, 1359. Magdalene Castle. Islia, the banquet of love had started as a tradition in the first year of marriage between King Edward and Queen Celia. The two had wed in a relative hurry, as a way of trying to broker peace between two Islian provinces that had rebelled against the crown and were at odds with each other. A short but fierce civil war had racked Islia before their wedding. A lavish celebration would have seemed like a slap in the face to the exhausted country. Instead, the couple had married in front of only a few witnesses, and the newly crowned king had taken his bride to the ancestral palace of Wester Haven. The young queen had been terribly homesick and had wept when they had to leave Wester Haven and head north, before the spring heatwaves began. She had cried that she'd only just gotten used to the palace, and she was being forced to move to a new place again. To appease his wife, the king had declared they would hold a magnificent banquet within the first few weeks of arriving at Magdalene Castle to celebrate spring's new life and the love between them. Everything would be decorated in green, which also happened to be Queen Celia's favorite color. The tradition of the banquet had continued uninterrupted through rebellions, lean years, and the births of 6 living royal children. More recently, there had been bouts of ill health and several short-term mistresses. The king and queen would both be attending yet again, dressed in green and presenting a unified front. In Princess Camilla's presence chamber, her 3 ladies-in-waiting stood in their green formal gowns. They called out, though, the firmly shut bedchamber door, begging for her to come out, or at least even open the door and let them see her. Camilla stubbornly refused, repeating that she was still unwell and not fit for company. "Princess, you must make an appearance tonight." Meg beseeches. "Even if it is only for a little while, their majesties will be deeply insulted otherwise." "Please, my lady," begged Katerine, close to tears. "You'll fade into nothing if you keep locking yourself away without any fresh air. You are doing your health no favors." It was no use. After almost half an hour of begging, only to be responded by deafened silence, the 3 ladies conceded defeat and started walking toward the banquet hall. In the crowded hall, They crossed paths with Prince William as they headed towards their seats. The prince locked eyes with a downcast Katarine, who gave him a tiny shake of her head to indicate things were no better with the princess. William gave her a quick nod of understanding in return. Ignoring the several fawning ladies who had been following his movements all night, William pulled up a chair at the table where his friends were sitting. The young men were drinking and nibbling on sugared fruit. Prince Thomas slid a full wine goblet in his direction. "Thanks, Tom, but not tonight. My head is already pounding." William gave his cousin a wan smile and shrugged out of his dark green-colored outer tunic. "Why the low spirits?" Richard observed. "My spirits aren't low, I am simply tired." William lied. "I have been nothing but the king's obedient pet these last few weeks. I have stuck to Princess Sarai's side without a break, introducing her to anyone and everyone. I even managed to not tear my own throat out while spending time with her. So yes, I am fucking tired. But she is en route back to her home country now, and you managed to not get dragged into any of His Majesty's marriage agreements." "Yes," breathed William. "And I couldn't be happier. That little bitch was insufferable." Richard nodded cannily. "Agreed. I still say you let a great dowry slip through your fingers, though." After a few moments, Richard spoke again. "Speaking of haughty little bitches, I noticed the Princess of Moragth isn't here tonight. In fact, I do not recall seeing her around for a few days." William gave his friend a hard look for his choice of disrespectful language towards a royal, then uttered a long sigh. "That's because she is allegedly ill." "Allegedly?" William scowled and lowered his voice. "I think there's something else going on with her. I suspect her telling people that she is ill is simply a lie to cover up the truth." "Is that so? What makes you say that?" Richard's voice was cool. "Because it is out of character for her to shut herself away from everything and everyone like this. She will not even speak to her ladies-in-waiting." Richard snorted. "Out of character? She is a woman, for fuck's sake. Their ability to think is no better than that of children. You cannot expect their behavior to make any sense." William tugged at his collar, unconvinced. "I do not really know what to think, Rich. She refuses to see anyone, and her own ladies are worried. When I managed to speak to Camilla yesterday." "What, you spoke with her?" Richard's voice came out loud and harsh, startling them both. He cleared his throat and spoke more calmly. "You actually spoke with her?" "Yes, well, at least I spoke. She barely said 2 words and wouldn't even look at me. Just kept repeating she was ill and all but pushed me out of her rooms." William felt unsure about his next words, but he had to confide his worries to someone. "She also looked terrible, not sick terrible, just miserable, I guess." Richard rolled his eyes. "Well, you are the one who thinks she is this exceptional beauty. I have always found her decidedly average looking." William decided not to call his friend out on this blatant lie. "I am being serious." "And so am I." Richard sighed and clapped the prince on the shoulder. "Your problem is that you are looking for logic where there's never going to be any. Women make no sense, Will. She probably had a fight with one of her ladies about who had the prettier dress or something equally useless. Just leave her alone. She'll wake up one morning soon as if nothing ever happened." "You think?" William aimed a dubious look his way. "I really do." Richard's tone was firm. "Just do not waste your time bothering going to see her again. You have better things to do." William waited until the banquet was in full swing and people were dancing, before he sneaked out of the great hall. He moved quietly down the warren of empty back corridors and stairs, grateful for Magdalene's maze-like layout. He hadn't been able to stop thinking about Camilla all evening. Despite Richard's blasé logic, he was certain she was hiding something serious. She wouldn't have isolated herself from everyone over some silly misunderstanding. The bruises on her arm had William especially concerned, that and the way she'd tried to hide them. He'd appeared to agree with Richard's suggestion to not see the princess again, but he knew he was not ever going to keep his word. "He does not know her like I do," he whispered to himself. William was determined to speak with her again and not to leave this time until she told him the truth. Surely he'd be able to help if she'd just swallow her pride and tell him what was wrong. Moving silently through the castle's south wing, he finally stopped outside the doors of Camilla's presence chamber. He tested the handle and found the doors were unlocked. Opening one door, he slid silently into the room and looked around. The chamber was empty apart from Camilla's cat curled up asleep on a chair, eerie in the glow of a few candles burning down. He noticed the door to her bedchamber was slightly ajar and light was spilling out the gap. He was relieved to see that she was still awake. The next moment, though, he heard her voice. He was too far away to make out her words. Another voice replied. A deep, masculine voice. William's heart started to pound in his ears. Who the hell was she talking to in her bedchamber at night? Had she formed a liaison with someone else? The thought of his actions having driven her to another man hit him like a blow to the stomach. He vowed to tear whoever the other man was, limb from limb. William moved soundlessly towards the door and peered through the narrow gap into the bedchamber. Even if it killed him, he had to know if she was interested in someone else. What he saw was nothing he could have ever imagined. It left him frozen in place with shock. He could see Camilla across the room with her back pressed against a wall. Her eyes were scanning the bedchamber desperately as if looking for an escape. Her expression was stark with fear. Richard's broad back faced William and his words were cocky as he spoke to the girl. Richard. Dear Lord, no. Had the two of them been seeing each other behind his back, William thought he might vomit. But as he listened, he quickly realized this was no romantic tryst. Instead, his oldest friend's voice rumbled like a threat. There's no point screaming for help. It'll be a bad look for you. You wouldn't want to draw guards or servants running in here, would you? Because then they'd find out you faked an illness so you could skip the banquet and entertain a man in your room. Camilla flinched. That's not true. I have never wanted you here. You know that. What matters isn't the truth. It is what everyone will believe. If I say you tried to seduce me, who do you think will believe your word over mine? As if I'd ever want to be around you. You are a woman-hating bully and a liar. Everyone knows that. I am also the son of one of Islia's greatest families, and you are an enemy charity case that nobody cares about. Your own kin does not even want you. Richard laughed in her face. Imagine what Will would say if he knew you tried to tempt his closest friend into your bed. What would your precious prince think of you then? Camilla's face turned pale, and she shook her head. And no, he'd listen to the truth, he'd believe me. Her voice sounded unsure even to William. Richard laughed harder. Do not be so fucking stupid. He lusts for you, I'll admit. You've driven him half mad for months, he wants you so badly. But he'd never actually choose some wench he is trying to bed over his best friend. And if he knows you've been with me behind his back, who knows? He might be angry enough to suggest to the king you be executed for being such a whore. Please, please do not do this. William saw and heard her plead, her eyes glazing with tears. I swear I'll never tell anyone you were here if you just leave now, and I'll never speak about what happened by the creek. Please. The creek, it suddenly struck William that Camilla's odd behavior had started immediately after the day he'd seen her bathing in the creek with her ladies. What the hell had Richard gone and done? It was a shame those hunters interrupted us that day before I could fuck you properly. I was enjoying myself so much, especially hearing you cry and beg for mercy. I had no idea a haughty wench could beg like that. Makes no sense why all these months you've acted like you were too good for me. Camilla just hung her head, looking ashamed. Feeling even more nauseous, William wanted to intervene and do something, anything. But he was locked in place and couldn't move. I do not know what I'll relish more. Defiling you or knowing the woman that son of a bitch Will burns for more than anything in the world is mine to enjoy and not his. Camilla looked up into Richard's face, shocked. Why would you say that? He is your friend. How can you speak about him that way? Goddamn, William is not my friend, never has been. What are you talking about? How fucking slow can you be? Royalty has no friends. All your kind will ever have are people who just want to use you and your wealth. Richard hissed at her, then chuckled. Well, maybe not you in particular since you have nothing, but Will's rich so he is useful to have around. He loves you like a brother. So what? I do not fucking care. All our lives he has gotten everything he has ever wanted. Land, gold, wenches. No one has ever denied that spoiled little bastard anything. Everyone just fawns over him, but not this time. This time, I am going to have what he wants and he'll have to make do without. Now. Richard started shrugging off his outer tunic. Undress. No. Take off your fucking dress, or I will tear it from your back. Richard's voice was a low, ugly growl. Camilla stood very still and faced him, her face full of defiance. She then spit in his face. Bitch. Richard's voice was oddly calm as he wiped his face. Then he hit Camilla across the face with a brutal backhand. She cried out from the pain as Richard started tearing at her clothes. William saw her frantically trying to protect herself and escape his hands. When she tried to scream, a large hand clamped roughly over her mouth. The door to the bedchamber creaked as William pushed it fully open and stepped into the room. He locked gazes with Camilla for a brief moment. The fear and humiliation in her eyes were plain to see. She stopped struggling as she stared at him, disbelieving. Richard threw a glance over his shoulder, and his face went white when he laid eyes on the prince, who had started walking towards them ever so calmly. Richard's gaze veered wildly between the prince and the girl he was undressing by force. He then bellowed, "Get the hell away from me, whore!" and shoved Camilla to one side with such force, the side of her head hit the wall. White spots appeared before her eyes from the impact, blurring her vision. Camilla tried to keep her balance, but felt herself sliding down the rough stone wall. What is all this? William spoke in a flat tone. What are the two of you doing alone like this? She invited me here because she said she wanted to talk about you, Will. She told me it was something serious. Richard explained hastily. But the moment I stepped in here, she started throwing herself at me. I have been trying to fight her off. Huh, is that so? William murmured. No. Camilla whispered. You've lying. Shut up. Richard yelled at her. Shut your mouth, you lying slut. She looked up at William with pleading eyes for a moment, but said nothing more. Her head then dropped and shoulders slumped in defeat, as if she knew she had no chance of convincing him. William felt a heavy hand land on his shoulder and pat him reassuringly. I did not want to tell you previously, Will, but this isn't the first time. This wench has been trying to seduce me for months, behind your back. She deserves some kind of punishment. Camilla's mouth fell open at Richard's calm face, as the brazen lies rolled from his lips. Let's go, Will. Let's leave this little whore behind and head back to the banquet. Tomorrow, you can decide how she should be punished for trying to come between two brothers. Richard's voice was warm and persuasive as he started guiding William towards the door. William cast one last look at Camilla as Richard guided him to the door. She was sitting against the wall with her knees drawn to her chest, looking crushed. Richard put his hand on the doorknob and gestured with his other hand for William to exit first. Camilla could only sit slumped on the floor as she listened to Richard explain what he was doing in her bedchamber late at night. He looked William right in the eye as the lies just rolled of his tongue, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. It left her astonished. She tried to speak up and protest, only to have a furious Richard shout her down. It is ironic that I am the one left shaking with fear when I am actually telling the truth, she thought. It was no use trying to explain herself. William did not show a flicker of concern for her or ask for her side of the story. He just listened and nodded to the poison Richard poured into his ear, expression flat and cold. I guess William truly hates me now. Why would he ever believe me over his best friend? She pressed her aching forehead to her knees and closed her eyes for a moment. William would probably go directly to King Edward with what he'd just seen. She was supposed to be a precious, untouched hostage, after all. But what difference did it make now if the king punished her? The combined actions of the two men in front of her had already made her feel lower than the dust. Edward Devon's opinion hardly mattered at this point. Camilla watched as Richard placed a hand on William's shoulder and started guiding him towards her bedchamber door. The two of them would head back to the banquet, to drink and dance like nothing had happened. Who cared what became of the foreign nobody? As the two of them walked away, William glanced at her one last time over his shoulder. His face was completely blank, devoid of any recognition. She closed her eyes again, feeling defeated. A short, sharp noise then filled the room, the sickening sound of bone crunching against bone. Camilla's eyes popped open to see Richard falling to the ground, screaming and clutching his face. She blinked slowly, not understanding what she was seeing. Had he somehow tripped and fallen? Sprawled on the floor, Richard looked up at William, who was rubbing the knuckles of his right hand. Richard used his elbow to prop himself to a half-sitting position, and when he took a hand away from his face, Camilla could see blood gushing from his nose. "William, what the hell did you do that for?" the man howled, his expression one of utter disbelief. The blood trickled down his chin and dripped onto his shirt, the drops looking almost black as they soaked into the fine green fabric. William looked down at his friend and smiled, though his eyes burned with fury. "Oh, that. I am just reminding you what it feels like to come off second best. You probably cannot even remember anymore since you've spent so long targeting women and all those weaker than you. But losing is something you'll need to get used to again, I am afraid." Richard tried to scramble to a sitting position, but William reacted first, pressing his boot at the base of Richard's throat and pushing down hard. Camilla heard him gurgle slightly. William smiled wider. "I have noticed you seem fond of cutting off your opponent's breath and watching them struggle. And yet, you do not seem to be enjoying being on the receiving end of it quite as much. A pity, really." "What the fuck is this?" Richard rasped. "Have you run mad?" "No, but maybe you have. How else would you explain sneaking in here and trying to violate a princess?" "I told you, she was trying to seduce me. She told me to meet her here to speak about you." Richard's protest was cut off by another choked gurgle, as William pressed his boot down a little harder. "I suggest you rethink your answer, Rich. It has been a long few days, and my patience is almost used up." "It is the truth." Richard tried to shout. He coughed, then looked up at the prince with wide eyes, as if he were the victim in all this. "She is just a conniving little whore. Why will not you believe me?" William's smile disappeared. "Because I was standing behind the door for quite a while. I heard everything you said to her." Richard paled. Camilla could only stare at William, dumbfounded as her emotions warred inside her. He'd heard. And he believed her. Part of her was relieved that the prince finally knew the truth and she could stop hiding it from him. Another part of her wanted to sink into the ground with shame. And a third part of her heart ached with sadness for William. He just heard what the man he considered his loyal friend and brother truly thought about him. She knew how inseparable the two of them were. The betrayal would cut him deeply. "Here, what you are going to do right now, Richard. You are going to clean yourself off, pack your belongings and write a letter to King and court that you'll be residing in your father's estate for the foreseeable future. Because you have pressing family matters to deal to and they require your full and immediate attention." William finally lifted his boot, his tone ominously quiet. "Now go." "What? I cannot just up and leave the castle." Richard was coughing and yelling at the same time. "Where the fuck do you want me to go?" William shrugged. "Your father's house seemed the most obvious place to me, but I do not really care. You can go to hell if you like, it makes no difference to me. The only thing that matters is that when the sun rises tomorrow, you will not be here." "You cannot do this, you have no right to exile me." Richard scrambled to his feet, his nose still gushing blood. "How would you explain it to everyone?" "I wouldn't have to. You'll explain it with your departure letter. So if I were you, I'd make a real effort to have it sound convincing." William's calm tone made it sound like they were discussing something inane. "My father is the Earl of Rye. You cannot send me away from the court like this, you arrogant son of a bitch. The king himself will hear about what you are doing." "The king, have it your way then." William threatened back. "I am happy to tell him the truth. You think he'll treat you any better?" His eyes narrowed. "I simply offered you safe exile out of respect for the many years of history we share. Otherwise, I'll tell my uncle about your disgraceful actions, and we both know he'll order you to hang for trying to rape a royal virgin under his protection." Camilla saw Richard's face turn slightly yellow as the fear crept over his face. He tried to change tactics. "All right, I admit it. I am sorry, I should have just stayed away from her. But it was not all my fault. She has been flirting with me and leading me on for months and I finally caved. You haven't seen it, Will, but the way she acts behind your back." Richard's voice held a high, desperate note. "Do not." William held up a hand and gave Richard a weary look, then looked away. Just do not. All you are doing is further embarrassing yourself with your lies. Go prepare your bags. You have a lot to pack if you are to be gone from court before dawn." Camilla saw the wounded look that flashed briefly across William's face. Then it disappeared like the sun behind a cloud, replaced by cold rage. "God damn it, Will. Do not do this. We've been brothers all of our lives. We have fought shoulder to shoulder on the battlefield. Are you really going to throw that all away and exile me over some woman? Are you really choosing her over me?" Richard begged, trying to meet the prince's eyes. "I did not throw anything away. You did." William replied dully. "Besides, it sounds like we were never brothers. Royalty has no friends, remember." Richard had the decency to look down at his feet as his own words were used against him, his face turning red. The two men then looked at each other for a long moment. William finally broke the tense silence. "Go now, do not make me repeat myself. This is your last chance before I change my mind and go speak to the king." Richard shot one last pleading look at William, who refused to meet his eyes. Camilla could see him clenching his jaw, his hands balled into fists. "You'll regret this, Will. You will live to fucking regret this." Richard's voice was a gruff hiss. His eyes flashed with fury. William sighed and looked up at the ceiling as if bored. "I am already having plenty of regrets about our friendship, probably a whole lifetime of regrets. And yet, none of them have anything to do with that girl. Now, get out of my sight and never come back. I'd prefer not to have your death on my conscience." Richard wiped his sleeve across his face, leaving stakes of blood. He shot William a venomous stare as he stalked out of the bedchamber, slamming the door behind him so hard that Camilla half expected it to come off its hinges. Camilla did not know what to do or say next. She stayed sitting on the floor without moving a muscle. William seemed unsure as well. He stared up at the ceiling for a while before closing his eyes and uttering a long, tired sigh. He finally turned to face her. William tried to quell the white-hot fury churning through him. He felt like punching anything and everything he could get his hands on. If Richard hadn't left the room when he did, William did not think he would have been able to stop himself from punching his lying, devious face until the man was half dead. He'd never felt such uncontrollable rage before. Not towards his enemies on the battlefield, not even toward his own father. He had known those people never cared a thing about him. But to find that very same thing out about a man he had always relied on and admired as his great friend. William looked around the room wildly, seeking an object he could vent his anger and hatred and disillusionment on, and then he noticed the young woman hunched in the corner with her knees drawn up against her chest. For a few moments, he'd almost forgotten Camilla was there. She was utterly silent, a bruise already forming under one eye. She looked at him with a wary, vulnerable expression, as if she did not trust him not to turn his fury onto her next. William almost groaned out loud. He realized her expression wounded him. Despite her knowing he'd overheard the truth and having seen him punch his dearest friend to the ground, it was clear she still did not fully trust him to be on her side. Part of him understood why, but it still hurt. The anger ebbed away the longer he stared at her. All that was left behind was a dull ache of bitterness. He slowly walked to where she was and extended his hand to her. She gingerly took it, and he hauled her up gently to a standing position. "Are you all right?" William cursed himself inwardly. How could she be all right? His focus over the past few days had been finding out what she was hiding so that he could help her. But now that he knew, he had no real idea what to do. Camilla stood up straight and quickly tried to swipe her eyes dry with her sleeve, trying not to flinch in pain when she touched the bruised eye. Clutching her torn dress modestly together with one hand against her chest, she smiled at William. "Yes, thank you." Her smile was shaky. He could see she was doing her best to be brave and appear unaffected, despite everything. It made the ache in his chest grow. They looked at each other, both unsure what the right words were. Finally, William spoke. "You weren't ever going to tell me, were you?" "No, you wouldn't have believed me." Camilla's voice was quiet, but rang with absolute certainty. "You do not know that for sure." His protest sounded hollow even to him. Camilla's smile was sad. "William, you've heard everything now. You know everything that happened, and I can tell you still barely believe it." William opened his mouth to argue, but shut it again. There was no point arguing with the truth. I am sorry, then, that you were left with no option but to keep this all to yourself. I have never liked his manner with women, but I never thought he'd dare harm you. She nodded. I know, and I am sorry you had to hear all those horrible words from Richard. He and I have never gotten along, but I know how important he has always been for you. I did not ever want you to feel like I was trying to drive a wedge between you and your best friend. Well, allegedly I have no friends, only hangers-on. William said with grim humor and tipped his head slightly. Come to think of it, that means you have no friends either. Camilla's smile turned wry. I have to believe that the people who surround me actually like me. It is not like they are around for my wealth. Because as many people like to remind me, I do not have a single coin to my poor orphan name. William started to laugh, despite the bleakness of their shared situation. He watched her absent-mindedly push a stray tendril of hair behind her ear. Despite her bruised face, messy hair and tear-stained cheeks, she was still the most beautiful woman he'd ever seen. He stared at her unchecked. She looked confused and then embarrassed at his focus on her. She looked away uncomfortably. I know I look hideous. It has been a difficult few days. What an understatement. No, it isn't that. William hurriedly said. It is your eye. It is going to bruise black. Camilla shrugged. It'll heal. The important thing is Richard leaving, and I do not have to hide from him anymore. He will leave, will not he? Or do you think he'll try to defy you? He'll do as I have told him, just to save his own neck. William's mouth was a thin, grim line. The bruise is a problem, though. When your maids see you tomorrow morning, how will you explain that you were in your room alone all night, but still ended up with a black eye? She frowned thoughtfully. I hadn't considered that. I cannot believe that son of a bitch hit you. William muttered curses under his breath as he felt his temper rise again. Taking a deep breath to calm himself, he slid 2 fingers under her chin and tilted her face slightly so the candlelight hit her injured cheekbone better. Camilla held her breath at his touch. Actually, I have a tonic from Teshin that might work on this bruise. We should try it, otherwise this will take days to fade. It should at least help reduce the swelling. William's voice drifted off as their eyes locked again. Camilla stared back. He felt as if he'd been hypnotized. How could she have no idea of the intense pull she had on him? He wondered. William's hand under her chin moved until he could place his thumb lightly on her lower lip. He slowly brushed the length of her soft lip as his gaze flicked rapidly between her eyes and mouth. She made no move to stop him, even when he started to inch closer. He saw her eyes drift closed, and he couldn't stop himself any longer. He leaned in and kissed her lips softly. The second kiss was not quite as gentle. They were soon entangled in each other's arms, kissing frantically. He slid a hand down to cup her backside, pressing her hard against him. When he actually stopped to think about what he was doing, William abruptly pulled back and stared at her in horror. What the hell was he doing? The girl had just been brutally hit and nearly violated, and all he could think of doing was kissing her. Was he really no better than that? Ah, fuck, I apologize, Camilla, that was. I shouldn't have done that now of all moments. He felt his face grow hot with shame. Her cheeks turned pink and she also looked mortified. They both looked away. Desperate to fill the awkward silence, William quickly mentioned going to look for Teshin's tonic in his apartments and strode towards the door. As he stepped out of Camilla's bedchamber, he yelled behind him, "Lock the door behind me. I'll be back shortly." He quietly ran through her presence chamber and into the dark corridor towards his own rooms. Rustling through one of his drawers, he finally found what he was looking for, a small vial partially filled with amber-colored liquid. Grabbing the tonic and a handkerchief, he made his way back to Camilla's apartments. There was no one else in sight. He entered the princess's presence chamber and locked the doors behind him. He was about to knock on her bedchamber door when he hesitated, suddenly nervous. He couldn't deny the hot desire running through his veins, despite how inappropriate the situation was. Keep your goddamn hands to yourself, he told himself sternly. The timing is atrocious. Focus on being helpful, and that's it. William knocked on the door and called out. He heard the lock from the other side, and the door slowly opened. He stepped inside and locked the door behind him again, though he was fairly sure Richard wouldn't dream of appearing again. He moved to the center of the room, glanced briefly over at Camilla, and motioned she should come closer. William gave a short, humorless laugh when she hesitated. "Do not worry, I do actually have self-control, despite what you probably think. I need you to stand under the light here so I can see what I am doing." Camilla moved to the spot he'd indicated, wincing in embarrassment at his words. "It isn't that, I just—" William sighed. "It is all right." If only things weren't so painfully tense between them, he thought. He opened the vial, poured some of the liquid onto the handkerchief, and corked the vial shut again. Turning to face her, he brought the cloth close to her face but stopped his hand just short. "I am warning you, this will probably sting." Camilla stood as still as she could as William carefully pressed the dampened cloth to the side of her face. She gritted her teeth against the pain, then found herself wrinkling her nose at the unusual herbal scent. "What exactly is in that remedy?" "It is one of Teshin's concoctions, so who can really know? It works, though. I have used it plenty of times when I have received a blow from a lance or sword." William paused, looking at her with a troubled frown. Then again, I am not sure he prepared it thinking it would ever be used on delicate female skin. "It does seem to be helping." The scent was oddly soothing, and Camilla's head no longer felt like it would split open from the throbbing pain. William pulled back the cloth to look at her skin, then gently pressed it against her cheekbone again. "It already looks far less swollen," he murmured. "With a little luck, there should be no bruising." Camilla looked up at him, but he seemed to be resolutely avoiding her gaze. She figured she must look a mess. She watched him quietly instead, marveling at his beauty. He was unshaven, which was unusual for him. She squelched the urge to run her fingers along his jaw and discover if the golden stubble was prickly or not. He'd probably think she'd lost her mind. After a while longer, he peered at the side of her face one last time and stepped back. "There, I think that's the best we can do. There's almost no mark on your skin at all now." He fumbled with the cloth and shoved it in his pocket. "Thank you, it barely hurts at all now." William glanced at her briefly before his gaze skipped away. The two of them stood facing each other in uncomfortable silence. "I should head back to the banquet before anyone notices I have left." He stared at the ground. "You'll lock your door behind me, will not you?" Camilla nodded stiffly, unsure how to fill the suffocating space between them. He turned and started walking towards the door. "William." He stopped walking, but did not turn to look at her. "What is it?" She hesitated, knowing that if she said the words there was no turning back. But she couldn't stay quiet either. "Do you have to go? Cannot you just stay the night with me?" He did not reply or move. At first, she had spoken too softly for him to hear her. Then he suddenly turned to face her, and his expression was of a man wrestling with his conscience. "I guess he heard me." Camilla had no time to think about anything else because William closed the gap between them in 3 long strides, wrapped his arms around her and pressed his hot mouth to hers. She almost sobbed in relief at tasting his lips again, at being in his embrace. She wrapped her free arm around his neck, pulling his mouth harder against hers. She parted her lips so that he could nip them, then felt his tongue slide into her mouth. Camilla's mind was a frenzy of disjointed thoughts. In the back of her mind, she knew her actions were wrong. Very wrong. A voice in her head screamed that a chaste maiden should never be alone with a man, let alone let him kiss her. Her reputation could end up forever ruined. I do not care about any of that, she realized. I'd rather let my curiosity kill me. William pulled her hair slightly and tipped her head back, trailing kisses down her neck. She could feel her erratic pulse thudding in her ears. She jumped a little when he placed his hand over hers that was still clutching the sides of her torn dress together and started slowly prying away her fingers. "Do not do that." She pulled back to look into his eyes and whispered haltingly. He ducked his head and brushed his lips against her ear. "Why not? Do not you trust me?" She nodded despite logic, telling her to do the exact opposite. "Then let go, pretty girl." His voice was like being lapped at by warm waves. She relaxed her clenched fist and felt William easing her arm out from against her body and wrapping it around his neck. He kissed her again, this time pulling the entire length of her body hard against his. She arched against him and heard him growl deep in his throat. Camilla felt dizzy and impatient as his tongue kept teasing hers, as if just toying with her. She raised herself on the tips of her toes and ran her fingers through his hair, along his jaw and neck. She could feel his rapid heartbeat. She wanted more, but of what exactly? Terror and excitement battled inside her as he ran his fingertips down her back and up again. His hands slid up her back and started tugging her dress down. It started sliding down her shoulders with ease, given how large the tear down the front was. She brought her hands to her chest and clung to the gown to prevent it from sliding down to her waist. Her throat was dry as fear surged through her. He seemed to sense it. "SHH, you have nothing to be afraid of from me." His whisper was soothing as it brushed past the shell of her ear. He stroked her back again while one hand cupped her cheek. Camilla felt her eyes close as she gave a tiny nod. Is this what it is like to be bewitched? He kissed her again, and when he started easing the ruined dress down her arms and waist, she did not protest. She felt the heavy fabric slide down and pool around her lower legs. Standing in only her thin white chemise, she instinctively went to cross her arms across her chest. William seemed to read her thoughts. He stopped her by linking his fingers through hers, pulling her arms away from her body as he scanned her through half-closed eyes. Camilla felt herself turning red and looked down self-consciously. She blushed even more fiercely when he leaned down to whisper in her ear, "You are so impossibly beautiful. What have you got to be shy about?" He brought his mouth to hers again and dug his fingers into her messy, loose hair. She parted her lips willingly for him. One of his hands brushed her collarbone, then drifted as light as a butterfly's wings down the center of her cleavage and to her belly before drifting back up again. He touched her as if he was afraid she'd bolt like a skittish animal. She did not bolt, though. She continued kissing him as her arms wrapped around his hard, muscled waist. His touches became firmer, bolder. As his hand started to move down from her collarbones again, he splayed his fingers so that he brushed both her nipples at the same time. She gasped into his mouth. He repeated the action until soon her nipples were achingly hard and sensitive beneath his touch. She started to shiver as his thumbs then stroked them over and over again, until they were protruding painfully under the thin fabric. One of his warm hands slid under the chemise torn down her chest and cupped her breast, his palm brushing and teasing her bare nipple until she was almost about to cry. Camilla tilted her head back and took a shaky breath as he kissed the hollow of her neck, trying to stop herself panting. She pressed her thighs together at the uncomfortable pressure building and pulsing between her legs. The room suddenly felt searingly hot. She tried to slow her breathing down, but it was impossible when his fingers were strumming her erect nipples. Another ragged gasp escaped her throat, much to her embarrassment. When she felt him starting to lightly pinch her aching nipple between thumb and forefinger, she felt her knees weaken and she sagged against him. Oh no, she thought in a panic, I am going to end up on the floor at this rate, but she did not. She felt William's arm around her waist lifting her slightly and guiding her slowly but firmly backwards. Clinging to his neck, Camilla was disoriented until she found herself being tipped onto her back. She felt the bed's soft mattress beneath her. A moment later, William hovered above her, taking his weight on his forearms and gazing down at her as if he were starving. His legs were entwined with hers, and she had to resist the wild urge to wrap herself around him. "This is wrong," Camilla whispered in a last-ditch effort to halt the madness. William raised an eyebrow, amused. "Why does it feel wrong to you?" He lowered himself on top of her and brushed his lips against hers briefly. "No." "Then it isn't wrong." More teasing brushes. All the light, brief touches were about to make her scream. It struck Camilla that the purpose of all his teasing was exactly that, to break down her resistance until she was the one begging for his touch. She did not know whether to be outraged or just marvel at his cunning. She felt William's fingertips glide slowly under her torn chemise, down her cleavage. She let her mind turn blank again. "But doing this, it is a sin, isn't it?" Camilla was slowly losing the battle to not drown herself in his touch. William's hand slowly glided up her thigh and came to rest on her hip. It isn't a sin if both sides want it. I have never forced a woman. If you lie with me, it is because you have made the choice willingly. Do you understand what I am saying? Camilla nodded haltingly. Perhaps because he'd bedded plenty of other women before, it felt like a normal occurrence to him. But to her, this all felt like she was crossing a line she could never erase. William briefly kissed her lips. Stop overthinking it, just close your eyes and relax. It is not as easy as you make it sound. She murmured against his mouth. He laughed as he kissed her again. I'll do what I can to help. His hand squeezed her hip and then slid the torn chemise off her left shoulder. His mouth trailed across her jaw and down her neck, briefly stopping to kiss under her ear. He'd previously noticed it was a sensitive spot for her, and his lips there made her squirm. She felt him laugh again. Down his hot mouth drifted, until she could feel the stubble on his chin scratching roughly, but not unpleasantly, against the valley between her breasts. He planted more kisses, then she felt the brush of his tongue. She sighed, only to jolt in surprise when she felt the sharp graze of his teeth. She was rapidly learning about the fine line between pain and pleasure. William seemed fond of blurring it, and every time he did, she'd end up a tingling mess. With a sudden movement, Camilla felt him pull back the torn chemise until her entire left breast was bared to him. Her first instinct was to claw at the fabric and try to cover herself again. William again seemed to know her thoughts before she did, though, because he grabbed her wrist and extended her arm gently but insistently above her head, against the pillow. His mouth started to tease her while it moved in slow concentric circles on her flesh, drifting ever closer to her aching, waiting nipple. When he finally grazed it with his lips, a rush of foreign heat surged between her legs. She unwittingly groaned his name, feeling her face flush with shame. Camilla found it odd that he did not seem bothered by her immodest response. In fact, he raised his head for a moment and gave her a heated look, his eyes fully dilated. He lowered his head again, and she both heard and felt his gruff reply. You can say my name like that as many times as you want. It is so fucking hot. Camilla's face turned even redder, and she heard herself mewl like a kitten when she finally felt William's mouth envelop her nipple, eagerly curling his tongue around it. Her free hand clutched his hair and her back arched, trying to push her flesh more firmly into his mouth. She tried to squeeze her thighs together, but couldn't because their legs were entangled. All she could do was press her hips against his to seek some kind of relief. She heard him groan. She was not sure if it was the right thing to do or not, but she was feeling increasingly frantic. She pressed her hips against him again, hoping he wouldn't mind. It was not enough. William stiffened and muttered what sounded like a curse, then resumed suckling on her with abandon. Camilla pulled at his hair. She felt him tear his mouth away from her nipple, and a second later, he was kissing her lips hard. There was something wild about this kiss, she thought vaguely as she savored his taste. William's tongue frantically twisted with hers as she tightened her hold around his neck. His hand stopped pinning her wrist above her head and started kneading her left thigh. As soon as Camilla felt him grab a handful of her chemise and start pulling it up her leg, she panicked. Conflicting thoughts dueled in her cloudy, confused mind. Part of her anxiously recalled Richard's rough, painful actions when he'd touched her between her legs. She instinctively knew that it would be a very different experience with William, though. She trusted him not to hurt her. The other side of her thinking was what truly frightened her. Not only did she not especially fear William's touch in the most intimate part of her body, she was practically pleading for it. It was not right, she was a maiden. How could she suddenly be acting so wickedly? She tried to wriggle out of his grasp and pulled her mouth away from his. I cannot do that, she managed to whisper. Shah, do not be scared, I will not be rough with you. He kissed her lips between words. How to explain to him that she feared his touch for completely different reasons to what he was thinking? And no, she managed to stammer, her voice tight. I cannot. If I do this, then I am no better than what Richard said I was. She was sprawled on a bed, half-dressed and eager for the touches of a man who was not her husband. Was not that the very definition of a loose, immoral woman? William pulled back slightly to look her straight in the eye, his own brow furrowed. You are no whore, Camilla. Everyone knows you are chaste. Richard only called you those horrible names to try and justify his own actions. He knew what he was doing was wrong and he did it anyway. That's all on him. But did she really want to win this argument? You did not do anything wrong then, and you aren't doing anything wrong now. His voice was firm. Do you want me? Please, 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 do not make me answer such an immoral question, Camilla wailed in her mind. William's hand buried itself in her hair, refusing to let her turn her head and look away from his probing stare. Do you? Camilla squeezed her eyes shut and nodded slightly, unable to say the words. She heard him hum with what sounded like satisfaction. When she opened her eyes, she saw him looking down at her with a little smile on his face. It was the smile of a man confident of finally getting what he has been waiting for. She was convinced every last drop of blood in her body was now in her face. His hand moved back to her leg, steadily pushing the chemise fabric upwards. His fingertips then started to slowly caress her inner thigh, drifting upwards and down again. Camilla shivered. Just relax. She heard him murmur, his voice a seductive purr. There's pleasure in it. She then jolted when the back of his hand briefly but deliberately brushed between her legs. She closed her eyes and bit her lip, listening to William's rapid breath. His hand brushed her again and again. William's fingers probed a little more until they lightly pressed against the button between her legs and sent a small bolt of lightning crackling through her. Camilla felt her head tilt backwards against the pillow. Oh, my lord, she heard herself whispering. His practiced, sinful fingers began stroking her over and over. How was she supposed to relax when she felt like she was burning up? Wetness seemed to be gushing from between her legs, which made no sense to her at all. The more he touched her, the worse the wetness seemed to be. When he lightly plucked her little button between his thumb and forefinger, something in Camilla's mind snapped. All she could focus was on the delicate, repeated plucking of his fingers while she gasped. Would his torment ever stop? She felt William's fingers then drift a little bit lower, sliding through the wetness. His fingertips slowly, languidly circled her entrance but did not push in. Did he want to? Did she want him to? Camilla could hear him panting as quickly as her as he made his torturous little circles. She finally felt one of his fingers slowly slide into her. Unlike the pain she'd felt under Richard's hands, William's finger slid in with eager ease. She closed her eyes and tipped her head back against the intense sensation, biting her lip again to keep quiet. As his finger slid out and then gently eased in again, it seemed William was determined to break her silence. The movement of his hand was slow and repetitive, kindling a small fire in her belly that grew hotter with every stroke. His thumb continued to brush steadily against her little bundle of nerves, making her shudder. It was only when she felt him slide a second finger into her and curl his fingers slightly that her self-control truly faltered, and she moaned, much to her embarrassment. She tried to squirm away from his touch, but found herself held firmly in place. Am I hurting you? The prince's voice was husky. And no. Are you sure? His fingers were working her flesh in a steady rhythm that was making her writhe beneath him. I am sure. Camilla managed to gasp out, unable to stop her back from arching as if her body were begging for more. More touch, more friction, more torture. Very sure. There was a teasing note in William's voice. Behind her closed eyes, Camilla was aware he was watching her, but she was far too embarrassed to meet his gaze. She needed to end this madness before it consumed her. I cannot think, she heard herself wail. Her hands were clutching the bed coverings beneath her, clawing desperately at the surface. My good. William's low voice sounded pleased behind her tightly shut eyes. His fingers continued to move, gliding easily in and out of her, faster and faster. Oh Lord, what was he doing to her? Camilla could hear her breath coming out in ragged panting. She was shaking and felt unbelievably wet between her legs. Was that supposed to happen? She couldn't think of anything but the fierce, frightening pleasure building up inside her. She threw her head back again. Wait, I do not know. Oh. Her confused, shaky voice was interrupted by a sharp gasp as William's fingers caused a sudden burst of burning pleasure to shoot through her. It was excruciating. A groan rasped from her throat as the waves of ecstasy coursed through her. She shuddered uncontrollably and clenched around his fingers. The pleasure slowly receded, as did William's touch. Falling back against the bed limply, Camilla opened her eyes and gazed helplessly at the prince hovering over her. She noticed the utter triumph on his face. What? She couldn't find the strength to even pose a proper question. William grinned. I told you there was pleasure in it. He slowly removed his fingers from her body, and she blushed when she saw his fingers were coated in her wetness. She wondered if she should apologize for making such a mess when William calmly brought his hand to his mouth and sucked both fingers clean. Her eyes widened in shock. What are you doing? She managed to squeak out. William hummed with evident pleasure. Damn, you taste so fucking sweet. Camilla pushed a lock of messy hair back from her face. But there is more to all of this, isn't there? Her voice was hoarse, and her body was still shaking and tingling. Yes, there is, and I cannot wait a minute longer for it. William quickly shed his formal jacket and pulled his shirt off, throwing both items to the floor. She gazed at his bare chest and abdomen, struck by the beauty of his lean, muscular frame. She did not have much time to admire it, though, because he then pulled her up by her arms into a sitting position and commanded her. Raise your arms. Camilla slowly did as he asked, raising her arms without understanding why. She felt dizzy, like she couldn't refuse anything he asked of her. She only realized his intentions when he swiftly pulled off her torn chemise and let it drop on the floor. He then pushed her gently onto her back again. Camilla felt every drop of blood in her body rush to her face at the embarrassment of being laid completely bare before him. She quickly brought her hands up to try and shield herself at least a little, but was stopped by William, who grabbed her hands in his own and laced his fingers through hers. Do not. His voice was hoarse as well as his eyes raked up and down her body, his pupils dilating. He let go of one of her hands to brush his fingers across her collarbones, then down between her breasts and down to her navel. She bit back a whimper. You are a fucking goddess. It seems almost a sin for me to touch something so absolutely perfect. William spoke in a rough whisper as his fingers trailed back up to her neck. But I cannot help myself. He started unbuckling his belt, and Camilla could see the tension in his body, on the lines of his taut muscles. He lowered himself on her, sighing when their bare chests touched. Camilla wrapped her arms hesitantly around his neck as she felt him spread her legs apart with his own. She whimpered as she felt his hardness press against the soft wetness between her legs. A little pang of fear hit her. William's face was flushed and tense as he leaned down to briefly kiss her parted lips. I'll be as careful as I can. He murmured against her. Now brace yourself, darling. He pushed his hips forward slowly but firmly. Camilla gasped at the odd, stabbing pain as she felt him push inside her steadily. He stopped for a moment before pushing again. The sensation of fullness was so unexpected that Camilla tried to wriggle out from under him. SHH, just wait. William whispered between kisses. Give yourself time to get used to it. He had stopped pushing into her and was barraging her lips with warm kisses. Camilla slowly felt herself relax as she sank into the dizzying sweetness of his kiss. The sharp pain was ebbing away. William pulled back, only to slowly slide into her again, pushing deeper into her. Camilla's eyes widened in shock as the stabbing pain returned, but less intense. His gaze was locked on her, his eyes nearly black and his brow furrowed. One of his hands tangled in her hair to tilt her head back. Camilla sighed as she felt his lips on her throat. When he eventually eased back and pushed into her the third time, there was hardly any pain. She felt her eyes widen again at the sensation of fullness. He was watching her as he slid into her again and again, a little harder. There was something undeniably pleasurable about feeling him inside her. She shivered and instinctively squeezed around him. William gasped and shuddered. What the fuck are you doing, woman? Are you trying to kill me? His voice was a low growl. I am sorry, I did not know it was wrong. And no, it was not wrong. William shuddered again and laughed softly. He pressed her forehead against hers briefly, then kissed her lips hard. You just surprised me, that's all. Oh. Camilla was intrigued by the look of undeniable pleasure that crossed the prince's face. She clung to his shoulders and writhed as he started to move faster against her. Richard never did this, did he? One of William's hands squeezed her thigh, pulling her hard against him as he continued to push into her in a steady rhythm, over and over. No. Camilla managed to gasp out between quickened breaths. She ran one of her hands down his back and dug her nails in. The tingling heat between her legs was starting to slowly build up again with every movement of William's hard body against her. Good. He gritted out between clenched teeth. It wouldn't have changed how I feel about you, but goddamn, am I glad to be your first. He had started to pant as well. She arched under him, gasping and wrapping her legs around his waist. Her eyes closed and her head tipped back. William groaned, then bit her earlobe and muttered, "Easy, it is too good." His fingers were digging into her thighs as he used them to pull her to him with each thrust. Camilla shook her head, not understanding his words. How could he say this was easy? How could he not want more? Did not he crave it? She tightened her legs around him and bit the back of her hand to quiet her moans. William tried to slow down, feeling lightheaded. The feel of her warm, yielding body squirming beneath him was driving him mad. Through narrowed eyes, he saw her pressing her hand against her mouth. He quickly pulled her hand away and stretched her arm above her head. Her moan nearly tipped him over the edge. "Camilla, open your eyes. Look at me, damn it." Her eyes slowly opened, hazy with desire. "You are mine now, you hear? No other man will ever enjoy you like this, understand?" His head was swimming, but he was determined to get the words out. "Promise yourself to me." Camilla nodded, her eyes closing again and her nails raking down his back. "Say it, I want to hear the words." "I promise." She gasped at the brutal pace of his thrusts that were shaking her, not really understanding what she was saying, only that she'd say anything he wanted if it meant the pleasure wouldn't stop. "I promise I am yours." He buried his face in her neck and clenched his jaw, feeling himself lose control. "Oh Lord, William, ah." A second bolt of torturous pleasure then hit her, this one peaking much faster and harder than the first. The intensity of it actually tore a scream from her throat. Camilla felt her back arch, and she instinctively tightened around William, her nails digging into his back. As the pleasure sweetly and gradually ebbed away, she closed her eyes and went limp. William felt her delicious, warm wetness tighten around him as she screamed. It tipped him over the edge, and a rush of pure bliss ran through his body. He shuddered uncontrollably and uttered a string of curses into the crook of the girl's neck. After several seconds, he slumped over her, utterly spent and his breath heaving. He could feel her chest rising and falling quickly beneath him. He slowly pushed himself off her and lay at Camilla's side, his breathing ragged and one arm still tucked under her back. Running his free hand through his hair, he glanced over to where she lay, flushed and limp. So then, his voice was husky and sated. "That was not so bad, was it?" Camilla looked at him through half-closed eyes. "No, I expected worse." He chuckled and closed his own eyes. "Goddamn, if I'd known deflowering a royal maiden was this rewarding, I would have pursued you twice as hard. I would have had you months ago." Camilla thought about his words, a sinking feeling slowly growing in the pit of her belly. "But you have done all this before," she said quietly. "Yes. Many different times. I suppose. With many different women." Camilla tried to keep the disillusionment out of her voice, but couldn't. Hey, what questions?" William blushed slightly and gave an uncomfortable laugh at her directness. "All right, yes, I have lain with other women before, but this is different. You are different." "Why?" "Do not ask me why it is different, it just is. It is not something I can really explain." William rushed to interrupt her questioning. Then again, he paused to smirk at her. "I have never heard a princess gasp my name from pleasure before." "William." Camilla felt her face go crimson as he laughed again. She quickly covered her eyes with her hand. "Do you really have to talk that way?" "I only do it to make you blush." He looked at her again, and she blushed even more, breaking eye contact and wrapping her arms self-consciously across her chest. He sat up and grabbed the blanket that was folded at the foot of the bed, stretching it over her. Camilla pulled it over herself shyly until only her bare shoulders were visible. William shook his head. What a woman as beautiful as you has to be self-conscious about, I'll never know. He lay back on the bed next to her, and both were quiet for a few moments as their breathing slowed. Camilla did not want to interrupt the aura of calm and peace around them. She wished the moment could last forever, but she knew she had to ask the inevitable question. What will become of me now? He turned to face her. What do you mean? Camilla hesitated, hating she had to put the obvious into words. But William had always made it clear his pursuit of her had been to achieve a specific goal. He just wanted to lie with her. Now that he had achieved his goal, he would move on, and she needed to think about what her future would look like without him in it. When I go back to Morigth, my uncle will want to marry me off. But haven't I, just ruined my chances of making a good marriage? William propped himself up on one elbow and stared at her with his brow furrowed. What are you talking about? You want to go back to Morigth to get married? No, of course not, but I cannot stay here forever, can I? Why not? Do not you like it here? Camilla clenched the blanket covering her until her fists started to ache. Well, yes, I have grown to like it here, and there's nothing in Morigth for me to return to, but I cannot just remain in exile. I cannot live off your king's goodwill forever. Someday my uncle will order me home and I'll have to obey, even if I do not want to. If King Edward refuses to let you go, you can stay here. You are in his custody. Your uncle will not dare risk war by insisting you be sent back. William's stare was intense, pinning her in place. Why would King Edward refuse to let me go? Camilla was not following the unexpected direction of the conversation at all. What did the Islian king have to do with what had just happened between them? And why should the king care about where she preferred to stay? Politics would always trump all. Do not worry, I'll convince him to let you stay here as long as you want. William's voice had a hard, decisive edge. Why, and how do you plan to do that? By my powers of persuasion. Trust me, I am very persuasive when I want to be. He flashed her a small smile. You have my word. I shall speak to my uncle about it first thing tomorrow, and I can convince him to keep you here. Camilla nodded slowly, feeling unsure about what he was promising her. On one hand, it warmed her heart that he was offering to help her stay. On the other hand, she did not want to stay in Islia only to watch William lose interest in her and start pursuing other women. If he was going to move on to his next conquest, she'd rather be far, far away from that so he wouldn't see her heart break. What difference does it make to you if I am here or not, William? As much as she wanted to ask the question out loud, her lips were too afraid to form the words. William stared quietly at the bed canopy above him, his mind running through the arguments he would pose to King Edward the following day, to convince him to let Camilla stay in Islia. He was sure the king could be convinced, and was determined to argue until his uncle had no choice but to see things the way William did. Can you see yourself living here for the rest of your days? He asked softly, while his eyes remained locked on the bed canopy. Something about the question made him too scared to look at the princess when he asked it. Silence. Camilla. William turned to face her and saw she had fallen asleep. He then looked at her, truly looked at her in wonder. Her long lashes rested like peacock feathers on the tops of her cheeks. Her hair spilled all over the pillows, with the scent of peaches and roses he had long grown to associate with only her. She looked achingly beautiful and vulnerable as she slept, her full lips slightly parted, her breathing soft and even. He touched the side of her face briefly, careful not to wake her. He then stretched out on his back. What will become of them both? William's eyes suddenly opened and he looked around, drowsy and disoriented. The candles were burning low, but still cast off enough light for him to see he was in Camilla's bedchamber. He must have drifted off. He felt something twitch next to him on the bed and heard a whimper. He turned to his side and saw Camilla asleep, but talking in her sleep. No, no, please, she thrashed. Wake up, Camilla, wake up. He whispered, shaking her shoulder gently, but she wouldn't stop whimpering in fear, her head turning side to side on the pillow. Stop, do not. William shook her harder until she woke up with a jolt. Her eyes popped open and for a moment stared at him unseeing. Then an expression of terror came over her face and she jerked away, clutching the blanket protectively against her chest. She opened her mouth as if to scream. "It is me, it is William." Finally, she looked at him with recognition and fell back against the pillows, trying to catch her breath. Blinking rapidly, she said in a quivering voice, "I am sorry, I thought you. For a moment I thought." SHH. William drew her closer. She froze briefly, then wrapped her arms around his waist and buried her face in his shoulder. He stroked her back slowly as she shook against him. "It is all right, it was just a nightmare." William bit his lip. Having her in his arms with her breasts pressed up against his bare chest was sending raw desire coursing through his veins. But he knew this was not the time, no matter how much he wanted to enjoy her body again. Stifling his discomfort, he continued gently rubbing her back until her breathing turned slow and steady. After a few more moments, he reluctantly eased himself out of the bed. Picking up his shirt and jacket from the floor, he looked over his shoulder at the sleeping girl as he got dressed. He sighed, wishing he could stay all night with her against him. There was something about her that made him want to shield her from all the ugliness in the world, but he knew that the discovery of him staying here would lead to disaster for them both. Instead, he knew the best way to protect her was to speak to King Edward and make him see there was only one course the future could take. May 13, 1359. Westerhaven Palace, Islia Camilla slowly opened her heavy eyes, disoriented. The early morning sun was casting a glow behind the heavy drapes covering her windows. She sat up sleepily and pushed her messy hair back, feeling achy and utterly exhausted. The side of her head throbbed a little. The blanket covering her slipped down, and she realized she was completely naked beneath it. That made no sense. She quickly pulled the blanket to her chest while her mind frantically tried to piece together what had happened. When she finally remembered the chain of events, she felt her cheeks burn uncomfortably hot. Richard Bentworth had sneaked into her apartments last night and tried to attack her again. Prince William had stepped in and put a stop to it, even physically striking Richard down. How had he even known to show up at that precise moment? Most shocking of all was that she had then lain with the prince. Not only that, but she'd writhed and scratched beneath him, screaming out in wicked, sinful pleasure. "Oh Lord, what have I done?" She covered her eyes with her hand, mortified by how she'd behaved with him. Her face felt like it was on fire, and the flesh between her legs felt tender. What was she going to do after all this? How could she ever face William again after the way she'd acted? She was no longer a pure maiden. Had she truly behaved any better than the terrible names Richard had called her? Worse, despite what he'd said the previous night, she was sure William wouldn't even bother looking at her again. He had gotten what he wanted from her. The sound of her maids quietly moving around her presence chamber reached Camilla's ears, rousing her from her bleak thoughts. She quickly realized she couldn't let them find her in this state. Clutching the blanket around her, she scooted off the bed and rummaged through the chest at the foot of the bed until she found a nightgown. She pulled it on just as she heard a gentle knocking at her door. Camilla quickly scanned the bedchamber, but there was no sign that anyone else but her had been there. William had obviously disappeared like a ghost while she had been sleeping. It wouldn't have been his first time. He was probably quite the expert at sneaking out of women's rooms, she thought dourly. "Come in," she called out nervously, glancing around her room one last time to make sure nothing looked suspicious. Bonnie entered, carrying a mug of warmed ale. She bowed and gave Camilla a tentative smile. "Good morning, Your Highness." The maid did not look at her as if anything were amiss. Camilla smiled back in relief and took the mug, warming her hands around it. She sat down in an armchair as the maids went about their business, as if it were a morning like any other. Squinting at the bright morning light that streamed in as one of the other maids drew back the velvet drapes, she realized how used she'd become to sitting around in the gloom these past few days, when she'd refused to open the curtains. "Shall we prepare your bath, Your Grace?" she heard Bonnie ask. Camilla nodded and sipped her ale patiently as the maids lugged in the tub, water, ewers, and towels. Once the bath was ready, the maids all left the room, now well familiar with Camilla's odd preference to bathe alone. She slid the nightgown off her body and eased herself into the warm, fragrant water. To her relief, she noticed the bruises Richard had left on her wrists were fading. However, she realized she now had another problem as she looked down at her bare body. Her chest was covered in reddish pink marks from William's ardent mouth. She felt her face grow hot again as she remembered how he had tormented her with his lips and tongue until she'd been mindless with arousal and clawing the sheets for his touch. She covered her eyes again with a wet hand. What was she supposed to do now? Had she made a terrible decision? Thinking it over more, Camilla slowly realized she did not actually regret what had taken place with the prince. He had stopped an already terrible situation with Richard from getting more out of hand. He had tended to the bruise on her face, and she even had a hazy recollection of him comforting her at some point in the night after one of her nightmares. Most important by far, he hadn't treated her as if she'd been soiled or ruined by Richard's past actions. He'd even assured her none of it was her fault and had offered to speak to the king on her behalf. Even if William ignored her from this day forward, she would always remember the sweetness behind his gestures that night. And she couldn't deny that he'd opened a door for her to a kind of physical pleasure she had never known existed. She washed away the strange, warm stickiness between her legs while blushing fiercely. How had he known exactly what to do to her? He had handled her body the same way an expert musician would handle a lute. How many other women had he betted to become so practiced at such an act? She remembered Meg telling her once that men that were good fighters were usually good lovers as well. The theory had proven true, though she could never tell Meg or any of her ladies what had happened, of course. She'd have to take the secret to her grave. Camilla rubbed her face with warm water. "I have to stop thinking about it," she told herself sternly. "Otherwise, I'll drive myself crazy." She finished washing and rinsing out her hair, then gingerly stepped out of the bathtub and wrapped a towel tightly around her body. As she opened one of her chests to pull out a chemise and dress, she noticed the clothes she had worn last night still discarded on the floor. Camilla quickly realized she needed to get rid of them before the maids noticed how torn they were and started asking questions. A memory of Richard's rough hands ripping her clothes last night flashed in her mind before she resolutely shook her head to chase it away. She quickly tugged a chemise over her still damp body, followed by an apricot-colored gown that tied closed at the front. She then threw the torn chemise in the fireplace and watched the flames surge as they quickly consumed it. Last night's dress took longer to burn and released a somewhat acrid smell as the silk caught fire. Camilla threw the windows wide open to get rid of the scent. Once she was satisfied that the only evidence left of last night's events was now safely concealed by her gown, Camilla sat on the bed to blot her long hair dry with a towel. Her head was full of conflicting thoughts, some good, some bad, and some sinfully pleasurable. She finally understood why William had pursued her, why he had been so insistent on betting her. The pleasure had been indescribable. She had actually screamed out loud from it, much to her dismay. She felt herself blushing again, and the region between her legs began to throb. Was that supposed to happen to her body? Camilla sat up straight and steeled her thoughts. Of course, lying with him wouldn't happen again. William had been very clear from the start. He only wanted one night with her. What was the distasteful turn of phrase he'd used to describe it? An itch that had to be scratched. Now that he had done so, she expected him to move on to someone else. She had to accept that. One night together would have to be enough. Through the closed bedchamber door, she could hear the murmurs of her ladies and maids. She couldn't make out the words, but there was something strange and excitable about their voices. Anxiety started to gnaw in her belly. Something was not right. Putting the towel aside, Camilla pushed her hair back from her face, opened the door, and stepped into her presence chamber. Half a dozen pairs of eyes turned in her direction, and her ladies' faces lit up. Katerine ran up to her and took her hands in her own. "My lady," she exclaimed. "We are so glad to see you outside of your bedchamber. How are you feeling?" Camilla gave her a shaky smile. Relieved Katerine did not seem to notice anything very different about her appearance. "I feel all right." She looked around. What has happened? Why does everyone look so shocked? She closed her eyes briefly, desperately praying no one had noticed either Richard or William exiting her apartments last night. If someone had seen, she knew there was no escaping the consequences. One of the maids turned an avid stare at her before murmuring, "Sir Richard Bentworth has disappeared." Camilla tried to keep her voice from quivering. "What do you mean, disappeared?" "Exactly that," stated the maid. "The servants found the Bentworth apartments empty this morning. The young lord seems to have left the castle in the middle of the night without telling anyone. Not his servants or his pages, not even his own mother who's visiting the court. All he left behind is a note that mentioned he was retiring to one of his countryside manors for the next few months to take care of personal affairs. Camilla stood frozen in place. She couldn't believe William's threats had been successful. She could finally leave her rooms without fear. Her legs went weak with relief, and she hastily grabbed the back of an armchair for support. Standing next to her, Katerine gave her a puzzled look. "Are you sure you are all right, my lady? You still look a little pale. Perhaps you should lie down again." Camilla shook her head and was about to respond when a knock on the presence chamber doors made them all turn their heads. Camilla's legs almost gave out again when she saw Prince William striding through the doors without waiting for anyone to open them for him. Camilla's gaze roamed over him helplessly, wishing she could force herself to look away. He had always been exceptionally handsome, but now he seemed to look more alive. Was that the right way to describe it? His vivid eyes gleamed below the tousled waves of his hair. She swallowed hard, feeling overwhelmed by his physical perfection and the way his eyes dilated when he looked into hers. Feeling herself blush, she looked away before the others in the room noticed anything amiss. A feeling of intense shyness took over as she ducked her head and bowed to him. She'd never be able to look him in the face again after her shameless behavior the night before. William clearly was not affected like she was because his voice was its usual calm, mellow tone. His words, however, were completely unexpected. "Please follow me, Princess. His Majesty wishes to speak with you immediately." Camilla raised her head in surprise. I see. Do you know the reason why?" Everyone knew that being summoned by the king rarely ended well. "I can explain on the way there. Hurry, we mustn't keep him waiting." William turned to leave. Meg started to follow. "I can accompany you, my lady." "No need." William called out over his shoulder as he walked out of the presence chamber. "I'll escort her there myself." Camilla picked up her skirts and chased the prince, almost having to run. "Wait, why does the king want to speak to me?" Her fear of King Edward's potential wrath outweighed her embarrassment of speaking to the man who had made her almost weep from longing. William glanced back at her, but did not slow his pace. "I spoke to him this morning about you staying at court." "What?" "I gave you my word that I'd speak to him, did not I?" He glanced back at her again, but there was something evasive about his expression. "Yes, but what did you say to try and convince him?" Camilla could feel her chest tightening with nerves. "You did not tell him about what happened last night, did you?" William looked uncomfortable, refusing to make eye contact. "Well, I had to tell him some of it," he mumbled. "William, you promised me you would." The nervous flutter inside her turned into full-blown panic. How could she stand before the king, knowing that he knew what had passed between her and Richard Bentworth? How could she defend herself without leveling terrible accusations at the son of a prominent noble family? Another thought then struck her, one so terrible that Camilla's legs stopped moving, and she found herself standing in the gallery like a block of solid ice. What if King Edward does not believe me and thinks I deliberately tried to seduce the son of the Earl of Rye to improve my position at court? Worse, what if he sends me back to Moragh in disgrace? Camilla started shaking on the spot. As much as she feared facing an angry King Edward, the thought of being returned to her uncle as a ruined woman absolutely horrified her. "He will kill me," she whispered to herself. Realizing she was no longer keeping up with his pace, William turned around impatiently. He walked back to her and gently pulled her arm. "The king will not like you making him wait." I cannot face him." Camilla's teeth started to chatter from terror. "He is going to kill me." William's eyes widened in surprise. "I truly doubt that. I have never known King Edward to kill a lady." Before she could explain that Edward was not the king she most feared, he had grabbed her wrist and started tugging her after him. "What did you say to the king? Tell me now." Camilla decided she had to know, despite how terrible and humiliating it might be. Without knowing what level of detail William had shared with the king, she had no chance of defending herself. "We are nearly there." The doors to the king's presence chamber were within sight. "There's no time right now. I'll explain everything afterwards." "But..." William lowered his voice to avoid being overheard by the guards flanking the double doors. It will go better if you let me handle this and only speak when he directs a question to you. My uncle can be rather abrupt, but I know how to handle him. Camilla looked at him, utterly confused and frustrated. She was even more confused when she watched him tug a ring from his smallest finger. Here, wear this, he whispered. What for? She looked at the ring. It was gold, with a square-cut sapphire set into it. It will possibly help our cause. William frowned as he watched the princess slide the ring onto her thumb. No, not that finger. He impatiently pulled the ring off her thumb and hastily slid it onto her third finger. William, none of this is making any sense. How is this ring supposed to help anything? Shah, I told you I'll explain everything properly after the king speaks with you. Camilla tried to steady her breathing as she approached the king, who was staring at her with a grim scowl on his face. She bowed deeply, and when her gaze met his eyes were like chips of ice. She quickly cast her eyes on the floor and said in a faint voice, "Good morning, Your Majesty. I am told you wish to speak with me. My nephew here has told me of some recent happenings between the young members of my court, which have disturbed me greatly." The king saw no reason for polite preamble. I believe you know what I am speaking about, Princess. Camilla nodded, refusing to look up. Your Majesty, if you'd let me explain, I can easily. William started to lay on the charm. Shut your mouth, lad. The king was clearly having none of it. When I want your input, I will ask for it. I am speaking to the princess. King Edward directed his hostile gaze at the young woman again. I am gravely disappointed that these events have been going on right under my nose. From a brash young man like William, I would have been less surprised about such entanglements. But as a royal princess and a potential heiress to a kingdom, I certainly expected better behavior from you. Camilla felt her face growing hot with humiliation and fear. She willed her legs to stop shaking. I am sorry to have displeased you, sire. Your apologies mean nothing. You know well that what you did is unbecoming of your rank. The king's face contorted with anger. Camilla opened her mouth to defend herself but shut it. What would be the point? King Edward clearly held her to blame as well over what had taken place with Richard, much to her dismay. Should she just throw herself at his feet and beg not to be sent back to Moragh? Why you young people think you can take these matters into your own hands is a mystery. When you represent a royal house, your future is not your own to choose. You do not get to decide who you dally with. It is for your betters to decide these matters so that you can benefit from our wisdom. The king's thunderous roar echoed in the chamber. Camilla sneaked a quick glance at William. His face was blanched white. I cannot believe you went behind my back, making plans that were not yours to make. The king's voice had dropped to a dangerous hiss. How did you think I would react when my nephew suddenly storms into my room before the sun has even risen to insist, that he will marry you? At those words, Camilla felt like she was about to faint. Camilla's jaw dropped and she stared at the king as if he was speaking a foreign language. Her head was swimming in confusion, but she forced herself to focus. Fainting at the king's feet was not going to make things any easier for her. William told me you have promised yourself to him. King Edward continued to rage. What gives you the right to make such a decision without my approval? Without your own king's approval even? But I did not, I never thought. Camilla tried but failed not to stammer. The king's words were so wildly unexpected that she did not even know where to start. I did not say. Do not waste my time, girl. The king had obviously reached the limit of his patience, half rising from his seat as if he were about to pounce on her and tear her limb from limb. You stand there with his betrothal ring on your finger and dare tell me there's nothing between you. You think you can lie to me. Camilla looked down at her hands, which were clutching her skirts in anxious fists. The blue stone on Prince William's ring winked back at her. No wonder he did not want me wearing the ring on my thumb. No wonder he insisted on this finger, even though the ring is far too big. What the hell was he doing? She turned to glare at him accusingly. William's eyes skipped away guiltily, refusing to meet hers. I will kill him. I will literally tear his throat out, Camilla vowed silently. "If the king lets me leave this room alive." She turned back to the king and gave him a beseeching look before casting her eyes to the floor again. "I am very sorry, your majesty. It was never my intention to lie to you. Yes, I did say I would promise myself to the prince, but—" Her voice wavered, and she aimed a quick, fierce glare in William's direction. "But when I said it, I did not truly understand the significance of the words." She looked up to see King Edward raising his eyebrows at her. "I know how unbelievable that sounds, but it is the truth. I am very sorry to have disappointed you." She finished lamely, knowing her explanation sounded unbelievably naive and stupid. There was no point telling the king that the prince had deliberately wrangled her promise out of her lips at her absolute weakest moment. She was already in serious enough trouble. Camilla dropped her head and clenched her eyes shut, expecting the king to continue shouting. She braced herself, ready to receive whatever punishment he saw fit. Silence. Camilla risked raising her head and peeping at the king. He was sitting back in his chair and stroking his beard, the way she knew he did when he was deep in thought. He stared hard at her for a moment longer, then sighed. "I am inclined to believe you, princess. You are an innocent maiden, and I know there's no guile in you." Camilla started to breathe a sigh of relief when King Edward's voice rose again, and his gaze moved to William standing next to her. "You, on the other hand, I have no trust in at all," snarled the king. "I do not know what schemes have run through your head, lad, or what promises you managed to wrest from an innocent girl. But I have no doubt that everything you did was deliberate. You think I have forgotten what it is like to be a wily young man trying to get his own way." William looked like he was about to speak but thought better of it. "I have every right to exile you from court and force you to spend the rest of your days in the most remote of your late father's properties." King Edward's eyes swung back to Camilla. "And I have every right to shut you away in a nunnery for your foolish actions." Camilla saw William's face turn slightly green at the threat of exile. The king slumped back in his chair as if exhausted. "However," he grumbled, "there is merit to my nephew's request. Despite the appalling way the two of you have gone about your business behind my back, there are many benefits to be gained by Islia if our two royal houses are to be joined by marriage. That is the only reason I will allow this union to occur and why you both still have your heads on your shoulders." Camilla instinctively wrapped her hand around her neck in fear. She quickly dropped it when she realized it was the hand with William's ring on it and that the king was glaring at the jewel in disgust. King Edward turned to the court advisor that had been standing utterly still and mute in the back of the room. "Record the formal betrothal between these two as beginning as of today. The royal announcement can be made at tonight's dinner to inform the rest of the court. Issue the declaration formally to my good brother Kenneth in Moraigne, and have 2 ambassadors briefed and ready to depart for Port Canforth no later than dawn tomorrow." The king barked, "There is a dowry to be negotiated, and I intend to get the better end result of the deal." The advisor quickly scrawled down the king's rapid orders and then hastily bowed and ran out of the presence chamber. Out of the corner of her eye, Camilla saw William's shoulders relax, but she could do no such thing. Events were moving too fast for her to understand. "You want us to get married, your majesty?" She managed to squeak out. "Was not that the goal of all your backhanded dealings?" The king's glare on both young royals was calmer, but no less cold. Camilla kept quiet. William bowed to the king and gave him a small, conciliatory smile. The king ignored him and continued making arrangements. "You shall be wed on." King Edward counted on his fingers briefly before announcing, "The 17th day of August. 3 months should be plenty of time to finalize arrangements and the dowry, as well as prepare the court for yet another royal wedding." Camilla knew she shouldn't ask, but she simply had to know. "Sire, while I appreciate your generous offer, what if my uncle does not agree?" The king gave her a wolfish smile. "He'll agree and pay me handsomely for the privilege. As my wife, you'll no longer be a Moraigthian princess, but an Islian one. The lords of Moraigne will never allow a member of the royal house of Devon to inherit their throne. They'll transfer their loyalties to King Kenneth's young daughter without any hesitation, which is what your uncle wants." William's voice was a hurried whisper. He paused, then added, Reigning queens are undesirable, but especially one with an ambitious young husband who would usurp all your power. You told me that once. There was the ghost of a smile on his flawless face. I will be the reason King Kenneth will be glad for you to never set foot in Morigth again. Camilla wished she could slap him for using her own words to box her into a corner. Yes, I expect your uncle to dower you generously and reward me well for solving his inheritance headache. He'd better hope his queen gives him a son soon, though. The king smiled wryly. The room was silent for a moment. Camilla was too overwhelmed to speak another word, too afraid to upset the delicate balance that seemed to have been achieved. I'll save my violent impulses for once we've left the king's presence, she thought to herself. I suppose congratulations are in order then, the king finally muttered. We can toast to your betrothal and future nuptials tonight. The queen, for one, will be pleased. She seems to sense these turns of events before I do. William bowed again. My most humble thanks, your majesty, for your mercy. King Edward started laughing grimly. Of course you are thankful, you little son of a bitch. You end up with the woman you want and she'll make you even richer to boot. I do not even want to imagine how long you've been planning this. Part of me wants to admire your cunning. You are just lucky that this time, your goals and mine happen to align. With a final sigh and a flick of his wrist, King Edward said, Begone now, both of you. I am tired of your antics. Do not cause me any more grief before your wedding date. Camilla started making a hasty retreat. William did the same. They had almost reached the presence chamber doors when the king spoke for the final time. Ah yes, please remember there are still some months before you are wed as such. I expect you both to behave accordingly as a betrothed couple. King Edward aimed a fiery last look at his nephew. Keep your goddamn hands off until your wedding night, boy. I will not have this alliance put in jeopardy because you cannot manage until then. William held the massive doors open for her to pass through first, then started heading down the corridor and leading her back towards her apartments. Camilla walked a little behind him in silence, rerunning the conversation with King Edward in her head, unable to stop dwelling on the roar of his shouting and the rage etched on his face. William was quiet as well. It was only when they turned the corner and entered a narrow back corridor that he finally stopped walking and turned around to face her. He had a small smile on his face. Well, that did not go so badly. I mean, he was angry and all but he then. He quickly stopped talking in surprise when Camilla launched herself at him, pushing him up against a wall. Her cheeks were pink and her eyes sparked with fury. How can you say that after what you did? She shrieked, shoving him and then pounding on his chest with her small fists in frustration. How could you just provoke his anger and take that kind of risk with both of us? He nearly shut me away in a nunnery. Yes, but he did not. He did not. William gasped as he tried to catch her flailing fists in his hands. You will not be shut away, and I will not be exiled. I knew the king wouldn't be best pleased with the idea of something secretly going on behind his back, but I also knew he'd calm down when he saw the advantages of our union. He is a strategist above all. So you already had all this thought out. You planned all of this and deliberately refused to tell me, did not you? Camilla's voice was an accusatory hiss. Your claim to have run out of time to tell me what you had in mind before we reached the king's chambers. That was a lie. You never had any intention of telling me, did you? You wanted me to walk into that room completely blind. William had the grace to look abashed. Well, yes, but I knew it would less risky if you went in there innocently. My uncle, he hates being made a fool of. If he thought this was something we'd been planning together behind his back for a while, he would have never agreed. He winced and cupped her swinging fists in his much larger hands. I know him better than you do. I knew that having him pin the blame mostly on me rather than on both of us was a safer bet. And what if I'd unknowingly said the wrong thing in there? Camilla challenged him. I thought there was a fairly low chance of that, and if you did, he'd probably forgive you. He has a soft spot for innocent maidens, you see. William mumbled. He started to let go of her fists, then thought better of it when he saw she was still wild with anger. And look, I was right, he added feebly. Camilla shrieked, Are you out of your mind? What made you think you had the right to make these decisions about my life without even talking to me beforehand? She pulled her fists out of his grasp and saw the sapphire ring. It made her even more furious. She slid the ring off her finger and shoved it blindly into his hand, not caring if he caught it in his grasp or not. Now that you've used this to trick your king, you can have it back. I have no use for it. Camilla then tore off down the corridor, terrified she was going to burst into tears. She did not want to cry when she was so angry. William strode after her, grabbing her shoulder so she was forced to face him. Look, I am sorry I had to drag you unaware in front of my uncle. But I gave you my word that I'd find a way for you to stay in Islia, did not I? As my wife, your future is secured. Camilla knew he was trying to sound reassuring, but it just made her feel worse. Like a worthless burden or a problem he'd been lumped with fixing. She could feel tears welling, so she quickly looked down. I do want to stay, but not like this, she choked out. When she peeped up at him, William's forehead was creased. There was confusion on his face, but also something else. If she did not know any better, she'd have thought it was vulnerability. What do you mean? His voice cracked. I mean, I do not want you marrying me out of pity. It is not something I think I can live with. Camilla's voice was sounding increasingly strangled as she tried hard to restrain the tears, much to her horror. I appreciate you trying to help me, but I do not want you to end up resenting me. Wait, what? Did you just say pity? William's jaw dropped. You think that's why I have done all this? Camilla refused to open her mouth, knowing if she did, she'd start sobbing over how deep her feelings ran for the beautiful, infuriating, cocky young man, and he wouldn't understand at all. She'd rather return to Moragh in disgrace than stay in Islia as his pity project. He cursed, then brought both hands to his head, pulling at handfuls of his hair in dismay. He sighed and said, Well, I suppose I am to blame for that. I know I am not good with words. His throat bobbed as he swallowed repeatedly. So I guess I need to try harder. William then took her face into both of his hands, gently cradling her jaw so she had to look up at him. His voice was oddly gravelly when he spoke again. Listen to me. I'd never offer to marry someone out of pity, even if it meant saving their life. He snickered. My nature is too selfish for that kind of gesture. Camilla stood there blinking wordlessly when he suddenly dropped from view. She quickly looked down to find him on one knee, holding her hands in his and staring up at her. I want to marry you, because I am in love with you. His throat bobbed again. I am just so painfully in love with you. Camilla was sure she was hallucinating. This was not happening. When, she managed to get out. I do not know. William shrugged, looking self-conscious. I do not know exactly when it happened, but I think it was quite a while ago. It is something I have been fighting and trying to deny for some time, but I cannot talk myself out of it anymore, and Lord knows I have tried. You are in my soul, Camilla. I need you. You really mean this? Camilla started to shake. She felt his warm fingers squeezing hers. Yes. His gaze was direct, and he gave her a half-smile that nearly made her melt into a puddle. This is certainly not what I was expecting to happen, but it has. You truly, genuinely make me happy. These last few weeks where we did not speak. William took a deep, shuddering breath. I missed you so fucking badly. Camilla tried to speak, but all that came out was a faint squeak. She felt like an invisible fist was squeezing her heart. William looked up at her with the expression of a hopeful child. And I think, no, I am fairly certain that you are in love with me as well, aren't you? Camilla slowly nodded and whispered, Do you have to be so arrogant about it? William laughed, a genuine merry laugh. I know, there have been plenty of times when you've wanted to run me through with my own sword, but I want you with me all of my days, so will you please just marry me? Her voice was caught in her throat, swimming in a sea of overwhelming emotions. All she could do was rasp. William looked up, slightly worried. How long are you going to make me kneel? You will marry me, will not you? Or are you going to make me beg? Yes, of course I'll marry you. Camilla smiled shakily, unsure whether to laugh with joy or collapse in a sobbing heap on the stone floor. William sprung up into a standing position and smiled back, opening his arms to her. It was a genuine smile, slightly shy. She eagerly threw her arms around him, and he enfolded her in a warm, strong embrace. She took a deep breath, reveling in the feeling of safety and in the spicy, masculine scent of him. Squeezing him as hard as she could, she buried her face in his shoulder as she felt him run a hand through her loose hair. She closed her eyes and murmured into his shoulder, knowing this moment would be seared into her memory forever. William laughed softly. "What are you saying, pretty girl? I cannot understand you." "I said that being with you like this, it feels like finding my way home." Camilla whispered, then turned her face into his shoulder again. After what felt like a long, blissful moment, William dropped his arms from around her and took her hand instead. He started guiding her quickly down the corridor, but no longer towards the south wing of the castle. "Where are we going?" Camilla hastily grabbed the hem of her skirt to stop herself tripping over as she tried to keep up with his long strides. "There's something important we have to do." At first, Camilla thought he was talking about lying with her again, and she blushed. Then she realized they were headed away from their apartments. As if reading her mind, he looked back at her flushed face. He smirked and cocked an eyebrow at her, making her blush even harder. He did not slow his pace, however. "You haven't told me where we are going, though." William kept tugging her along. "You'll see in a couple of moments, we are nearly there. Slow down at least, it is not easy running in these shoes." William smirked again, but slowed his pace somewhat. "If you can stand in front of the angry king and survive, this will be easy." Camilla was about to wail that she'd faced enough surprises in a day, when she realized they were approaching the silver-gilded doors of the main chapel. William pulled the doors open and gently guided her inside. The chapel was empty after the first daily mass, the air still fragrant with incense. Camilla looked around the empty chapel, noticing William crossing himself next to her. She quickly did the same. William linked his fingers through hers and led her quietly down the aisle until they stood in front of the altar. Camilla looked at him with wide eyes and whispered, "What are we doing here?" He turned to face her. "We told the king we were promised to each other. He assumed we'd exchanged our promises at an altar, and that was part of the reason he agreed to our betrothal." "Yes, but that isn't true. We never did that." William grinned at her. "But if we exchange promises now, it then becomes the truth." Camilla gave him a long, calculating look. "Is there anything you do not think of?" He laughed. "I have a ruthless side for certain things. You are one of those things." He then took both of her hands in his and looked into her eyes. "I, William, take you, Camilla, to be my wife and link my life with yours for the rest of our days." His eyes widened when she hesitated. "You are not going to leave a man hanging at the altar, are you?" Camilla laughed and shook her head. "No, but I was just thinking. This time yesterday, I felt so low that I prayed for death, and now this happiness is beyond what I can understand." William smiled. "If you are truly that happy, can you please just put me out of my misery by saying your promise?" Camilla laughed again, which made him beam. There was the tiniest hint of a bruise under her eye, only visible if you truly knew to look. Her face was a little pale and her frame slightly thinner and more fragile-looking than usual. To William, she was breathtaking. He silently vowed to hear her musical laughter every day. "I, Camilla, take you, William, to be my husband and link my life with yours for the rest of our days." He pulled the sapphire ring off his littlest finger and slid it onto her third finger. "I think this actually belongs to you now. Never take it off." She clenched her fist to prevent the ring from sliding off. "You really want me to wear the ring I threw at you in a quarrel?" He cupped his hand around her cheek. "Yes, I want to quarrel with you for the rest of my life." He leaned forward to brush his lips against hers and seal their betrothal. It was a surprisingly quick, chaste kiss. Camilla remembered King Edward's instructions that they were to behave appropriately for a couple not yet married, figuring William was taking these instructions seriously. They walked up the aisle again in silence, fingers entwined. As they emerged from the chapel and started heading towards the southern wing again, Camilla desperately tried to sort through her jumbled thoughts. How was it possible that in less than a day, she had gone from hiding in fear inside her dark bedchamber to having the source of her fear banished and finding herself betrothed to the man who made her heart clench? Not to mention made her flesh burn when he claimed her. Camilla shook her head to clear away such impure thoughts, but was not very successful. The way his touch had made her moan, the feeling of his hard, strong weight on top of her while he invaded her body again and again. She needed to stop thinking about it for the next 3 months. Otherwise, she'd drive herself mad. She resolved to think about it as little as possible when she found herself being pulled into a small, darkened alcove that was partly hidden by a wall tapestry. Before she could register anything properly, Camilla found her back pressed against a wall and William's body pushed up hard against her. His hand slid around her neck, and his thumb under her chin pushed her face in the angle he wanted so he could lick her lower lip. She shuddered at the brush of his soft, clever tongue. Her lips parted willingly, and she clung to his shoulders as he started to kiss her. The touch of his tongue against hers made her whimper, much to her embarrassment. I really need to learn to be quieter, Camilla thought hazily, though William had never seemed to mind her gasps and little cries. In fact, her whimper made him lift and slide her up the wall slightly so he could pair his hips against hers. She shivered as he ground against her and sighed into her mouth. She could feel he was hard against her hips, and all she wanted to do was wrap herself around him. How could she even consider that in the middle of some corridor, she asked herself in despair. William's mouth skimmed her jaw, then brushed her ear. Come back to my room. I can send all my pages away and pay my most trusted one to guard the door. He'll keep his mouth shut, and no one will ever know. Camilla blinked. It was impossible. How could he even think about going against the king's orders? I want you again. His breath was fast and hot on her neck. She tilted her head backwards, and he immediately started kissing under her ear. She squirmed against him, which made his breath quicken even more. We are not supposed to until after we've married, she whispered unevenly. Come on, no one believes that. You expect me to hold out until August. William's teeth grazed her throat ever so gently. The king believes it and expects it. Camilla's words shuddered out as she felt his hand pull up one side of her skirt. Soon, he was stroking her bare thigh. He does not ever need to find out. William turned her a little as he slid them both to his right, until they were completely behind the tapestry, in the tiny alcove. You'll have to be very quiet, understand? There was a reckless, mischievous gleam in his eye. No, you cannot be serious. Someone could walk by and see us. Camilla gasped in mixture of panic and inexplicable thrill. His hand was sliding higher up her thigh. No one will see us here, and it is your responsibility to make sure no one hears us either. William pulled his hand out from under her skirt, and Camilla felt crushing disappointment. Perhaps he'd changed his mind after all. The next moment, he was fumbling with the cord under her bust that tied her bodice together tightly. With one quick yank, the cord came untied. William hastily pulled down one side of her bodice and chemise. He grinned when he saw all the little strawberry-colored marks he'd left on her flesh the night before. Camilla heard him mutter something unintelligible under his breath before he lowered his head and enveloped her nipple in his open mouth. She began to pant as she felt his tongue repeatedly flick the erect peak, her head falling back against the stone wall helplessly. All she could do was clutch handfuls of his golden hair. SHH, she both heard and felt his whisper against her skin before he resumed suckling on her eagerly. This is all your fault, she whispered back, her voice catching every time he sucked her flesh against his teeth. He chuckled quietly, then stood up to his full height and placed his hands on her hips. They stared at each other, wide-eyed and breathing quickly. One last chance, thought Camilla. One last chance to stop this madness spiraling out of control in a public corridor.